Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto battled defeat, destruction and a new beginning? Part 1, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Blood, he could smell it everywhere. On him, on the burning buildings around him, leaking out of the body of the last of his childhood friends not far from him. It was even in the mud that he was lying in. Something cold and wet hit his face, causing him to stir and beginning to bring him back to his senses. Was it raining too? He couldn't remember when it had started. It was strange, even the rain seemed to smell of blood, though that was impossible. Or at least improbable. He could smell the fire too. The burnt stench of wood slowly being reduced to ash, a hint of sulfur being carried in the smoke as the buildings, walls, and even citizens of his village burned around him. Slowly he became aware of the sounds reaching his ears. The creaking of the buildings as their support beams burned away and more weight was placed on boards and beams that weren't meant to hold so much. The pitter-patter of rain or blood sprinkling down from the heavens and landing in the puddles made in the small potholes of the road. The cries and screams of those watching their friends, family members, or even complete strangers being massacred. The battle cries of their enemies who had at long last overrun them. A rasping sound that he couldn't immediately identify until he realized that it was the sound of his own breath laboriously being pushed in and out of punctured lungs, carrying the scent of still more blood to his nose as it pushed against the mud on his face. And the laughing. As much as he hated the other sounds, it was the laughing that he hated the most. It mocked him for his failures that day and in days past. The sound of his friends' laughter coming out in a manner that Sasuke had never used before. Though it was little more than a whisper, it roared in his ears, drowning out everything else. Coo coo coo. It wasn't even a real laugh, he realized, just the sound of amusement. A sound that was designed to make those who heard it realize that they were hopelessly outmatched, and that their enemy didn't even feel it was worth the trouble of actually laughing at their wasted efforts. To let them know that they would soon die, just as their friends had, just as their teachers had, just as hundreds, maybe even thousands had before them. Lying broken and defeated at the feet of Orochimaru, slowly Naruto lifted his head from the mud, spitting blood from his swollen lips, and pushed his long blonde hair away from his face so he could look at the snake-like eyes peering down at him from Sasuke's face. Orochimaru in Sasuke's body was a horror that even his most terrifying nightmares couldn't eclipse. Perhaps it seemed even worse because for a short while he'd been allowed to believe that it wouldn't happen, as he'd spent years fearing it would. He'd thought that Sasuke had defeated the Sannin, that the danger had passed, but like a parasite, Orochimaru was lying dormant within the Uchiha, slowly gaining more and more power until he was ready to take over, and when he was, it happened almost instantly. One day there were reports that Sasuke had taken over the sound and was searching for Akatsuki, or at least Itachi, and the next thing he knew, Orochimaru had miraculously returned. He thought that he might get his friend back, that Sasuke and he would meet up in their search for Itachi, and while they did meet, Sasuke was even more changed than he'd been during the previous attempt to rescue him. He led his own team now, for his own reasons, and he didn't want anything to do with his friends from the past. He eluded them that day, disappearing while they were distracted by other battles and by the news that Jiraiya had been killed. Itachi was found dead in a long-forgotten Uchiha hideout, his eyes plucked out of his skull, and Naruto had hoped that Sasuke would return to them, that having accomplished his goal of killing his brother, he'd come back to rebuild his clan. It didn't happen. Naruto never found out if it was the Orochimaru-infected Kabuto who managed to transfer the Sannin into Sasuke's body, or if Orochimaru himself was still alive inside of Sasuke after their battle, but news soon trickled out of the Rice country that Orochimaru had returned and that he now possessed the body of the last known Uchiha. After that, it wasn't long before Orochimaru and the Sound began to use his new body to take over several countries. They made treaties with stronger but just as ambitious countries, attacking mutual enemies until the Sound was strong enough to break the treaty or had found another country to ally with, and then turn on their former allies. In just a few short years, the map of the continent had been redrawn, with the once small Rice country now dominating the majority of the continent. Conventional wisdom was that it would take Orochimaru years to consolidate his power within his enlarged country, that the ninja of the other nations would rebel against him so that he was forced to constantly put down new rebellions. But conventional wisdom didn't seem to apply to Orochimaru. The ninja of the conquered were all too happy to accept their new leader and their new title of Sound Nin. Because of this, his forces only seemed to grow stronger the more he used them. No nation was safe, but Konoha had always been the real target, and had always known it. Perhaps, had it not been for Akatsuki and the more immediate threat they posed, Konoha could have used a preemptive attack against Orochimaru to save themselves or at least concentrated on preparing for the war that they could see coming. Unfortunately, they didn't have the manpower to fight the shadowy organization that threatened the world and Orochimaru and his allies. By the time Akatsuki was dealt with, the sound was too strong to attack directly, and all of their attempts to prepare for the war served merely to delay the inevitable. As the sound's power grew, the leaf shrank until it was nothing but a shadow of its former self. Soon the sound had the power to crush Orochimaru's village of birth, but it waited until its victory was absolutely assured. The Sannin had learned from past mistakes. He took no ally with him when he finally attacked the Fire Country. He relied on none but his own followers and his own power. Naruto knew that Konoha's ninja were better trained and generally more powerful than their sound counterparts, but they were not nearly numerous enough to pull out a miraculous victory. It was because of this that he had hunted down the body of his former friend amongst the burning ruins of the village he loved. He knew he had to cut off the head so that the body would die, but after nearly 20 minutes of fighting, it had become clear that it wasn't going to happen. Naruto had long since learned that good didn't always triumph over evil, and that even when it did, the price was often almost more than he could bear. It was hard to say when he'd let go of his childish assumptions of how the world worked, or of his belief that if he just tried hard enough he could do anything. Probably it had started with Jiraiya's death, or maybe it even went back to the day when Sasuke left the village. Somewhere in there, he'd had to grow up and see just how terrible and frightening a world he really lived in. Even with those losses, he tried to push through, of course, but it grew harder and harder. As his friends were needed on more and more dangerous missions, the odds began to catch up with them, and there seemed to be nothing he could do to hold on to them. The seeming inevitability of his precious people's deaths was a hard thing to accept, and it only got harder as the body count piled up. They weighed on him day and night, and the faces of those he'd lost haunted his dreams until he was only a shadow of the young man he'd once been. The hardest of all of them, the one that really left him broken, wasn't one of the first or the latest, but she was definitely the most important. Sakura, his best friend, his teammate, perhaps the only woman he'd ever really loved, died in his arms after a failed mission to kill the body that had once belonged to their best friend, and in a way, Naruto died with her. He'd never forgiven himself for it, and never really gotten over it despite the best efforts of his surviving friends. And then they too began to be killed. Sometimes it was in a large battle, other times it was just on a simple mission. They died protecting him, they died because of missions he assigned to them, they died because of missions they took despite his efforts to keep them away from danger. And on top of all that, the village that he loved so much was also dying. The battles, the wars, the sneak attacks, they all took their toll on the once beautiful and peaceful village. He wouldn't be able to save it, just as he hadn't been able to save Sasuke or Sakura or any of the others. Now, the one chiefly responsible for all those losses and thousands more was merely staring down at him with a fond expression that seemed misplaced on Sasuke's face as he watched Naruto pull himself up from the muck. All the while making that annoying sound, "Ku-ku-ku." "Shut up," Naruto growled as he wearily brought his hands up in front of him, while blood-red mud dripped from them. He could feel the Kyuubi's power welling up inside of him, begging to be released, but he refused to give in to it. The fox's power was a double-edged sword, and in a fight like this, he couldn't afford to lose control. Kyuubi would give him power, but he wouldn't be able to think anymore, and he wasn't so sure even Kyuubi's power would even the playing field. At least not a semi-controllable amount of Kyuubi's power. He supposed he could let the demon out completely. That would at least slow Orochimaru down, but Kyuubi would destroy the village anyway, so nothing would be gained. "You've lost, Naruto-kun," Sasuke's voice chuckled. "Just give up and I'll make your death quick." "If there was any of Sasuke left in there, you know I don't do that," Naruto growled, hoping that he wasn't lying. "Look around you," Orochimaru laughed, waving a hand at the burning buildings and the dead bodies all around them. "You still want to be Hokage? You still think you can be Hokage? By the end of the day, there won't be a village left to be Hokage of. There are more important things than being Hokage," Naruto countered with more confidence than he actually felt. "Once I've killed you, it won't matter that you tried to burn the village to the ground, Konoha will live on. The spirit of fire will keep burning." The Sannin shook his head and ran a hand through his long, dark hair, brushing it away from his face as his head rolled lazily to the side and his lips curled upward in a mocking smile. "You're just as naive as Jiraiya was." Naruto tensed at the mention of his dead teacher and friend. Orochimaru's yellow, snake-like eyes grew hard as they focused in on the blonde ninja. "I'll show you how wrong you are, just as I showed him." He closed his eyes for the briefest of seconds and whispered, "Sharingan." When he opened them again, they were the color of blood, and the oh-so-familiar three tomo could clearly be seen, even from a distance. For a moment, Naruto was back at the Valley of the End, trying to stop his friend from going to Orochimaru. Until he tapped into Kyuubi's powers, he'd been helpless against Sasuke's eyes then. There was only one way to defeat a Sharingan user, and that was through speed. The amount of insight the bloodline limit gave its users was unbelievable, but speed countered it. If you were faster than the one using the Sharingan, you could still win. Naruto was fast. He was incredibly fast. But he was not faster than Orochimaru, not enough to beat a Sharingan anyway. The fight had been over before, now it was. Whatever came after over. Naruto's only option was to use Kyuubi, to hell with the dangers and the consequences. His mind would no longer be clear once he allowed the demon's chakra into his system. Techniques would be thrown by the wayside in favor of animal instincts, and the demon would hunger for more and more control until it had completely taken over. Once he started down that path, he would keep going until only death surrounded him or something snapped him out of it. He'd come close to killing friends while in that state. He had ripped Jiraiya's chest open and thought nothing of it. But his friends were all gone, his village was falling apart around him, and he was surrounded by enemies. Perhaps it was time to let the monster within him out to play. You look scared, Naruto-kun, the snake Sannin taunted, but you don't know fear, not yet. My Sharingan hasn't gotten to the scary part yet. Orochimaru slowly brought his hands up in front of his face, pinky and ring fingers laced together, middle fingers raised and pressing against each other with his index fingers bent, touching tip to tip. His hands remained like that for only a second, and Naruto knew it was just long enough to draw more chakra to his eyes. He'd seen that movement done dozens of times in the past. Mangekyo's Sharingan. In an instant, Naruto's eyes were on Orochimaru's feet. He'd faced Itachi and Madara. He knew what the Mangekyo was capable of, and he couldn't help but smile. There was still a chance to win, and he might not even need Kyuubi to pull it out. The Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, but it took even more power to use it. It wrecked the user's eyesight and depleted chakra reserves at an astonishing rate. He'd picked Kakashi up off the ground often enough to know that, if Orochimaru was going to use such a wasteful move against someone who knew how to fight it, there was still a chance. What are you looking at, Naruto-kun? Sasuke's voice with Orochimaru's accents asked. There's no need to look away, it's always better to see your death coming. Or so I would imagine. You're forgetting who beat Madara, Naruto countered. I know how to fight the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobi was no longer the person he'd once been, but I suppose I should thank you for that, Orochimaru chuckled. Had it not been for you and your friend's efforts, Akatsuki might have made things difficult for me. Of course, I managed to beat Itachi for you, so I'd call us even. You didn't beat Itachi, Sasuke did, Naruto snapped back. He didn't need your help to do it either, he would have gotten there by himself if he'd stayed with his friends. Orochimaru smirked and shook his head. I am Sasuke and Sasuke is me. We killed Itachi. Even as he fought him, Sasuke could feel me growing inside of him, becoming stronger and stronger, reaching the point where I would take control. But that hardly matters now, does it? Let's stop worrying about the past, because I've already killed you. Your past, your future, they're gone, because looking down doesn't save you from this Sharingan. Just as it didn't save Deidara's arm when he fought you and my little tool Kakashi. In spite of himself, Naruto's eyes flickered up to Orochimaru's and then he couldn't look away. The three Tomo had become three sickles, connecting where the Sannin's pupil had once been. Naruto had seen this variation of the Mangekyo Sharingan before as well, but it had only been used on enemies of the leaf. It was Kakashi's ultimate trump card. The world around him suddenly seemed to melt, as if it had been nothing more than a chalk painting on the sidewalk that was now being washed away by the rain. Naruto tried to back away, tried to move in any direction, but his feet refused to respond. The world around him was all bleeding towards him, the bodies on the ground, the mud, the rain, the burning buildings. All of it was collapsing in on him. There really was only one chance now, only one possible thing that could turn the fight around. It would be his final attack, because he would be no more once it was done, but perhaps it would be worth it. Orochimaru could not be allowed to survive. The sound could not be allowed to continue to subjugate the rest of the continent. Anything was better than letting that happen. Anything. Naruto could feel the demon now, deep inside him, howling to be released. All it took was a simple closing of his eyes and he was back in the darkened tunnel, standing in the knee-deep water before the huge gate. It was hard to be sure, but Naruto thought Kyuubi almost looked pleased to see him after so many years of being studiously ignored. No words passed between them, the demon simply smiled as Naruto hung his head and stepped up to the bars. His trembling hand reached up and grabbed the seal upon the cage and pulled it away. There was an awful cry of delight from within the cage as the doors burst open and Kyuubi stepped out, finally free. Naruto didn't even flinch as the two giant paws closed around him. Now you will see true power, the demon promised. Naruto's eyes fluttered open as he reawakened in the real world. He could already feel his body and mind detaching from each other as the demon within him began to take control. Perhaps it was because the seal was no more, or maybe it was a side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he could feel everything that was happening to his body with perfect clarity. Orochimaru's attack was now crushing and pulling his body apart as the vortex sucked him ever deeper within it. For a brief second, he thought it was the most painful thing he'd ever experienced, and then Kyuubi's chakra exploded from within him, and he found out just how wrong he'd been. Naruto threw his head back and screamed as every muscle in his body simultaneously contracted with such force that he heard his own spine snap only to instantly heal. His whisker marks grew wider and darker as the brilliant blue drained from his eyes and was replaced by the deepest of reds. His canines lengthened and sliced into his swollen lips, drawing a stream of blood that fell from his face and was caught up in the vortex and swirled around him like a halo. Red chakra blazed thickly around him, forming a second skin that burned his body. As his scream died, his breath came out in short, quick gasps, with low growls interrupting every few seconds. "You're too late," Orochimaru taunted. "You should have let the Kyuubi out earlier because at this point you're already dead." Kyuubi Naruto knew he was right. They were already trapped in the dimensional rift, from which escape was impossible. The Jinchuriki snarled and threw his hand forward as the vortex swallowed him up and collapsed, but the clawed chakra hand of the Kyuubi continued forward even as Orochimaru's attack finished its work. The Sannin's eyes widened for just a moment, and then the claws sank into them. Through the tiny pinprick of the real world that he could still see, Naruto saw Orochimaru fall to his knees, clutching at his eyes and screaming in pain and anger. The red chakra wavered and then vanished as the vortex expanded outward uncontrolled, swallowing even the last of the great Sannin. When Kakashi had used the Mangekyo Sharingan, he'd been able to precisely aim and contain the space-time warp, but Orochimaru's seemed to be out of control. Or maybe it was simply that from inside the vortex everything seemed to be collapsing in on him. There was no way to know, and it didn't really matter anymore. It's not fair, Naruto thought, not even finding it odd that he was once again in control of his body and mind. As he watched Sasuke's body twist and deform, it shouldn't have been this way. If I had just done things differently, none of this would have happened. It was so easy to look back, to remember those times when things were simpler, and to see all of those unknowing mistakes that would eventually become the problems that destroyed his village. His eyes began to glaze over as images passed in front of them: battles against the Sound, meetings with the village council, watching Hinata's marriage, the losses of his friends, the death of Sakura, destroying Akatsuki, fighting Itachi. From there the images began to move faster than his mind could keep up with. He managed to make out the fight against the immortal Akatsuki members, and then meeting Sai for the first time, training with Jiraiya, meeting Tsunade, the Forest of Death, the Wave Country, and finally the day he'd been placed on Team 7. He wished he could start over again, to grab that young idiot posturing and boasting by the ear and knock some sense into him, to be more of a friend to everyone around him from the get-go, to not waste time thinking about how amazing he was, especially since he wasn't. But there was no time for that. It was the past, it was out of reach. And then, everything went black as Naruto's body was torn to shreds by the gravitational pull of the vortex. Once more, Orochimaru had come out on top. It had long been known among the Hokage's guards that Uzumaki Naruto suffered from nightmares and that rushing into the office every time he cried out in terror would only wear you out and earn you a frightening glare, one that was even worse than the glare they received if they accidentally called him Hokage-sama. Most ninja had nightmares at some point. It was impossible to see and do the things that they were occasionally required to do without being affected in some way, but Naruto's seemed more persistent than was usual. Konohamaru, when he thought Naruto was out of earshot, had theorized that the loss of so many friends had a more powerful effect on Naruto because he had gone so long without them as a child. He and others had heard Naruto proclaim that he would protect his precious people often enough to know how important it was to the village leader, and it seemed clear to him that when Naruto inevitably hadn't been able to protect everyone, it had wounded him in a place that wouldn't heal quickly, if ever. Naruto had overheard those comments, and had informed Konohamaru that if he had time to discuss another person's dreams which were not really as bad as everyone tried to claim, perhaps he should be given a few extra missions. It was on one of those extra missions that Konohamaru and his team had been ambushed, and Naruto's brilliant blue eyes snapped open and then instantly shut again as he moaned in protest over the brightness of the room and the immense headache that erupted the moment he became fully aware of what was going on around him. "Damn Sakaba," the blonde groaned, "he knows he's supposed to cut me off before I get too drunk." His voice sounded strange in his ears, more high-pitched than he was used to, but he brushed it off as the lingering influences of the sake and tried to sit up. For some reason he'd put more strength into the movement than he'd intended and ended up nearly smashing his face into his knees. How much did that bastard let me drink last night? He wondered as he slowly opened his eyes once more and tried to acclimate them to the light. As the blurry shapes around him slowly came into focus, his eyes widened in alarm, and then promptly snapped shut against the pain from the light. Where the hell was he? If he'd ended up in some barmaid's room, he was going to be really pissed. Which was funny, when he thought about it, because getting pissed was probably what got him into this position in the first place. If Jiraiya were still alive, he'd be laughing his ass off at his poor student. Of course, that would be preferable to what Sakura would have done to him if she wasn't. Naruto ruthlessly squashed that train of thought and opened his eyes again. He had more important things to think about than the ghosts of the past. With another groan, he reached up to brush his long blonde hair back, but instead punched himself in the eye. Damn it! He grumbled as the blow seemed to double the headache he was already suffering through. With his hand on his face, it was easy just to slide it up to his hair, but what he found there shocked him even more than his lack of coordination. Normally his hair hung down around his shoulders, its natural spikiness remaining but losing the battle against gravity. As he'd started letting it grow, Sakura had commented that he looked good with longer hair, and so he'd kept it even when it started to annoy him. This morning, however, it was short again, very short. He probably hadn't had hair this length since before he'd gone off to train with Jiraiya. What sort of sick bastard cuts a man's hair while he's sleeping? Naruto wondered, and then an even more troubling thought struck him. What sort of confident, sick bastard cuts the most powerful ninja in the village's hair while he's sleeping? Naruto could count the number of people who could get away with something like this on one finger, and she'd never do anything like that even if she thought he was letting it get a little too long. Hinata just wasn't that sort of person. Kiba might have done it before he'd. Well, back then Kiba wasn't exactly one to talk about keeping one's hair trimmed anyway. With a sigh, Naruto waved his hand through the air as if warding off the spirits of the dead and then looked around the sparsely decorated room. It didn't look like the sort of room a barmaid would keep, but perhaps he was seriously overestimating her. The bland, whitish-colored paint was chipped and peeling off the wall, though it looked like someone had attempted to cover up the worst of it with either glue or tape. Of course, taping paint to a wall didn't really seem to help too much, but he couldn't deny that an effort had been made to make the place look almost nice. A wasted effort, but an effort nonetheless. There was a small, half-dead plant that was either recovering from near death or heading towards it, and had probably been pulled out of a dumpster at some point given the condition of the pot it was resting in. A few ramen posters decorated the walls along with little scrolls upon which random slogans were drawn in sloppy, almost illegible kanji, no doubt covering up more peeling paint. Naruto had had a few such ramen posters on his own walls as a child and knew that they were free if you sent in enough proofs of purchase to different ramen companies, which meant that whoever had brought him here at least had good taste. And maybe even some extra ramen they'd be willing to part with. He sighed at the nostalgic thought of ramen. It had been so long since he'd last enjoyed a nice steaming bowl of his favorite food. As his mouth watered with the memory, his eyes shifted to the window, and his heart nearly stopped. Where was he? The view from the window was of a peaceful village in the middle of a normal day. It looked sort of the way Konoha once had, years and years ago. Actually, Naruto thought as he leaned towards the window and stared in awe at the world outside, it looks a lot like Konoha used to. He watched for a moment longer, and then turned his attention back to the room, his eyes suddenly alert and the pain from his headache pushed into the back of his mind. Something was wrong. This room felt extremely familiar, but at the same time felt misplaced, as if he wasn't supposed to be there. At that moment he heard a door open in an adjoining room and the sounds of footsteps entering. In an instant he had thrown the sheets covering him aside and was reaching for a weapon as he jumped out of bed, or at least tried to. Instead, he ended up falling flat on his face when his feet didn't hit the ground when they were supposed to. Crap, he grumbled as he rolled onto his back and tried to rub his nose only to hit himself in the mouth, as he once again failed to properly move his limbs. It was quickly becoming apparent that he'd been drugged or had some sort of nerve damage that Kyuubi's healing powers weren't feeling up to fixing. Had he been attacked by some enemy the previous night when he was staggering home after leaving the bar? Had he been kidnapped somehow? Those ideas seemed incredibly unlikely. The village council had assigned A and BU members to watch over him when he left the Hokage Tower despite his objections to the precautions, and even drunk he would have been more than a match for the majority of people who'd like to kill him. He was the strongest person in the village, unofficially the Hokage, the leader of the village no matter how much the council hated to admit it, and arguably stronger than any other official Hokage that had come before him. Why did he need guards? The council, however, had insisted, pointing out that he could be removed from his position, which Naruto highly doubted if he refused to cooperate with those charged with running the village, namely, them. It was moments like those where he truly understood why Tsunade-bachan had been so reluctant to take the name Hokage and why Jiraiya had outright refused it, and those two hadn't even had to deal with a council full of people that still hated them for something sealed in their bodies when they were babies. Hinata chided him when he said it out loud, But he longed for the day when the older generation finally died out so his few surviving peers who accepted him for who he was could take over the council positions. He strained his ears and remained perfectly still on the floor, listening for any sound that would tell him if his captors had heard him, but their faint conversation continued without pause. With a grunt of unexpected exertion, Naruto sat up and slowly climbed to his feet, still wondering why his body felt so strange. Sai and Shikamaru would probably have told him that he'd be better off staying in bed and letting whoever was out there come to him. Actually, Sai would have asked something stupid like whether or not Naruto still had balls, and Shikamaru would have rolled his eyes and muttered troublesome if they were still around. But they hadn't been for a long time, so Naruto was free to do whatever he wanted without being criticized for it. If the voices belonged to enemies, they weren't going to stay out there forever without checking up on him, and if they were friends it would be better to meet them standing up than lying on the floor. He'd never had a lot of patience, and he hated looking weak in front of others, so he was going to go and see what was going on, and either kick someone's ass for cutting his hair or kick someone's ass for kidnapping him and cutting his hair. As he pulled himself up to his full height, he again felt like something was off. The whole room seemed to be set up as an optical illusion because he felt shorter than he knew he was when he looked around. Either that or the room had been made for a very tall person with everything proportioned for his added height. Doing something like that seemed a pointless waste of energy to Naruto, since it was just as easy to duck one's head, but who was he to criticize the eccentricities of others? He carefully shuffled his feet across the floor, heading towards the door, and hoping to avoid another fall until his body began acting normal again. When he reached the doorway, he grabbed the handle that was at mid-chest level when it felt like it should have been closer to his waist, but as he started to turn it, the voices on the other side began to speak again, and this time he could actually make out what they were saying. "So, this is Naruto's house, huh?" a lazy, slightly muffled voice asked. Naruto's breath caught in his throat, causing him to cough as he swallowed badly. He knew that voice, and it wasn't supposed to be a voice that was around anymore. Kakashi had been dead for almost a decade. The blonde ninja's jaw flexed as he squashed the emotions trying to rise up within him. It was probably just his ears playing tricks on him. The voices were coming through a door and possibly through masks as well. There was no reason to imitate Kakashi since Naruto knew without a shadow of a doubt that his former mentor was dead. He'd been the one who killed him, after all. He's a moron, but I think giving him to you is best. You have a good nose for these types. The second voice seemed familiar as well, but Naruto couldn't think of where he'd heard it before, if he ever had. Regardless, these two were underestimating him, thinking he could just be handed over to someone like it was nothing. They were about to see that even with his body drugged or injured, Uzumaki Naruto was no one to be trifled with. Plus you. Naruto turned the handle and pushed the door open, his muscles already tensing as they prepared to launch him either at his attackers or behind some cover if anything was thrown at him. "Alright, you bastards, just WH. His voice died on his lips as he caught sight of the bastards who were both staring at him as if he were the strangest thing they'd ever seen. One was older, with wizened features and a gray goatee. A finely carved wooden pipe that he had probably been smoking was hanging precariously from his open mouth, a thin trail of smoke still rising from it. Most importantly, he was dressed in the white and red robes and hat of the Hokage of Konohagakure. The other was a tall, slender man wearing a green chunin vest, a dark blue mask covering his face, and a hitayate over one eye while his silvery hair stood almost straight up in defiance of gravity. Naruto knew that the man's one visible eye was normally only half open, as though it was too much work to open it the rest of the way. At the moment, however, it was nearly 3/4 of the way open in his mild surprise. They looked exactly like two men that Naruto held in supreme regard. Two men who had helped shape the man Naruto had become. Two men who were most definitely dead. Naruto's butt hit the ground hard as his legs gave out and his breath caught in his throat. What is this, Naruto?" The man who looked like the third asked in the gruff, gravely voice that the elderly occasionally gained as they aged. He rescued his pipe just as it started to fall from his mouth and then asked, "What are you doing here?" "You're supposed to be. What the hell is going on?" Naruto yelled louder as his feet pushed against the worn wooden floor, sliding him back into the room he'd come from until his back hit the bed, and even then his feet kept moving in an attempt to put as much distance between himself and the ghosts as possible, even if it meant driving him through solid objects. "Naruto, what's wrong?" the old man asked, his gray eyes now filled with concern. The man who looked like Kakashi had stopped watching Naruto and instead began wandering the small kitchen space, even taking a peek inside a refrigerator that looked like it had seen better days and not any time recently either. Naruto could only stare up at the old man's face in wonder. He'd never seen such a perfect reproduction of another person without anything to base it on. Whoever these guys were, they were good. They even had the 2 liver spots on the third's left cheek in the right places. Naruto knew every detail of the third's old, wrinkled face. He'd spent countless hours staring up at it while sitting at his desk pretending to do paperwork, and the face he was looking at right now was so flawless it had to be a jutsu of some sort. Is this a genjutsu? Naruto asked in a voice that he hoped sounded more confident than he felt. Genjutsu? The old man laughed. Naruto, you aren't making any sense. You're supposed to be in class right now getting your team assignments. What are you doing sleeping in so late on today of all days? Naruto scowled and brought 2 fingers up in front of his chest as his other hand closed around them. Yeah right, he hissed, and I suppose I'm just some little genin who should go hurrying off to the academy so Iruka-sensei doesn't get mad at me, right? He felt his considerably large chakra reserves well up within him on command and pushed it out as he called out, release. The man pretending to be the third's eyebrows rose until they vanished under his hat as the wisps of smoke curling out of his pipe drifted away from the blonde with the expulsion of energy, and were momentarily trapped under the Hokage's hat. Naruto, he growled, his voice suddenly very serious, get a hold of yourself, you aren't in a genjutsu and you are a genin who better hurry up and get to class before Iruka gets mad at you. After what the 2 of you went through the other day, I'd have thought you'd be a little more considerate towards his feelings. Naruto wasn't listening, he was still too caught up in the surprise that he hadn't been able to break free of the genjutsu. It was possible, he supposed, that he wasn't stuck in a jutsu, but instead that these 2 men were playing some other sort of trick on him, somehow disguising themselves as the third and Kakashi, or maybe the genjutsu user was just extremely good. What do you want with me? Naruto demanded at last, swallowing the confusion that he'd felt when he first set eyes upon them. Konoha won't negotiate with you and they won't pay any sort of ransom, even if you… Shut up, Naruto, the old man groaned as he rubbed his forehead with his hand, momentarily pushing back his hat and revealing another perfectly placed liver spot that was not always visible. I know you're not the third, so you can stop pretending, Naruto shot back. The third's been dead for years. If you wanted to try something like this you should have disguised yourself as TS. Naruto was unable to finish his last line as the old man burst into laughter. Dead you say? He chuckled merrily. My boy, 69 might seem old to one so young, but it's not that old. I've still got a few more years left in me, I think. Excuse me, Kakashi's voice asked as his head peeked through the doorway into the bedroom. Have you been drinking this? He held up a milk carton with a picture of a black and white cow on it and gave it a little shake. Liquid could be heard sloshing back and forth within along with the sounds of more solid pieces hitting the cardboard walls. Naruto stared at the image of his old sensei in confusion, while the pretend Hokage nodded his head in understanding. Naruto, you had a bad dream last night, that's all, the old man said with a kind smile. When you put that sort of thing in your body right before you go to sleep, it's bound to give you unsettling dreams. Or the runs, Kakashi added offhandedly as he headed back to the kitchen to return the expired milk to the refrigerator. It wasn't a dream, Naruto insisted. I'm the Hokage. Well, the temporary Hokage anyway, and you were dead. Naruto, there's no such thing as a temporary Hokage, the old man pointed out. You're either Hokage or you aren't, but I know it seemed real to you and it probably didn't help that you woke up to strange voices in your home, but it was only a dream. Now go get dressed and Kakashi-sensei here will take you to meet your teammates. Naruto looked from the face of the third to Kakashi and then back again, trying to think of something to say, but instead found himself rising to his feet and nodding. The third smiled at him and stepped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Through the door Naruto heard him say, "Not quite the way I expected you to meet him, but that's Naruto for you." Kakashi's response was unintelligible, but it was just as well. Naruto had other things to worry about, like trying to figure out what the hell was going on and who those 2 men were, because they weren't Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Kakashi, he was sure of that much, at least. Naruto sat down on the bed and looked around. Now that he sort of knew what game was going on, he had to admit that the room did look a lot like the bedroom of his old apartment. The posters were right, the half-dead plant was about where he remembered Mr. Uki being until he nursed it back to health and given it to Kakashi to add a little color to his sensei's apartment. And the view from the window was good enough that Naruto couldn't see any differences. After deciding that there weren't going to be any mistakes that he could spot just by looking hard enough, he stumbled over to a beat-up dresser that was even missing the front right corner like his head following a mishap, dragging it up to the apartment from the dumpster in a back alley not too far from where he had lived. Inside he found a single orange jacket with a white collar and blue panels on the shoulders and upper chest, 2 pairs of orange pants, and 4 dark blue shirts. They were exactly what he'd worn when he was younger. They wouldn't fit now, of course, but he had to be impressed by the level of detail this genjutsu or masquerade was showing. Whoever was behind this had gotten the third down perfectly, and had almost gotten Kakashi right as well, except that they'd made him much too tall. They had his room right and also his clothing, but while they could reproduce a room or 2 and maybe a few people, They couldn't change the fact that Naruto had grown over 30 centimeters and gained about 25 kilograms in the 15-plus years that separated him from his 12-year-old self. The jacket and pants wouldn't fit him now. Naruto slowly reached down and touched the clothing, smiling at the wave of nostalgia that overtook him as he felt the worn cloth under his fingertips. And then, slowly his smile dropped to a frown as he stared at his hand. It looked strange for some reason. It was small and smooth, like the hand of a child. He flexed his fingers experimentally, squeezing the jacket under them, just to make sure they were really his, and then hurried towards the bathroom, stumbling and falling into the wall twice before finally arriving. As with everything else, his bathroom had been reproduced well enough that he couldn't see any mistakes. The mirror was cracked and one of the handles on the faucet was missing. The rusted drain in the sink didn't have a stopper anymore, though there clearly was supposed to be one. His old toothbrush, or at least what looked like his old toothbrush, was sitting on the edge of the sink as if it had been hurriedly thrown down while he ran off to class, and the tube of toothpaste was missing its lid, leaving a crusty mess around the opening. Naruto's gaze, however, was fixed on the mirror, or, more accurately, on the face staring out of the mirror. It was him as he'd been years and years ago. The image wasn't of an adult, or even of himself after he'd trained with Jiraiya. It was that of a child. The boy in the mirror's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Naruto, and his hand slowly reached up and touched his face just as Naruto's did the same. Naruto nearly cried out in alarm, but quickly bit down on his tongue before he could make a sound. The last thing he needed now was to have the old man pretending to be the third come rushing in to make fun of him some more. He couldn't lose his head over this. He had to think and figure out what was going on. He was in a genjutsu. He was sure of it now. No amount of makeup or costumes could produce this sort of effect, and any henge placed on him would have been dispelled when he tried to release the genjutsu earlier. Was this Jigyaku no Jutsu then? Or maybe some other genjutsu he never heard of before? Jigyaku was used to retrieve memories in greater detail than the conscious mind could normally produce, and it didn't seem likely that it was what Naruto was under. He'd never used it himself, but he'd be under the hypnosis technique once or twice, and it hadn't felt like this. Those times he'd recounted a few difficult-to-recall memories with perfect clarity, not made up something completely new. He'd also been aware of the fact that he was speaking and telling those around him what he was seeing in his mind. That wasn't happening here. Naruto slowly sank to the floor, ran his fingers through his short, spiky, blonde hair, and blew out a calming breath but didn't feel much calmer for it. He closed his eyes and drew in another deep breath as he tried to think. Something must have happened to him the previous night. Had he actually gone out drinking like he'd originally thought, or had something else happened? It took him a moment, but then he remembered that Hinata had come by the day before delivering a message from her husband, the leader of the Hyuga clan, requesting a meeting last night, and Naruto had been forced to accept. Much as he hated to admit it, he needed the damn Hyuga clan in general, and their leader in particular, to remain happy in order to fight the enemy outside the gates without worrying about the ones inside. The leader of the clan, Hyuga Hiroshi, Hinata's husband, though Naruto hated to think of the man as such, was politically savvy and always looking to scoot up a few notches on the totem pole of power, usually by knocking someone else down a few pegs. Had Hiroshi done this to him somehow? Naruto didn't think it was likely. He knew the man disliked him, and the feeling was more than reciprocated on Naruto's side, but Hiroshi was a coward who would never do something like this. He might hit and belittle his wife, who was willing to put up with the abuse for the good of her clan even when Naruto told her nothing good was coming from what was happening to her, but he wouldn't attack the de facto leader of the village no matter how much he might like to. No, he would try to whittle away at Naruto's support amongst the village council as if he really had any to begin with, and look forward to the day when the war with the Sound ended and he could politically stab Naruto in the back. Hiroshi wasn't stupid, nor was he particularly brave in real combat unless someone was watching. Something like this was beyond him. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. Had he even met with the bastard the previous night? No, something else had happened. A battle? Yes, that was it. Naruto had fought someone. While Konoha was burning around him, he gasped as the memory of the pinwheel pupil and Tomo of Orochimaru's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in front of his eyes. So that's it, huh? This isn't Jigyaku no Jutsu, it is Tsukuyomi, Naruto thought dejectedly. He'd only gone through both Madara's and Itachi's Tsukuyomi once or twice each, but that was more than plenty as far as he was concerned, and also more than most anyone else had lived through to his knowledge. The genjutsu created by the Mangekyo Sharingan was arguably the most powerful in the world. Once you saw that Sharingan, you were trapped in the jutsu until either the user ran out of chakra or got bored of torturing you. Unfortunately, days could seem to pass inside the technique, while only a few seconds of real time slipped by, so running out of chakra wasn't much of a problem, and Orochimaru enjoyed torturing people far too much to get bored of it anytime soon. This was far different from what he'd seen the last time he was trapped. At that time, Madara had made it seem that Naruto was being mauled by something that looked like Kyuubi over and over for a week, the sequence always starting over just as he felt himself about to die. The sky and moon had been red then, and the world around him had been strangely colored as well, whereas here he was seeing things that looked completely and totally natural. Other times things had appeared to be normal, but usually something horrible happened that quickly clued him into the fact that things were not normal, like his skin melting or turning into Sasuke with his curse seal activated. But so far, other than appearing to be younger and meeting up with two people who were definitely dead, nothing too strange was happening to him. He certainly wasn't being attacked at all. Were it not for the fact that he could remember being older, this illusion would have seemed completely real and he might have just gotten dressed and headed off to the academy to get his team assignments. Had Orochimaru really advanced this much already? Were even his Uchiha techniques so far beyond Itachi's and Madara's as to make the previous two strongest living Uchihas look like children who were only pretending to be a ninja? Naruto shook his head and opened his blue eyes, staring unseeingly up at a crack on the ceiling. If Orochimaru was that powerful, there was no way anyone would stand a chance against him. Konoha would be destroyed. Or perhaps more destroyed was a more accurate way of putting it. The only thing he could do when he awoke from this would be to either fight Orochimaru in an attempt to give any surviving ninja and villagers a chance to flee or to simply unseal the Kyuubi and accept the consequences that would come with that. Kyuubi could possibly kill Orochimaru, but he'd probably kill everyone else as well. Either way, they were all dead. At least Kyuubi would kill them quickly and might not hunt every last one of them down and slaughter them. If he knew Anko's Shijisushi no Jutsu, he could try to use that, though the Sharingan would probably see what he was trying to do the moment he started to make his move, but it didn't matter because Orochimaru and Anko were the only two who knew the suicide technique from what Naruto had heard. Anko had taken its secret to her grave and Orochimaru was possibly even less likely to tell him how to do it than she was. With a nearly overwhelming sense of hopelessness, Naruto rose to his feet, stumbled over to the dresser, and got dressed as quickly as possible. He smiled weakly down at what looked like the Hittite Irika had given him when he first graduated and then tied it around his head, using it to hold his bangs away from his eyes. The torture would no doubt start soon and he planned on taking it like a true leaf nin, and then when it was over he was going to unleash hell on his enemy. And everyone else. With one last sigh, Naruto worked his way over to the door, still struggling to control his body, and went out to see the imaginary ghosts that had probably been sent to begin his torture. Hatake Kakashi did not like children on a normal basis, and as they made their way through the winding dirt streets of Konoha, he was growing ever more certain that, despite the boy's parentage, he was especially going to dislike Uzumaki Naruto. He wasn't normally the sort to jump to conclusions so quickly, but in this case he couldn't deny what his gut was telling him. The boy had started out interesting enough, skipping his last class of the year, missing team assignments, and then practically attacking the Hokage of all people was enough to get Kakashi to pay some attention to him. But it had really been all downhill from there. After they had left Naruto's apartment, they had hit the main street which would lead them almost straight to the academy. Naruto had followed quietly behind him, except when he would inexplicably stumble or trip over his own feet. The Hokage had said the boy was a bit of a moron, but Kakashi wasn't sure how Naruto had managed to live 12 whole years without learning how to put one foot in front of the other properly. It was as if he was trying to take larger steps than his legs were capable of and his arms were swinging awkwardly at his sides. The first few people they passed had started to smile as they saw them, or more accurately, they had smiled at Kakashi. Then Naruto had tripped or fallen and alerted them to his presence, at which point their eyes had become cold, and their smiles had fallen. The first time this had happened Naruto had looked shocked and more than a little hurt, as if he were expecting a totally different reaction, but then he'd schooled his face, firmly placed his eyes straight ahead, and then promptly tripped and fell on his face. This naturally, but not necessarily fairly, had earned him some cruel laughter from those around him as he tried to pick himself off the ground. After a while Kakashi had decided to take a side route to save Naruto from any more taunts and also to see what his reaction would be. He couldn't officially consider it a test, but he was curious as to how Naruto, who was almost legendary for his disregard for any and all authority, would react. Kakashi disliked people who followed their leaders regardless of how idiotic their decisions were. The sort of person he'd been when he was Naruto's age, and figured that Naruto probably stood a better chance of restoring his faith in fresh from the academy genin than anyone else on his team. Sadly, Naruto had looked confused, but then shrugged and followed at his potential instructor's feet like an obedient little puppy. If he were allowed to, Kakashi might have failed him right then. He almost considered asking why Naruto didn't bother to point out that they were taking the long route, but before he could, Naruto tripped and ended up head down in a trash can that he'd unsuccessfully attempted to sidestep, his feet kicking back and forth in a desperate and futile attempt to free himself. Kakashi grabbed the blonde ninja by his ankle and lifted him straight out of the refuse, wrinkling his nose under his mask at the stench that came with the boy. Part of Naruto's face was now covered in some sort of green muck that had probably been there for longer than it should have, and a banana peel had managed to get stuck on his Hittite. The white collar of his orange jacket as well as half of his head were soaked in an unidentifiable yellow liquid, and the moment he was dropped unceremoniously on the ground he fished something out of one of his sleeve and tossed it back at the trash can, missing horribly. Kakashi glanced down at the object and rolled his eyes. It was a large, overflowing diaper. That was uncalled for, Naruto grumbled as he spit some of the green, smelly slime from his mouth and looked up at the sky in annoyance. Kakashi thought about letting his young charge go home and change, but after Naruto's failure to even make a peep about the long cut they were currently taking, he decided to let the boy suffer for the moment. The meeting wouldn't be that long and a ninja needed to learn to deal with all sorts of hardships. Not that Naruto or anyone on his team was likely to become a ninja anyway. Come on, we don't want to be late, Kakashi said in a cheerful voice. Yes, sensei, that's clearly something you're worried about, Naruto replied, earning himself a few points without even meaning to, though the way he said sensei left something to be desired. Kakashi wanted people who would think for themselves, not someone who disrespected his leaders. We'll take the roofs, that way you won't cause too much of a scene. Whatever. Kakashi gave Naruto a slightly sour look and then leapt onto a nearby balcony before bouncing up onto the rooftops above them. Naruto tried to follow him, but overshot the balcony horribly, crashing through a window and into someone's apartment. A second later there was a loud scream and the sounds of a struggle, and then Naruto hurried back through the window, tripped, and fell back down to earth, landing on his back in a cloud of dust with a thud. Kakashi's head hit his hand as he stared down at the clumsy boy. Why don't you just get there when you can? He suggested. Naruto's response was not something that a 12-year-old should have ever heard, let alone be willing to repeat, and the hand gesture that accompanied it didn't help matters much. Watch out for trash cans, the Jounin offered helpfully before leaping away, quickly heading in the direction of the academy. Naruto scowled and closed his eyes, doing his best to ignore the stench that covered him and made his eyes sting and water. This was probably the most idiotic genjutsu he'd ever heard of, as well as the most detailed. He'd seen villagers along the road that he hadn't seen in years, but still recognized on sight. The baker who used to yell at him when he put his hands on the fresh baked bread and sniffed them lustfully, the old woman who spit in his direction almost every morning, the kids who were 4 or 5 years younger than him and had played silly games with him until their parents warned them to keep away from him. All of them were perfect. He'd never seen anything like it. It was as if he'd literally been transported back in time. He'd heard of and even been trapped in detailed jutsu before, but never anything at this level. Even though he was an evil, psychopathic, murdering bastard, Orochimaru really was amazing. Naruto suspected that at least part of the man's skill stemmed from Sasuke's own prodigious talents. If Sasuke had just stuck around and not betrayed the village, he would no doubt have eventually avenged his clan. But now he was nothing more than a tool for the snake Sannin, a container to be used up and then tossed aside when it was no longer useful. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if there was enough of Sasuke left in there to regret the fact that he would never resurrect his clan, the second part of his ambition. With a groan, Naruto rolled himself into a sitting position and stood up. He still couldn't control his body very well in this jutsu, and it was beginning to get annoying. He just wasn't used to being so short and weighing so little. When he'd mistimed his jump, it had been because he'd pushed too much chakra into his legs, and his numerous trips were due at least in part to him being used to longer legs. When he'd gone to step around the trash can, he'd assumed that one step would get him fully around it. Instead, it had left him only halfway there, and as he'd attempted to shift his body to avoid smashing into it, he'd again misjudged his size and had lost his balance. It seemed that Orochimaru was planning on using his Mangekyo Sharingan to embarrass Naruto to death. Not exactly what Naruto would have pictured the evil bastard who had practically taken over the entire world to do with one of the ultimate bloodline abilities, but then it was hard to understand the mind of someone like Orochimaru. It seemed out of character, but Naruto was looking at the evidence, and he couldn't deny what was happening to him. He reached up and wiped more of the green slime away from his mouth, further staining his jacket, and then got to his feet and slowly made his way towards the academy, trying to carefully control his movements and also watching for the sneak attack that would probably be coming at any moment. Haruno Sakura shifted uncomfortably as the last of her classmates were led out the door by their jounin. Unconsciously, she reached up and brushed a stray strand of pink hair away from her overly large, in her opinion, forehead, and tucked it behind her ear as she glanced at the only other person in the room, Uchiha Sasuke. The silence in the room felt oppressive to her. It hadn't been too bad when the room had been filled with excited kids waiting for their jounin to show up, even if some of them hated her for breaking the unspoken class time rules by daring to sit next to Sasuke and trying to talk with him earlier that day. But as they had gradually filed out of the room when their jounin called for them, a tension had settled in. She thought it might possibly only be her imagination since Sasuke didn't seem to notice, but she could feel the air thickening as the rest of their former classmates exited and left the two of them all alone. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye again and sighed inwardly. He really was beautiful. Dark hair, dark eyes, flawless skin. He was perfect. Or would be if he would talk a little so she didn't feel so uncomfortable. Should she say something to him? Try to break the ice? They were destined to fall in love with each other, after all, and loving relationships required communication. Heck, all relationships required communication. But what were they supposed to talk about? It had to be something safe, but also something interesting, something that showed him how smart and funny she was, but it also had to inspire him to give a reply. A question, maybe? One that he'd feel like answering. So, what do you think is taking our sensei so long? She asked quickly and then instantly regretted it. It was not an interesting, funny, smart, or even slightly engaging question. Why had she asked it? Who knows? Sasuke said with a shrug without lifting his chin from his hands or taking his eyes off of the door. Sakura offered up a small prayer of thanks to the gods of love that he'd felt compelled to answer her lame question even as she asked a possibly lamer one. Do you think he's bringing Naruto? Sasuke shrugged his shoulders again and grunted. I hope he doesn't. She was growing desperate now and needed some sort of sustained conversation to quiet her nerves. I can't stand having Naruto around. He's just so annoying. Her lips twisted into a scowl as thoughts of past torments at the hands of her third teammate sprang to mind. His constant badgering of her to go on a date with him, the time he'd gotten her in trouble by passing a note to her again asking if she'd go out with him, the way he always chased after her or tried to impress her with his perverted jokes and stupid pranks, embarrassing her in front of her friends, other villagers, and once even in front of her mother who had sternly told Sakura to stay away from him as if she actually wanted him around. It's because he doesn't have any parents, she concluded aloud, barely even talking to Sasuke anymore. He just gets to do whatever he wants all the time, and it's made him selfish and socially inept. She sighed and looked over at her crush who was glancing at her out of the corner of his eyes now, an unreadable expression on his face. Then she let her head fall back and stared up at the ceiling. If I did half the things he does, my parents would pull me out of the academy and ground me for life. Sometimes I envy him, not having parents to nag him all the time. It must be nice. Sakura smiled at the thought of being able to live on her own and turned towards Sasuke, expecting him to still be staring more or less straight ahead and ignoring her, but instead found his dark eyes boring into her. The expression on his face was enough to freeze her blood. You're an idiot, he hissed, his voice filled with contempt. Kids who grow up without parents always turn out selfish. Selfish and lonely. You can't even imagine a pain that would compare with it. He shook his head angrily and then added, getting nagged by parents would be a dream come true to kids who grow up without them. Sakura's mouth fell open and she wished the wooden floor would open up and let her sink through it as she realized her blunder. She'd heard, of course, that Sasuke's family had been killed when he was younger, and that he lived alone at the edge of the section of the village his clan had occupied. It had been part of his appeal, really, the brooding, handsome genius with the tragic past that he had to live with every day. It made the girls who were already attracted to him for his looks want to take him into their arms and heal his broken heart. The tragedy added a certain amount of mystery and danger to him. It was also something that most only thought about in an abstract sort of way. It never really occurred to them what the loss of his family meant to him, only what it would mean in some childish romantic fantasy. Sasuke, just sit there and be quiet, he snapped, silencing her instantly and bringing tears to her green eyes. I don't want to hear any more out of you. You're annoying. Sakura's eyes widened and then she nodded meekly before hanging her head, her pink hair hiding her tears as it hung down in front of her face. The rest of their wait was extremely uncomfortable, for Sakura especially, but it was also extremely quiet, which she hoped Sasuke would appreciate. Kakashi had not gone to the academy as he'd told Naruto he would. Instead, he was following the boy from above, moving as silent as a shadow, completely hidden from view. While Naruto had been a disappointment so far, he was slowly becoming more interesting. He wasn't bouncing off the walls with excitement, trying to cause mischief, or anything else that Naruto was supposed to do. Instead, he was wandering through the back alleys of the village which he seemed to know by heart, occasionally looking up at different, and seemingly ordinary buildings in surprise and then quickly shaking his head and scowling as though he were having a mental argument with himself. He hadn't been tripping as much as he was earlier, but that seemed to be more due to the fact that he was practically dragging his feet through the dust of the streets and walkways than because he'd suddenly developed some coordination. There weren't very many people for him to run into on the side streets, but the ones he did come across all scowled and shouted at him from a distance, and then plugged their noses as he drew nearer. Kakashi couldn't blame them for their second reaction. With his excellent sense of smell, he could easily detect the stench rolling off the boy, even from his hiding place on the rooftops. When they had been walking together down the main road, Naruto had recoiled in shock the first few times an insult had been hurled his way. But now he didn't even bother looking at those who cursed him. It was, Kakashi supposed, natural that Naruto would think his becoming a ninja would have changed the villagers' opinions of him. Many children thought that a new title meant they were new people. It usually didn't work that way, and it certainly wasn't going to in Naruto's case. He probably wouldn't even be a ninja for all that long anyway. Kakashi had never been great with children, and he really didn't like them. He just couldn't understand what was going through their minds or why they always seemed so stupid when it came to the important stuff. His own childhood had been cut tragically short by when his father had shamed their family name, and then killed himself, with Kakashi as a witness, leaving his young son to shoulder the burden of that shame on his own. On top of that, he grew up in the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, during which the death of a friend was almost an everyday occurrence. His prodigious talents helped him rise through the ranks quickly, basically making him an adult in the eyes of the village, and in his own eyes, for that matter before he'd even hit puberty. Making him the babysitter of 3 very green genin was probably the worst idea anyone had ever had, but orders were orders. Besides, it wasn't like he'd ever actually had to lead a team of genin, because none of them could see through his test and earn the right to be called Leaf Ninja. He could, however, sympathize with what Naruto was going through. It wasn't all that long ago that he had been a person living with the consequences of something he hadn't done. The villagers had never said anything to him, but he had always been able to hear their whispers. He knew what they said about his father, and what they wondered about him. It was hard to live in that sort of environment, watching his mother cry for the man that many in the village including her own son despised, but it would be harder for Naruto. He most likely would never be able to change the minds of the villagers. He would forever be an outcast. Were he a genius, as Kakashi was, then he might have had a chance, but with nothing to win them over with, Naruto would forever be associated only with the Kyuubi. As Naruto rounded a corner, Kakashi thought he saw the boy's blue eyes flash in his direction, but he neither slowed down nor sped up as he walked, so the Jounin simply passed it off as coincidence. There was no way a genin who had barely managed to graduate could detect him. There probably wasn't even a way that a chunin who had graduated first in his class would have noticed Kakashi. He continued to follow the boy all the way to the academy, moving casually but cautiously, mentally taking notes, and drawing tentative conclusions about the boy who would be a part of his team for the next 26 hours or so, and silently wishing that the boy could have been a part of a team with a different Jounin. It didn't seem fair that he would have to be the one to crush this particular boy's dreams. But orders were orders. By the time Naruto and Kakashi reached the room where Sakura and Sasuke were waiting for them, Naruto was dirtier and more stinky than ever, having stumbled into 2 unpleasant messes that neither he nor Kakashi had wanted to identify, as well as more than a few trips into the dust of the streets and alleys. Sakura and Sasuke instantly wished that the 2 had taken longer to arrive, or that Naruto had opted not to arrive at all. Ugh! Naruto, what is that smell? Sakura demanded the moment the blonde walked through the door. Were you rolling in manure? Naruto gave her a nasty look, which instantly softened as his eyes grew glassy. He quickly looked away and wiped a grime-covered hand across his face, leaving himself even messier, but with no hint of tears. It's not real, he whispered quietly, it's just an illusion. It doesn't smell like an illusion, Sakura scowled. You smell terrible. Why didn't you at least take a bath before you came? Naruto's jaw flexed and his eyes flashed for just a second, and then he looked away, ignoring the rest of her comments, of which there were plenty, and refusing to even let his eyes accidentally land on Sasuke. Over and over he mouthed the words "not real," hoping to convince himself, but not entirely succeeding. The room was quiet for a moment, and then Kakashi asked, You guys are on Team 7, right? As if any other Jounin was going to be this late. What was that, Naruto? Kakashi asked, looking down at the dirty boy. Nothing, sensei, he replied in a voice filled with irritation and a healthy amount of disrespect. Naruto! Sakura hissed admonishingly, casting a slightly alarmed look at Kakashi, to whom she added, I'm so sorry about him, sensei. He's a rude idiot. Just ignore him. Everyone else does. Naruto snorted, but didn't offer a comeback. He could feel the muscles in his body constrict as he held back the desire to run over to her and throw his arms around her. It was hard to believe how easily the sight of her and the sound of her voice were affecting him. Sakura was dead. This wasn't her. All he was seeing and hearing was an illusion meant to drive him crazy, nothing more. Her scent filling his nostrils wasn't real. Her voice wasn't real. None of it was anything more than an incredibly effective and detailed genjutsu. Why don't we go to the roof and get to know each other a bit? Kakashi suggested, his one eye focused on Sasuke, who had a calm, almost bored, expression on his face. Then I'll give you your instructions and you'll have the rest of the day to yourselves. The three genin followed him out of the room and up a flight of stairs, Sasuke and Sakura at his heels, Naruto bringing up the rear, stinking like an unhealthy mixture of old, dirty diapers and decaying fish paste. Orochimaru, the blonde concluded, was a scary genius. Even something that seemed as pointless as this genjutsu was incredibly good at eliciting its desired results. If its desired result was to make him question his sanity, and torture him with images that couldn't be real. He knew his friends were all dead, and yet all he wanted to do was throw his arms around them and cry in relief that they were among the living again. They made their way onto the roof, which had a small area meant for meditation and studying, though it was more often used as a place to eat lunch with friends. Several gray stone arches offered both a little protection from the elements and added to the aesthetically pleasing layout of the area. The sides were lined with trees, and perfectly cut granite tiles made up the walkway down the middle. At the far end, 3 steps led down to the small landing before the edge of the building. Kakashi led them to this spot and sat on the railing surrounding the edge of the academy roof, while Sasuke sat on the highest step and Sakura took the second step down. Without thinking, Naruto also sat on the second step, ignoring the way Sasuke and Sakura scooted away from him. "Now then," Kakashi said, folding his arms across his chest, "I'd like you all to tell us a little about yourselves." He noted that 2 of his students were giving him blank stares, though Sasuke was hiding it far better than Sakura. Naruto had apparently gotten bored because he was staring off into space, completely ignoring everything around him. "You know, the usual," the jounin began to elaborate, "your likes, your dislikes. Dreams for the future, hobbies. Stuff like that." From what he'd heard about his team, he'd expected Naruto to jump to his feet and answer the question first, eager to be the center of attention for a while. Instead, he sat quietly and continued looking out over the city with an odd expression on his face. As Kakashi again wondered why the genin was acting so different from what the third had told him, Sakura raised her hands and asked, "Could you go first, sensei? We don't know anything about you." Naruto's eyes flickered in her direction and then quickly snapped back to whatever he was pretending to look at. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Apparently an old guy like himself just wasn't enough to hold Naruto's attention. The boy should have been on Yuhi Kurenai's team instead. "Me? Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi," he started in a neutral voice. "I have no desire to tell you guys about my likes and dislikes. Dreams for the future?" He paused for a moment and then went on, "Well, I have lots of hobbies." With that, he straightened up a little and said, "Now your turn. How about we start with Stinky there on the right?" Sakura leaned over to Sasuke and whispered, "So all we learned was his name?" Naruto glanced at Kakashi for a moment, and then rolled his eyes. "This is stupid," he announced. "Why are you putting me through all of this?" "Because if you don't tell me a little about yourself, I won't really know who you are, and it's important for a leader to know his soldiers," Kakashi replied smoothly. Naruto shook his head in annoyance. He had hated Orochimaru for a long time, but this was making things a little too personal. The Sannin should not have been allowed to dig into these sacred memories like this. And yet, Naruto was trapped here, forced to watch everything unfold because the genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was basically unbreakable. He didn't really want to play along with this sick game, but somewhere, deep down, something seemed to force him to answer. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like a lot of stuff I dislike." He stopped himself from saying what he wanted to, took a deep breath and said, "I doubt you really want to hear about my dreams for the future. But I will say that I'm really looking forward to unleashing all hell on a snake in the very near future." Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow in surprise. Naruto's answer was even more peculiar than his behavior up until that point. Of course, it didn't really matter all that much, since he would be getting sent back to the academy or kicked out of the ninja corps altogether in another 24 hours or so. Still, there was a hint of bloodlust in there that Kakashi wasn't pleased to hear coming out of the Kyuubi's container. There was nothing he could do about that at the moment, however, so he turned his eye to Sasuke and said, "Next." Sasuke's elbows were propped up on his knees and his hands were folded in front of his face. He didn't bother moving them while he answered. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are plenty of things that I dislike, not that it matters because there's almost nothing that I like. I don't want to say that I have a dream, but I do have an ambition. I'm going to restore my clan and also..." Sasuke's face suddenly grew colder and his lips pulled back slightly from his teeth as he said, "There's a man that I've sworn to kill." Sakura stared at Sasuke in shock and then a look of pleasure appeared on her face, while Naruto shot him a reproachful glare, but kept his mouth shut. Kakashi wasn't remotely surprised by the Uchiha's answer. He would have felt the same way in the boy's position. The jounin turned to Sakura. "And finally, the young lady?" Sakura blushed bashfully, the slight red in her face seeming more pronounced with her long pink hair, as she said, "I'm Harino Sakura. The thing I like is... well, the person I like is..." Her eyes shifted towards Sasuke, who was pointedly looking anywhere but at her, and her blush deepened. Should I say my dream for the future? She took a deep breath, opened her mouth and then closed it as she began to giggle. There was a brief moment of silence. Naruto was almost angry to see her having been reduced to some sort of uchiha as the boys in his class had called Sasuke's little fan club during their academy days, but then he remembered that back at the academy, Sakura actually was an uchiha, one of the Queen Yukihadas. In fact, it hadn't been until later, after they'd been Team 7 for quite a while, that she'd begun to change, and by the time he'd returned from training with Jiraiya, most of it long gone, though there were moments when the old uchiha Sakura reared her ugly head. He'd forgotten how silly and stupid she used to be every time Sasuke so much as looked her direction. Naruto burst into laughter. As sad and infuriating as this day had been, he just couldn't help himself. You know, I'd totally forgotten how much Sakura-chan wanted to jump Sasuke's bones. Kakashi and Sasuke's eyes opened wide at the blonde ninja's crass statement. Sakura gasped audibly and tears started to spring to her eyes. For a moment, Kakashi thought she might get up and run so that no one would see her cry, but instead her eyes quickly narrowed and her face twisted into a menacing scowl. Naruto! She growled and then hurled herself at him, her fist cocked and ready to end his short life. Naruto continued laughing up until the moment her fist was about to connect with his face, and then he leaned back, causing her to miss while he grabbed hold of her arm and yanked her towards him, bringing up his knee at the same time. If his legs had been longer, like he thought they were, his aim would have been perfect, but they weren't, and it wasn't. Instead of her stomach, he was probably going to hit her in either her pelvis or her upper thigh. As it turned out, he hit neither. Kakashi's strong hand closed around Naruto's still damp collar and jerked him back, removing the threat to Sakura while he caught her by the shoulder with his other hand, stopping her fall. Okay, he said in a voice strained by irritation, I think we can all guess what Sakura hates at this point, so why don't we just move on? With a casual flick of his wrist he sent Naruto tumbling against one of the small trees lining the area, and then he gave Sakura a slightly harder than strictly necessary shove to put her back on the step that she'd been sitting on. Naruto ended up lying with his feet in the air against the tree, his back on the hard ground, and his head facing back towards the illusion of his teammates. He slowly rolled over and returned to a sitting position, but did not move away from the tree as he listened to Kakashi explain how many genin would actually become ninja, throw in a few scary comments about their survival training, and warn them not to eat breakfast. It sounded about the same as he remembered it from when it really happened, though far less scary. Sakura looked worried while Sasuke was trying to hide it, and mostly succeeding. Kakashi looked happy and Naruto could just imagine the jounin snickering behind his mask at the trick he was playing on the poor genin. Or at least, if they were actually real people, they'd be poor genin. But they weren't, Naruto hurriedly reminded himself. They were nothing more than a clever illusion meant to screw with his brain. As soon as they were dismissed, Sakura gave Naruto one last dirty look and then hurried after Sasuke, who was practically inside already. Soon, only Kakashi and Naruto remained. Naruto, a word before you go? Kakashi asked lazily. Naruto smiled and let his arms drop to his sides as he slid his feet slightly apart, ready to strike or dodge at any moment. I was wondering if you were going to make me keep playing or if we were just going to get it over with already. Kakashi's eyebrow rose and then he shook his head. I won't ask, he decided. He reached back into a pouch resting on his right hip and pulled something out. Naruto was instantly on guard, shifting his weight forward as he readied his body to dodge whatever was about to come at him. Instead of kunai, exploding tags, or any other sort of weapon, however, Kakashi's hand came forward with a small roll of bills. Here, he said as he tossed them to the confused boy, buy yourself some new milk, get something good in your stomach and get a good night's sleep tonight. I don't want to have to put up with you acting like this again, do you understand? Naruto stared down at the money for a moment, and then looked up at Kakashi. Are you kidding me? He demanded. You're not even going to attack me or anything? When Kakashi only stared at him, Naruto scratched his head and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, whatever, he sighed. He offered a quick series of exaggerated bows and then, his voice changing to that of a bumbling idiot, said, I promise, Kakashi-sensei, I'll only drink good milk from now on. Bah! Naruto threw the wad of money on the ground, giving it a stomp for good measure before he turned and walked away. Tripping on one of the steps, stumbling halfway to the door, and then falling partway down the stairs once he'd entered the building. Kakashi stared after him in wonder and perhaps a little amusement for a moment before collecting the bills and then leaping from the building. Naruto left the academy in a huff and didn't bother going back to his apartment. He was certain that he'd mentioned it to himself several times that day already, but he really hated Orochimaru. Being forced to live through an even suckier version of his first day as a ninja was bad enough, but being forced to live through it as a klutz of the highest order was downright infuriating. On top of that, it was all nonsense. This was not the way Orochimaru should have been acting. This was the sort of genjutsu Naruto himself would use if he had even a hint of talent for the skill, something that would annoy and perhaps humiliate his opponent, but not necessarily hurt him. So far this was nothing more than the non-perverted, genjutsu version of the sexy no jutsu, probably funny as hell to the user and insanely irritating to the victim, but serving little other purpose beyond that, at least as far as Naruto could tell. He wasn't sure where exactly his unstable legs were taking them, and he was too lost in thought to really care. He didn't notice the looks he received from the villagers, nor did he hear their taunts when he stumbled or their cries of disgust when they caught a whiff of his stench. He just kept walking. Eventually he slowed and came to a stop, finally looking up, and had to smile at what he found. He was standing in front of the 3 posts of the training area where he, Sasuke, and Sakura had officially become Team 7. A short distance away he could hear the stream gently following its course, and without looking over his shoulder he knew that the large cenotaph was behind him. He couldn't bring himself to turn and look at it, not after all of the names he'd had to order carved into it, actually writing a few of the names of his precious people himself. If Orochimaru was being accurate, the bluish-green stone wouldn't have half the names that Naruto had seen on it the last time he'd been out here. But if Sakura, Kakashi, Konohamaru, and all the others were on there, he wouldn't be able to take it, not after all of the images he had seen since waking up that morning. So he kept his back to the memorial and walked towards the stream, figuring that he might as well wash his clothing off while he had the chance. Technically, he knew that the water wasn't real and neither were the clothes, the stench, or anything else around him, but he was tired of thinking that he stunk and wanted to feel like he was clean even if it was all an illusion. He stripped out of everything from the waist up and sat down in the grass next to the swiftly flowing water that wasn't real and plunged his jacket into the icy stream, massaging his fingers into the stained fabric in an attempt to work loose whatever was tricking his brain into thinking it stunk. After several moments' work he pulled his jacket out and took an experimental sniff, wrinkling his nose at the stench that still clung to it. Again and again he dunked it, and again it still smelled when it came back up a moment later. The idea occurred to him that it might not be possible to clean away the stench because it was all part of the genjutsu, and would therefore keep stinking until Orochimaru decided to make it stop. He was nearly to the point of giving up when he heard a twig snap behind him, followed by a small gasp of alarm. Naruto spun around as he rose to his feet and brought up his arms to defend himself, only to find that he had put too much strength into his spin, throwing him off balance, and nearly sending himself tumbling into the stream. Fortunately, no attacks came while he collected himself and turned slowly, this time in the direction of the 3 posts. "I know you're there, so come out," he ordered in a stern voice. He didn't feel any sort of killer intent coming from that direction, but in a genjutsu as complex as this one, that didn't mean anything. He waited another minute and then said, "We both know why you're here, so just come out and get it over with, if you can." Slowly a small head covered in thick dark blue hair peeked around the side of the middle post until one pale, nearly white, eye could be seen. "Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked in surprise, his body relaxing for a moment before he remembered that she wasn't really Hinata and was once again on guard. For a moment the two stared at each other, or rather he stared at her, and she stared at a patch of grass near his feet, while her cheeks burned in embarrassment, and then Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. "I guess I should have figured he'd throw you at me eventually. Is Konohamaru behind one of the other posts? Maybe Ero-sennin and Tsunade-bachan are behind the other?" And no, Naruto-kun," Hinata stuttered, still not meeting his eyes. She brought her hands up in front of her chest and began pressing her index fingers against each other, a nervous habit he hadn't seen from her in quite a while. "I am the only one here," Naruto snorted and turned back to his jacket. "Alright, whatever, if you want to come chat with me or if the snake has finally decided to stop messing around and you're here to attack me, feel free. I'll just be cleaning this fake jacket in the fake river to get rid of this damn fake stink." Hinata did not hurry to his side or attack him, but instead slowly inched her way closer to him, as if she were having as much trouble walking as Naruto had been. Finally, she got within about a meter of him and stopped, looking down at his bare back as he worked his jacket over once more in the stream. Hinata felt her face warm even more than it had when she had found him there a few minutes ago, and watched him from the distance. Her eyes were naturally incredibly sharp even when her Byakugan wasn't activated. At this range it seemed like she could see every fiber of muscle working just beneath his smooth, tan skin and every droplet of water running down his shoulders and back end. She quickly knelt and watched what his hands were doing, refusing to give in to the temptation to dishonor herself by taking another glance at the rest of his body while he worked. What happened?" she asked finally. Naruto glanced at her, his eyes narrow and dangerous for a moment, and Hinata swallowed hard, ready to leave if he asked, but his face quickly softened. "I can't even feel mad at you when I know you're not real." "How weird is that? I beg your pardon, Naruto-kun?" the Hyuga asked in confusion. Never mind, it doesn't matter, I guess, he replied as he turned back to his jacket, lifting it up, smelling it, and then jamming it back into the stream with a frustrated grunt. Hinata was quiet for a long time, building up her courage, and then asked in a soft voice, would you like some help? Naruto lifted the jacket one more time, gave it another sniff, and then tossed it in her direction, nearly hitting her in the face with the wet, foul-smelling garment. Sorry, he mumbled when he noticed her hands quickly come up to intercept it, dirty water still splashing her face. It is okay, she replied as she wiped the offensive-smelling liquid away with her sleeve. It was an accident. Naruto shrugged, knowing that it wasn't exactly an accident, but not feeling like arguing with a phantom of his imagination about whether or not he needed to apologize. Hinata, the real Hinata, was the only one of his friends who had lived through most of the war, because her clan had demanded that she be increasingly sheltered as things started to go bad, and especially after Hanabi had died. But even she was dead now. He could dimly remember seeing her body lying in a pool of blood when he found Orochimaru inside Konoha. Her husband had been pinned to a tree not far away, the sword piercing through his back as if he'd been running away at the time of his death. As his thoughts turned to Hyuga Hiroshi, Naruto bit his lip and glanced at Hinata, who was rubbing sand and gravel from the stream bed into his jacket in an attempt to remove the smelly grime. I know you aren't really Hinata-chan, but would you mind if I said I was sorry for something? He asked as he picked up his shirt and dunked it in the stream, mimicking her use of the gravel. And Naruto-kun, I am Hinata, she replied, refusing to look up. She'd been in the same class as him for a couple of years and hadn't ever managed to talk with him for as long as she had today. If she looked up at him, she just knew she messed things up somehow or would lose her ability to speak. If you say so. I just want to tell you that I'm sorry for letting you down all those years ago. You practically asked me to help you, but I never figured out what you wanted me to do. He stopped messing with his shirt and looked down at his hands as they dipped into the water. He'd never apologized to her, the real her, for his failure, though he'd always wanted to. If he could have figured out what she wanted him to do, he could have saved her from her arranged marriage to that asshole. But he hadn't, and she'd paid the price for his failure, just like the rest of his friends. I know it screwed up your life, even when you lied and said you were happy and well. I'm sorry. Hinata took a chance and glanced at him, her eyes filled with confusion, and then she quickly lifted his jacket out of the stream and smelled it so that she had an excuse to think about something else. I don't know why you are talking about, Naruto-kun. You've never failed me. She took a deep breath, her hands shaking nervously, and then added, I inspire me to be better than I am. Naruto sighed wearily and rubbed some water away from one of his eyes with the back of his hand, wincing as he smeared dirt or worse into it on accident. With a growl of annoyance he rose and dove into the stream, startling Hinata, who had been unable to look at him after her confession. Naruto seemed to remain under the water for far longer than he should have, by Hinata's estimation, but before she could get truly worried he resurfaced and made his way to the bank, collected a large handful of gravel and rubbed it against his face and chest until droplets of blood were seeping through his fingers. Then he dropped the gravel, dipped once more into the cold water, and then shook himself dry as he stomped back onto the stream bank and plopped down next to Hinata. This is way worse than Itachi's, he commented casually as he lay back in the grass and looked up at the few clouds casually slipping across the sky. At least Itachi made something happen right away. The weight is driving me crazy. And Naruto-kun. Are you feeling okay? Hinata asked after a moment's hesitation. She'd never seen Naruto act even remotely like he had been since she'd arrived at the training grounds, and she'd certainly never heard of Itachi, whoever that was. It was as if Naruto was playing make-believe. Not really, he grumbled, stupid genjutsu. Genjutsu? Naruto's head rolled to the side and he gave her a reproachful glare. Hinata's eyes fell to the ground and she began picking at her fingers again. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, I don't understand. What genjutsu? Naruto went back to staring up at the clouds and sighed wearily. I guess you wouldn't know about the genjutsu since you're just a part of it. He chuckled silently, the only visible evidence of it being the shaking of his chest. I'm explaining the nature of the world to a figment of my imagination. How stupid is that, Naruto-kun? I am not a figment of your imagination. Again Naruto turned his head and looked at her, his chest bouncing with silent laughter. Prove it. Prove it? Sure, he smiled. Prove this isn't a genjutsu to me. How? Hinata asked, suddenly growing worried about what she was getting herself into. I don't know, I'm just a dumb genin, remember? I didn't pay much attention in class and even when I did I was dead last. Hinata went back to working on his jacket for a moment, using the chore as an excuse not to talk to Naruto, and racking her brain for a reason he would be acting so strangely. Though he'd never done it to her, he was known for pulling pranks. Perhaps that was what this was. It didn't seem likely, Naruto's pranks were normally out in the open where everyone could see it, which was the point, after all. Finally, she looked up from her work, nervously biting her lower lip, and said, I don't know how I could prove such a thing to you, Naruto-kun. He was quiet for a moment, his eyes shifting back and forth as he contemplated what to say next. Well, if I'm stuck in a genjutsu, how would I get out? He asked at last, buying herself more time again. Hinata carefully spread his jacket on the shore to dry. It still smelled a little, but it was hardly noticeable now, and no amount of sand and water were going to make it any better. Iruka-sensei and Keikurinae-sensei taught us how to do that last month, she started tentatively, not certain what exactly he wanted her to say. She folded her legs underneath her, sitting properly, and then hesitantly brought her hands together to form the correct seal as she tried to explain how to slow the flow of chakra in his body, and then push it out in a burst to disrupt the caster's hold on him and release the genjutsu. Naruto just went back to staring up at the sky. So, he asked when she was finished, what if that doesn't work? How am I supposed to get out then? Keikurinae-sensei said that if someone outside of the jutsu releases the jutsu on you, or if you could H-hurt yourself, it should wake you up. I can't wait around for someone to help me, but I guess I haven't tried that second one yet, he conceded. He brought his hand up in front of his face, looked at it thoughtfully for a moment, and then grabbed his pinky, twisting and pulling it until there was an audible pop of the finger being forced out of joint. Naruto-kun! Hinata gasped as her eyes widened and she instinctively grabbed his hand before he could damage himself further. It was just as bad as it had sounded, maybe worse. The joint was already beginning to swell and his pinky finger was sitting at an odd angle. Why your finger? He gently pulled his hand away from her, looking perplexed for a moment. It's not a big deal, Hinata-chan. It's not like it won't be healed by tomorrow anyway. He pushed his pinky back into its proper position and then closed his fist, grimacing slightly as the joint popped back into place. Hinata stared at him in stunned silence for a moment longer, digesting the sight of him casually dislocating a finger, and then pushing it back in as though it were nothing. She'd seen injuries as severe and even worse during her time at the academy, of course, but never one that was intentionally self-inflicted. You shouldn't hurt yourself like that. Naruto practically laughed in her face. Hey, it was your idea. You said that hurting myself would get me out of a genjutsu. What did you think I was going to do when you told me that? His question stunned her into silence, not that making her quiet was all that difficult. So, do you have any other proofs for me? He asked casually, looking at his hand and watching the swelling slowly begin to dissipate as the Kyuubi's chakra did its thing. And Naruto-kun, I don't want to do this anymore, Hinata said after a long pause. She began to get to her feet. Oh, come on, Hinata-chan, stay a little longer, Naruto whined, sitting up quickly. He was surprised to find that he actually did want her to stay and talk with him, even if she wasn't really Hinata. This is the most fun I've had all day. Please? Hinata knew that it would be better for her to go. Naruto was acting borderline insane. Even more so than usual. But something in his voice reached her, and she found that she couldn't leave. Only if you promise not to hurt yourself anymore, Naruto shrugged. It didn't work anyway, but alright, I promise I won't hurt myself again. So, what else have you got for me? Those were the only ones we were told about in class. Naruto thought about it for a moment, frowning. It seems like there should be a way to figure out if something as big as this was just a genjutsu or not. I mean, what if someone used a genjutsu to make you think you were talking to your friends and you start spilling secrets? Why, you could ask them something only they would know, Hinata pointed out, if they got it right. That would mean that they were who they said they were. Naruto had tuned her out before she'd even finished speaking, his mind running with her idea as soon as he'd grasped the possibilities it held. It would have to be someone that Sasuke didn't know well, as his memories of people were apparently helping Orochimaru's genjutsu achieve the perfection that he'd witnessed so far, unless Orochimaru had secretly taken a look inside Naruto's old apartment, and someone whose childhood Naruto knew a bit about, since he was supposed to be 12 and all of his peers were acting like they had regressed to that point as well. He knew a lot about Iruka, of course, but he wasn't sure that anything he knew about Iruka or his life story was something that others, particularly Sasuke, wouldn't know as well. Sakura, at the moment, probably wouldn't tell him anything anyway, though she could be a backup candidate, as he didn't think Sasuke really knew a lot about her home life or her likes and dislikes, or really anything other than what they did when they were together as Team 7. But she wouldn't be the ideal candidate, as Sasuke might have known more about her than Naruto realized. Still, she was better than nothing. He could go to Niji and try asking him some personal questions, assuming he could even find him, but the Hyuga genius would be even more of a stick in the mud at this point than he had been in the future. Plus, Naruto actually knew things about Niji that he himself didn't even know yet, or wouldn't know if any of this was real, which it wasn't, of course. Besides those few, there really weren't all that many people that he could use. He and his friends had, for the most part, not bothered bringing up their past too much, and he'd never been one to remember trivial details. Actually, he'd never been one to remember details, period, regardless of how important they were. Do you have someone that you know well, and Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, her voice breaking into his thoughts. Someone that you knew things about that a genjutsu user wouldn't know? She knew that he didn't have many friends, or any really, at least so far as he knew, but perhaps he could go ask Iruka some questions and then would feel better about the realness of the world around him. Yes, she was sure of it. Iruka would set him straight, and then Naruto would be back to his old self. Naruto remained still and silent for an impressively long time as he continued to think. Besides Sakura, there was only person whose life he'd ever really gotten to know all that well that Sasuke probably wouldn't have, and he mostly knew things about her because she'd openly told him about them in an attempt to get him talking after the losses started to become too much for him to handle. In fact, she'd continued talking to him about her life and his and anything else she could think to say long after he'd wished she would just go away, sometimes even after he'd asked her to go away, which had surprised him. She'd been there to comfort him after Sakura's death, just like he was there to comfort her as her own teammates and family were killed in the long, brutal war. And, as luck would have it, she was sitting right next to him, nervously biting her thumbnail and trying to look anywhere but at him. Hey Hinata-chan, what's your favorite food? Hinata's eyes widened and she swallowed hard. And me? She asked in a trembling voice. Sure, he laughed at her expression. I don't see any other Hinatas around, do you? Hinata unconsciously pulled her knees up to her chest and hugged them as the pale skin of her face flushed. I like sea cinnamon rolls. Is that it? Naruto asked, sounding genuinely interested, as though an enjoyment of cinnamon rolls was the most amazing thing he'd ever heard. I also like sensei, she added softly. He shrugged. Well, it's not ramen, but I suppose those are pretty good. What about crab? Do you like crab? These things were pretty simple, he knew, but it was good to start somewhere, and he was getting hungry, so his mind had offered food as a good place to start the questioning. And no, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry, but I don't like crab. Any special hobbies? He asked quickly. Hinata couldn't help but glance over at him, and was shocked by the sight that greeted her. Naruto had gone from looking moderately interested in what she was saying to staring intently at her, his eyes suddenly wide and almost scared. He seemed to literally be hanging on her every word. She'd never seen him this way. The closest he'd ever come to paying this sort of attention that she'd ever seen was when Iruka was explaining an interesting jutsu or telling the class stories from the old wars. And nothing special, she admitted, but I sometimes like to press flowers. Why? There was an urgency in his voice that she didn't think she'd ever heard before, and it was mostly for that reason that she answered the very personal question. My mother used to do it, Hinata whispered. She never told anyone about that, not even Hanabi. As far as she knew, only her father was aware of what her hobby meant to her, though he never said anything about it. Naruto was quiet for a moment, chewing on his lip while he thought, and then he gently asked, How did your mother die? Hinata hugged her knees tightly and let her chin rest on them as her pearl-colored eyes stared at the water of the stream. There were complications with her pregnancy with Hanabi-chan. The doctors wanted her to abort the pregnancy. She could feel tears rising in her eyes and tried without success to push them away. For a long time she couldn't continue and Naruto never said a word to force her to, but when she felt certain that her voice would be steady enough to, she pushed on. As she refused. And then, after Hanabi-nichan was born, she died. No way, Naruto whispered in a shaky voice, suddenly breathing hard. Hinata turned and looked just in time to see him run both hands through his spiky blonde hair. He had a look of complete and total disbelief on his face. Naruto-kun? Naruto's body began to shake and Hinata almost thought he might be crying. It was sweet, she thought, that he could empathize with her loss to such an extent. Sweet, but not exactly typical of the Naruto she knew. She was tempted to reach out and touch his arm, to let him know that as much as the loss of her beloved mother still hurt, she'd come to accept it, and mostly focused on the few good memories she had from that long ago. Her hand twitched, and she thought she might actually have the courage to do it, but then Naruto threw back his head and burst into maniacal laughter as he laid down and rolled around in the grass, pounding his fists into the ground. She tried to not take it personally, but as his laughter continued unabated for several minutes, Hinata couldn't help but feel hurt that he was laughing after she told him about her most painful memory, something that almost no one knew. Her father, herself, the clan elders, a few of the older members of the branch house, and a select few from outside the clan, that was it. Not even Hanabi knew what their mother had done for her, and after hearing it, after she'd been braver than she could ever remember having been and told him her most painful memory, after she'd been building up the courage to comfort him when she thought he was actually crying about it, all Naruto had done was laugh long and hard. A wave of hot tears sprang to her eyes despite her attempts to hold them back. She never thought that Naruto would act like this. She never thought he'd act at all the way he'd been acting since she was caught spying on him. Maybe he was mad at her for watching him, and this was his way of punishing her. It didn't seem like something he'd do, but it didn't matter. She needed to leave before she shamed herself. Then she already was with her tears. Without a word, she rose to her feet and turned to leave as her hands wiped quickly at her tears. Naruto didn't even notice her go. Too overwhelmed was he with the joy, the euphoria of the knowledge that all that he was seeing was actually real. Somehow, someway, for some reason, he really was in the past. Maybe, it was possible, he guessed, that this was still more detail added to Orochimaru's trick, that somehow Sasuke, or Orochimaru, or some Sannin had learned enough about Hinata to fool him, and that Hinata had skillfully manipulated him into asking her about her. Naruto sighed, his laughter dying down, and sat up. He supposed there wasn't a way to be perfectly sure about whether or not anything he was seeing was real, but he didn't really care anymore. If Orochimaru was willing to go to such extremes to fool him, he would just have to go with it. He couldn't escape the whatever it was, and he couldn't figure his way out of it, so he was trapped. Or free, if everything was real. He would just enjoy it while it lasted, assuming that it was real until there was proof to the contrary. With one last chuckle he rose to his feet, got dressed, and glanced around. Hinata-chan? No one answered, and he didn't see her anywhere. That was odd. She'd been there just a moment ago. After a quick survey of the area failed to locate her, he shrugged and began to stumble towards his apartment. That evening, with the initial rush of excitement having worn off, Naruto was forced to think about how he'd apparently found himself transformed into a child and transported roughly 2 decades back in time. It only took him a few minutes to tire of the question and set it aside. He couldn't remember much of what had happened to him the day before other than fighting Orochimaru and a few details about the battle that had engulfed Konoha, and even with what he could remember, none of it seemed to lead to him being sent to the past. He'd never even heard of anything sending someone back in time. Assuming that it really had happened, it would just have to be one of those mysteries that had to be accepted. For now, at least, in an effort to distract himself from an unsolvable mystery, his thoughts turned to what he was going to do to make sure that Konoha wasn't destroyed as it had been in the future. Sadly, these thoughts proved to be just as frustrating. 1,000 ideas swirled around in his head, some ludicrous, some feasible, and some probably impossible. So many people had suffered and died during his lifetime, and now he had the power and the opportunity to make everything perfect for them, but he wasn't sure how to do it. On top of that, the enormity of what he could potentially do was overwhelming. It was a long, dirty, sleepless night for Naruto, and when morning finally came, he was no closer to a real answer than he'd been when he finally fell into bed the night before. But as frustrating as that was, it didn't matter. His friends were all alive once more. He had a second chance at getting things right. Either that, or Orochimaru was laughing that irritating little laugh and jerking him around like a marionette. Very few of the newly graduated genin class slept well that night. 27 students had graduated, 27 students had heard the same basic message from 9 jounin, and 26 students had vowed that they would be one of the 9 taken as official genin. The 27th had other things on his mind at the time. Most of the graduates had gone home to their families that night, and told them of the additional test to take place the following morning. Some had received advice from a parent or sibling who were or had been ninja at some point. Others received a kind word of encouragement, an assurance that they would do fine. Most were offered diner, and a few even managed to accept it and keep it down despite their nerves. A few of the girls declined the diner offer because it was rumored that a certain boy who was sure to pass, of course, only liked thin women. Only one of the genin was completely unconcerned about the test the next day, and that was only because he'd already passed it, and because far more pressing matters were hanging so heavily over him that he could scarcely breathe. Haruno Sakura spent her evening rolling her eyes at her mother and refusing to eat anything that was put in front of her. She'd had a light snack after returning home from the meeting with Kakashi and the rest of Team 7, and that was more than enough food for her unless she wanted to look like her mother in another few years. Her parents, unfortunately, didn't seem to understand how important it was for her to keep the pounds off. Her father had made a joke about how much her stealth skills would improve if she wasted away to nothing. This had caused her mother to declare Sakura too skinny for her own good, as she added an extra portion to the plate full of food Sakura was already not eating. Only the fact that she really was very nervous and feeling a little queasy, and that it was readily apparent on her face, kept Sakura from having to eat her weight in pork and steamed vegetables. Once she'd escaped her family, she quickly made her way to her room and locked the door, refusing to come out for the rest of the night lest she find herself tied to a chair while her mother force-fed her some crackers and other foods meant to settle upset stomachs and put a little weight on silly girls. That night she went to bed early so she could wake up in time to make herself pretty for Sasuke and recheck the survival equipment she'd already packed for the test. Sleep did not come easy, and once it arrived she wished that it had just stayed away altogether. Horrific dreams of the one-eyed Jounin grinning through his stupid mask as he informed her that she'd failed assaulted her as she tossed and turned violently under her cotton sheets and thin quilt. She saw Sasuke, who had passed with flying colors, scowling as he looked down his nose at her and shook his head in disappointment before wrapping an arm possessively around the slender waist of blonde, perfect and formerly Sakura's best friend Yamanaka Ino. He then whispered something into the floozy's ear that caused her to laugh playfully and glance in Sakura's direction as she planted a small kiss on the flawless skin of their mutual crush's cheek. Twice Sakura woke up in a cold sweat, her heart pounding until she realized that it was just a dream and that Sasuke could never like Ino Pig with her snooty, little nose, ugly, boring hair, and admittedly fashionable clothes that she only wore to show off her family's modest wealth. Both times she assured herself that Sasuke would see right through Ino and would know what a shallow and annoying person she was. And yet, every time she closed her eyes she saw the same thing. She would fail miserably at all of the different tests Kakashi forced her to take, Sasuke would pass, and then Ino would show up looking smug and stealing Sakura's destined true love. It was enough to drive a girl crazy, and when her alarm finally, mercifully, went off, she was mentally exhausted and didn't feel like her body had gotten any rest at all. Her stomach growled irritably, but a light punch reminded it that there were more important things to think about than food. When she was Uchiha Sakura, she promised to reward her stomach every time her beloved husband took her on a date to one of the expensive restaurants in the village. Soon she was showered, dressed, and looking as good as she could make herself look after a night like the one she just had. Her light pink canvas satchel was stuffed with anything and everything she thought might be required to make it through Kakashi's survival training test, as well as several items purported in her favorite magazines to be useful in keeping herself looking nice even under less than ideal conditions. Without a word to her thankfully still sleeping parents, Sakura made her way into the dimly lit day. She would be a little early, but it was important to show Sasuke and Kakashi how responsible and prepared she was. Plus it would deny her mother another chance to try to feed her, which was always a good thing. Sakura shifted the strap of her heavy bag until it was comfortable, and then set out, determined to pass Kakashi's test and win Sasuke's heart. In his expensive yet somehow cold apartment, Sasuke also woke early and prepared himself for Kakashi's survival training. He too had spent the night restlessly trying to get comfortable in his large bed and struggling to hold the nightmares at bay. By the time he finally awoke, his silk sheets clung to his sweaty body like flypaper and his dreams remained with him. It would be worthless to kill someone like you, my foolish brother. Even awake those words haunted him, echoing faintly in his ears as the ghost of his older brother's strange eyes floated in his mind. Those eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, always seemed to be on him, sometimes taunting him, sometimes frightening him, but always just ahead of him, unreachable and untouchable. Sasuke ran his hands over his face, pushing his fatigue away, and then up through his dark, wet bangs as he took a deep breath and glanced at the clock beside his bed. It was earlier than he needed to wake, but not so early that he shouldn't get out of bed anyway. He had better things to do with his time than dreaming about the past that continued to dog his every footstep. If you want to kill me, hate me, curse me, live a long and unsightly life, run away, and cling to your pitiful life. And someday, when you have the same eyes as me, come before me. Itachi's voice had been so calm when he spoke those words, as if he'd felt nothing for what he'd done to their clan, for what he'd done to their mother and father. He just calmly looked at his little brother who had always idolized him and strived to be as perfect at everything as he was, and said those strange words that Sasuke had thought about every day since. Sasuke quickly made his way to the bathroom and splashed water on his face to clear away the sticky feeling his sweat had left with him. He glanced at the mirror and frowned. How had Itachi felt when he became a genin? He hated thinking about his brother, hated comparing himself to the bastard, and yet he couldn't seem to stop doing it. Had Itachi even been capable of feeling nervous about the test given to see if he was actually allowed to become a full-fledged genin, or had he just been supremely confident in his skills, knowing what a genius he was? Probably the latter. After all, Itachi had only heard how amazing he was from their father every day of his life. It wasn't as if he would have been like the others in Sasuke's class, just looking happy to have graduated and pleased to be on a team. He was an Uchiha. He was bred to be the best and would have accepted nothing less than perfection, and Sasuke was going to be exactly the same. Itachi had been 5 years younger than Sasuke when he graduated, only 7 years old, and still top of his class. He'd been allowed to enter the academy earlier, but that was just more proof of his genius. Genin by 7, Sharingan Master by 8, Chunin by 10. Of course, Itachi had been in an entirely different situation than Sasuke was. He'd grown up in the house of the leader of one of the most powerful clans in the village, not on the outskirts of a compound that was now as silent as a graveyard, with a clear view of the empty home he'd loved as a child. Itachi had grown up with a loving mother, a father who favored him, and a brother who idolized him. He hadn't spent half a decade as the last living member of his family, hearing the whispers as he walked down the streets. Itachi had always come home to a family that welcomed him happily. He hadn't ever had to come home and see his clan slaughtered and his parents murdered by the person he looked up to. In short, Itachi hadn't grown up with Itachi as an older brother. Sasuke wished he could say that his painful childhood had hardened him, made him stronger, but he wasn't so sure. He was better than everyone in his class, but he couldn't use the Sharingan yet. He might not even be capable of it. He'd heard rumors, before his clan was slaughtered, that the Sharingan sometimes failed to manifest, even in children who seemed quite talented. Itachi had already had it mastered for 4 years when he was Sasuke's age, and Sasuke didn't even know what it felt like. Itachi seemed so far ahead. How was Sasuke supposed to make up that ground? How was he supposed to avenge his clan when he was stuck with 2 weaklings as team members? He'd known as soon as Iruka had said the teams were designed to be even that he would be carrying his team until he could rid himself of them. He was the strongest of the class in every subject. It was natural that to balance the teams meant he had to be stuck with 2 far weaker teammates. Sasuke allowed a weary sigh to escape his lips and then plucked his toothbrush out of the cup by the sink and began to clean himself up for the day. Uzumaki Naruto and Harino Sakura. He supposed it could have been worse, but not by much. Naruto was a loud-mouthed idiot who was too dumb and delusional to realize just how weak and pathetic he really was. The fact that he'd passed some sort of special test made it seem like the academy was just trying to get rid of him. Everyone knew most of the Chunin and Jounin who ran the academy hated him to some extent. On top of it all, he couldn't let anyone know who or what he was. He knew enough about the way the village worked to know that if he suddenly developed an amazing array of abilities, people would notice and start asking hard-to-answer questions. If they learned that he thought he was from the future, he'd either end up strapped to a bed in the hospital for the rest of his life or would find himself sitting in a chair staring up at the scarred face of Marino Ibiki for the rest of a much shorter life. He wasn't even sure which of those scenarios was actually worst. Naruto sighed and rubbed his hands against the strangely smooth skin of his face. He'd always been a baby face, but over the years had gradually built up the ability to at least grow some stubble. Now his face was back to its previous smoothness, and he was rather glad for it. Being unable to grow a decent beard or goatee and being reminded of it by several friends from time to time took all of the fun out of having facial hair and turned it into just another chore that had to be done. He'd always thought having a beard like Asuma's would have been cool, but it was not to be. There were female members of the village council who could grow more facial hair in a week than Naruto could manage in 3 months. And with that pleasant thought, Naruto sat up and yawned, deciding that it would be better to get going than sitting around trying to plan how he was going to live his life the second time through. He'd never been good at planning for the future. He'd always just sort of ad-libbed it as he went along. It made him unpredictable, the number 1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha, as Kakashi used to call him, but also meant that he had to rely heavily on his friends when in-depth plans were required. The blonde looked down at his orange pants and blue shirt and sighed forlornly. It would be obvious that he'd slept in his clothing, except for his jacket that was lying crumpled on the floor, and that he hadn't gotten the stink completely out of them, despite Hinata's best efforts. He would have to work on it again that evening, after he'd passed Kakashi's little test, and his sheets would need a good cleaning as well. Naruto stretched and scratched himself lazily as he headed into the small kitchen and opened the door to the beat-up refrigerator. Ugh, I'd forgotten how bad it was, he groaned as he stared at the measly pickings. The milk was obviously bad. He could smell it the moment he opened the door. At one time in his life, he probably would have figured that it was close enough to good and drank some, having heard of the importance of calcium and vitamin D early in his academy days. You just had to hold the fork up to keep the chunks from ending up in your cup and it was fine. There was a half-eaten apple, but it was shriveling up and turning brown, and Naruto wasn't sure if he'd be able to actually force himself to eat it. The rest of the items in the refrigerator were either unidentifiable, unappealing, or both, so he shut it in disgust and began to search the rest of the kitchen for some decent food. It was strange to realize how spoiled he'd become once he actually had friends who looked out for him. As a child he wouldn't have minded his lack of options, he might have even thought he was eating pretty well, but after years of living off the home cooking Hinata occasionally brought for him, having had the chance to sample some of Sakura's more edible attempts at meals, and being invited to have dinner and lunch with the families of other friends, he'd had his eyes open to what a homemade meal was supposed to be. And it wasn't going to be found in this refrigerator. Fortunately, he only had to open 2 cabinet doors before he hit the jackpot. 6 unopened, beautiful cups of instant ramen sat before him. The oven couldn't heat the water fast enough. In mere minutes, Naruto was pouring the boiling water into one of the cups and inhaling the intoxicating scent of his favorite food as the water softened the noodles and released their trapped aroma. With a heartfelt itadakimasu, he dug his chopsticks into the beautiful noodles and brought them up to his watering mouth. And then paused. He wasn't supposed to eat. Kakashi had told them not to, and the first time around he had obeyed. Normally, Naruto would have simply thought screw you at the jounin and enjoyed his less than healthy breakfast. But there was a problem in doing that. His team had passed Kakashi's test the first time around, and they needed to pass again or everything would get really screwed up. If they didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be Team 7, and if they weren't Team 7 they wouldn't go to Wave Country, and if they didn't go to the Wave Country they might not be entered into the Chunin exam, and if they didn't take the exam, Naruto wouldn't have met Gaara and Jiraiya, and if he didn't meet Jiraiya, Tsunade-bachan might not become the Hokage. No, he had to do everything just like he had before. He couldn't remember all the details from way back then perfectly, but he had to be close enough to get the same outcome. If he started changing things that didn't need to be changed, everything could be ruined. With a heavy heart, Naruto let his chopsticks sink into the steaming bowl of noodles and then picked up his ramen, carried it to the sink and mournfully poured it out. Watching the noodles and broth slide down the drain and out of sight was nearly the saddest thing he'd ever seen. Well, actually, not even close. But it was the saddest thing he'd seen since waking up in the past, and that was enough. Naruto let out a forlorn sigh and cast a longing glance back at the cupboard that held the wondrous stash of ramen, and then headed out the door and towards the training grounds. If he was going to be hungry, he might as well be hungry somewhere that didn't have a ready supply of ramen softly calling out to him like a siren amongst the rocks. Naruto was the last member of Team 7 to arrive at the training grounds, having been delayed numerous times by trips and stumbles as his too short body was unable to comply with the instructions of a brain used to wielding far longer and more powerful limbs. He was, at least, encouraged by the fact that his stumbles were occurring less frequently than they had the previous day. Slowly but surely his mind was adapting to its new or old body. Though the key word there was slowy. So long as he remained totally focused on his movements, he was generally fine. Unfortunately, it was really hard to keep thinking about the correct distance for each step, how quickly his arms were moving, or the distance from his hand to his face. Those sorts of movements were instinctive for a reason, they were boring. Of course, tripping and falling on top of a little old woman out for an early morning stroll, being called a pervert, and getting hit repeatedly until an escape was managed were the results of his inattention, along with even dirtier clothes, a mouthful of mud, and a severely bruised ego, so perhaps he should have been able to put a little more effort into watching what he was doing. It was just so hard for him to pay attention when he kept seeing buildings that had been destroyed years earlier suddenly return to their former glory and people that had been killed during one of the many attacks on the village going about their business, as if there was nothing strange about it, and for them, he supposed, there wasn't. When he finally made it to the training grounds, his teammates looked as though they'd already been there for a while. Sasuke was sitting at the base of a tree, his satchel placed between his bent legs, his arms resting on his knees, and a bored expression on his face. A gentle breeze played with his long, dark bangs, causing them to sway in front of his face in a way that Naruto had to admit appeared to be simultaneously unintentional and unquestionably cool-looking. Seeing his old friend as he had been and being unaffected by the jealousy that had often dictated his actions and views as a young man, Naruto could see what the girls liked about the Uchiha. He was handsome, or at least Naruto assumed that he was finding it a bit unpleasant to think of another guy as handsome, and something about his perpetual brooding made him seem mysterious and aloof. His features were almost delicate from one angle, but then hard as ice from another. "What are you looking at, Dobe?" Sasuke asked, noticing Naruto's stare. "I just realized why all the girls liked." Like you," Naruto replied with a grin. The seated boy snorted, "Don't get any ideas, I don't swing that way." Naruto opened his mouth to protest, or perhaps to challenge Sasuke to a fight, but before he could say anything Sakura yelled, "Quit bothering Sasuke, idiot!" Sasuke rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath before turning his head away from his teammates, and looking up at the branches above him as the early morning sunlight danced in the leaves. Naruto frowned and glanced in Sakura's direction. "I think you're bothering him more than me," he retorted before he could stop himself. Sakura's eyes hardened dangerously, and her lips pulled back to reveal her clenched teeth as she advanced on him. It could have been his imagination, but Naruto thought that he might have even heard her knuckles popping as her hands squeezed into fists. "Ah. Ha ha. Sakura-chan. Don't do anything you'll regret later," he said, gesturing placatingly with his hands. "I won't regret this," she announced in a deadened voice. "You've had this coming for a long time, Sakura-chan. I don't want to hurt you," he tried again, his arms relaxing slightly as he prepared to defend himself. "But if you try to hit me..." He knew there was going to be power behind her fist, there always was, but it came at him so pitifully slow it was almost hard to take it seriously. As a child, he'd often been blindsided by such attacks, his eyes unable to follow them, but this time he could see it coming with ease. His right arm shot out instinctively to knock her fist away, but his hand didn't travel far enough to make contact with her arm. A half-second later, her fist slammed into his head, sending him tumbling through the grass and dirt. For a long minute, Naruto lay in a heap, covered in grass and dust and not moving, perhaps not even breathing. Then he coughed, spitting sod from his mouth, and rolled onto his back, one hand coming up to rub his aching face. "Damn it, Sakura-chan," he grumbled, gingerly touching the large lump that was already forming on his head as he sat up. "I forgot you were such a—" "What was that?" The pink-haired Kunoichi snarled as she rounded on him again, her eyes twitching. Naruto swallowed the comment instantly, and smiled innocently up at her. "Nothing. Make sure it stays that way." Naruto nodded hastily, not wanting anything more to do with her angry side until his body was working properly. It was actually, in a vague and mostly made-up so he'd feel better about himself sort of way, a good thing that she'd punched him. He'd been able to see her fist coming, and could have dodged it or blocked it if his arms and legs would consistently do what he asked of them. Seeing how much of a hindrance his body was going to be in battle helped him see what he would have to work on first. After all, it would be difficult to save all of his friends if he was constantly tripping and misjudging distances. It also worked as a convenient excuse to not start trying to make any changes right away since he had no idea where to begin. His blue eyes followed Sakura as she once again attempted to strike up a conversation with Sasuke and met only silence, small grunts, and a few one-word answers. As a child, Naruto had suspected that Sasuke secretly enjoyed Sakura's attention and even encouraged it, but looking at it now, he saw nothing but annoyance from the dark-haired boy. Perhaps it just hadn't started yet, or maybe he'd seen something that wasn't there because he'd wished that it was him she'd paid so much attention to. Whichever was the case, Sasuke looked to Naruto like he just wanted to be left alone. Which was exactly what couldn't happen. If Sasuke was allowed to be the loner that he wanted to be, then he would be that much more willing to leave the village in search of power in less than a year. Sasuke's ties to the village had been nearly severed by his brother's betrayal, and then the last few were ripped away by Orochimaru and the cursed seal. What he needed was a few stronger ties. Naruto liked to think that he had been one, but if he was, it wasn't enough. Sasuke needed something more than a little brother and a semi-rival. Naruto wasn't sure what his friend needed, but he would have to figure it out quickly. If he didn't and things went the same at the Chunin exam as they had the first time around, he would have to do what was needed to protect the village, even if it meant killing one of his best friends. It was a chilling thought, and Naruto hated himself for even thinking it, but it was true nonetheless. He would kill Sasuke before allowing him to betray the village a second time, especially after having lived through the consequences. Naruto pushed those thoughts from his mind quickly and vowed to only worry about the here and now for the time being. The Chunin exam was still a long ways off and he would come up with a plan before then. It was as simple as that. Right now, the most important thing to think about was getting his mind back in control of his body. For the next 2 hours, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, bringing one arm up slowly until it was where he wanted it, and then lowering it back down, over and over again, slightly faster each time. Once he thought he had the timing down, he would work on the other arm until he was satisfied with that one, then he would return to first arm and see if he still remembered how to move it. And was disappointed when he found himself nearly back at square one. It wasn't that he couldn't figure it out. His head knew more or less how to move his body after the first several times he worked through the movement, but his instincts still wanted to use his larger form, and instincts that had been built up over the years couldn't be trained out of him with just a few minutes, or even a few hours of work. After he gave up on his arms, he stood up and began pacing, measuring his footsteps at one speed and then at another, always keeping his eyes down on them to make sure he didn't trip or try to take a larger step than he was capable of. Sakura and Sasuke, who was now up in a tree to avoid having to talk with anyone, watched his antics curiously for a while before eventually passing it off as just another Naruto being weird moment. There had been plenty of them over the years. Sakura told him to just sit still at one point, but he didn't even look up at her or reply, and she couldn't work up enough anger to do anything about it. The truth was that she was getting restless as well. Kakashi was now over 2 hours late, and she'd gotten to the meeting spot almost an hour early. Were Sasuke not around, she would have taken up pacing and fidgeting as well. He was around, however, and she didn't want to annoy him or be seen acting like Naruto. So instead she sat at the base of the tree Sasuke was in and dozed while watching Naruto. Kakashi had woken long before any of his genin. He was already at the hero's monument before the sky had changed with the coming of dawn, and he was still there when he noticed that his students had made their way to the spot he told them to meet him at, just on the other side of the trees that surrounded the cenotaph. His instructions had been for them to meet him at 7:30, but all three had shown up early. Just like he would have when he was fresh out of the academy. He could have gone and seen them at any time, but he didn't. After realizing that they were there waiting for him, his body seemed to try to pull him towards them, desperate to be close to on time for once. But he resisted, forcing himself to stare at his friend's name, tracing it with his eyes over and over. The large stone was exactly as it had always been, cold and smooth, somehow simultaneously seeming to reflect the growing light of the morning and suck in all of the light around it. Kakashi knew it was just his imagination that it did this, brought on by the fact that he knew a great many of the names that were carved into its glossy surface. But the stone gave him the creeps, and he hated it. Still, every morning and occasionally during the evening as well he came and stood before it until he was late to wherever he was supposed to go, punishing himself for the person he once was and recalling in near perfect detail the mission that claimed his best friend's life. "I've got a new team, Obito," he whispered. "Hokage-sama asked me to take them, just like he does every year, and I had to say yes. One of them is from your clan and another is supposedly a loud-mouthed dumbass. That's why Hokage-sama gave them to me. I doubt they'll pass though. The loud one followed me all over the village yesterday when we were supposed to head straight to the academy and never even asked why we kept wandering around in circles." Kakashi let out a soft sigh and looked up at the sun overhead, noting that it was approaching 11 already. 3 hours should be about right, don't you think? I thought about telling them that I was helping an old lady who'd gotten lost, but I've decided just to go with the my alarm clock broke routine. The old lady one is sort of special. I was always fond of that one when you used it. No, actually, it drove me crazy when you used it, but I'm fond of it now. It was the last excuse for being late that I ever got to hear you give. He turned and began walking towards his team, calling over his shoulder, "I'll see you tomorrow and let you know how badly it went." Another 30 minutes had passed before the sound of movement through the bushes caught the attention of 2 of the 3 genin. Naruto continued his strange pacing and didn't even bother looking away from his feet at the noise. Sasuke and Sakura looked up just in time to see Kakashi step into the clearing, a small backpack on his back and a little skip in his steps. "Hey guys, good morning," he said with a happy wave. "You're late," Sakura yelled back, seeing red. If Kakashi wasn't going to show up until after 10, why had he told them to meet him there at 7:30? "Oh yeah, sorry about that," he chuckled, not sounding very sorry at all. "My alarm clock broke and I overslept. By 3 hours? Sakura asked in disbelief and then added in a whisper that she didn't realize he could hear. "What sort of jounin are you?" Kakashi's eye shifted away from her, and she could imagine the corners of his mouth twitching under his mask. Anyway, come over here and we'll get started." He signaled for them to follow him and then led them down a small path through the woods that led to an open space surrounded by trees on 3 sides with a small river on the 4th. 3 wooden posts were stuck into the ground near the path with a large, cut stone monument just beyond them. Kakashi removed a small black alarm clock with golden bells from his backpack and set it on the middle post. Sakura noted that this clock seemed to be working just fine and was set to the correct time before pressing a button on top of it, setting the alarm. The jounin then turned towards the 3 young ninja and held up his hand. 2 silver bells dangled from 2 pieces of string. "Here are 2 bells," Kakashi informed them needlessly. "Your task is to take these from me before noon. Those who cannot get a bell by noon will get no lunch." He smiled through his mask at them. "I'll not only tie you to one of these posts, but I'll eat right in front of you." Right on cue, all 3 genin stomachs growled loudly, and Kakashi looked even more pleased as he watched realization dawn on 2 of the 3. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care, but he smiled knowingly as he too glanced at his teammates. For a moment Kakashi wondered if the boy had figured out the reason for the rule and still went without eating, but dismissed the idea just as quickly. Everything he'd heard about Naruto said that the boy was hopelessly clueless, his boundless energy making him unable to concentrate long enough to fully understand even the simplest of puzzles or instructions. Of course, if one read between the lines of many of those reports, it wasn't difficult to see a rather intense dislike of the boy coloring the opinions of most of his teachers. But if he'd figured it out, he should have eaten like an intelligent person. "You only need to get 1 bell," he continued, allowing his thoughts on Naruto to slip to the back of his mind. "Obviously there are only 2, so one of you will definitely be tied to a stump, and the person who doesn't take a bell fails." Kakashi gave the strings a small tug and the bells tinkled tauntingly at his potential students. "At least one of you is headed back to the academy no matter what." Once again he watched their faces carefully as they realized what he was saying. This time Sakura inhaled sharply at the news, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. And once again Naruto seemed not to care very much. Kakashi's hand closed around the bells and he stood up a little straighter. "Use your shrunken and whatever else you want. You won't succeed unless you come at me with the intent to kill." But you'll be in danger," Sakura objected. Naruto looked down at the kunai holster on his right thigh, judging the distance carefully, and then let his fingers slip into it. The moment they closed around the ring of one of his kunai, he drew it out and flipped it underhanded at Kakashi with surprising speed, though little accuracy. Kakashi watched it sail over his shoulder, missing him by a good 10 centimeters, and then turned back to the group. Well, he doesn't have much aim, but at least Mr. Dead Last has got the right idea. Trust me, the only ones in danger out here are you three, so I'll say it again. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you stand no chance of getting a bell. Naruto scowled at the Mr. Dead Last comment, but more so at his aim. He'd done such a good job getting his hand into the holster, but it still wasn't good enough. He had to be able to do it without thinking, and he had to be able to use his weapons accurately. In his current state, he stood no chance against Kakashi or anyone else for that matter. Fortunately, he didn't have to beat Kakashi today, he just had to make sure that everything happened the way it had before, and they would be fine. Well, maybe not the butt-poking thing. He didn't care how much it screwed up the timeline. Naruto was not going to let Kakashi do that a second time. We'll start when I say, Kakashi continued. Ready. Start. We'll start when I say, Kakashi continued. Ready. Start. As they had the first time around, Sasuke and Sakura were instantly off and moving into a hiding position. Naruto also duplicated his actions from the first time he took the test, remaining where he was and looking at his future. Or past. Sensei. This time around, however, it was more because he didn't trust himself not to smash headlong into a tree or impale himself on a branch than a desire to prove his own worth. Had he thought about it, it might have occurred to him that it was a good idea to do what he had done before since it worked out well for him the first time around, but he didn't think about it. One of the ninja basics is to be able to hide yourself well, Kakashi said in a bored voice, his one eye half closed and his hands in his pockets. So what exactly are you doing? Naruto shrugged and looked around. It's not like you don't know where they are, he pointed out. Or at least, I hope you know where they are, since I do and I'm only a genin. He glanced towards the tall oak tree that he'd seen shake as Sasuke moved along its branches. Besides, I'm not scared of you. Kakashi's eyebrow rose, but the expression on his face remained just as bored as ever. Naruto wanted to laugh and cry at the same time as he watched Kakashi with an insight he wished he'd had the first time around. The posture, the hand in the pocket, the half-closed eyelid, the slack face, they all worked perfectly together to convey his apparent total disrespect for whoever he was facing. It was no wonder Mato Guy found Kakashi so irritating when they had their battles. If you aren't scared, then why don't you come get a bell? Kakashi asked with a yawn. Naruto hesitated for a moment as he tried to remember everything about this first test that he could. Sadly, his memory offered very little information. So much had happened to him in such a short period of time that he'd never sat down and really tried to commit any of it to memory. What was the point when so many other exciting and memorable things were going on around him? He did remember fighting with Kakashi on this day, however, and he also remembered the painful and humiliating outcome of that short, one-sided battle. He was not letting Kakashi do that to him again. But if he didn't fight Kakashi because he knew he was sure to lose thanks to the small body he still hadn't completely mastered, would everything else still happen the way it had the first time around? What if he didn't fight and the three of them ended up failing and being sent back to the academy, and were split up the next time around? How could he protect his best friends if he never actually got to know them? Perhaps he could avoid having Kakashi violate him that way a second time and still keep things going the way they were supposed to. He'd have to fight the Jounin, but so long as he avoided the super powerful ass poke as Sakura so deftly named it, it wouldn't be too bad. Plus, Kakashi had once told him that it hadn't been until the Wave Country mission that he had really started to see Naruto's potential as a ninja. Up until that point he'd been just another loudmouth who tried hard sort of but basically just screwed everything up. It wasn't that he hadn't liked Naruto, far from it actually, he hadn't been able to see past the jokes and apparent stupidity to see what a powerful ninja the blonde could become. Naruto supposed that as long as he didn't pull out anything too fancy, or advanced, or previously unheard of, it wouldn't hurt anything to show off just a little. It wasn't like he was going to use demon chakra or summon a frog or anything. If he could impress him today, perhaps he could speed the respect process up a little and take just a tiny bit of the spotlight from Sasuke so that it wouldn't be such a shock to his friend later. It could work, he decided, but really, after the frustrating past 2 days, the annoying lack of control of his body, and the fact that people who would someday be his friends or at least respect him all looked down their noses at him as though he were something nasty the dog had dragged in, left him spoiling for a fight anyway. Naruto pointed a finger at Kakashi and yelled, "I'm going to make you see just how amazing I'm going to be, sensei. And then someday you'll get to tell you little grandbabies that you helped train the Rokudaime Hokage while they sit on your lap wearing weird masks, their hatayatesh covering one eye, and their gray hair sticking up all over the place." He grinned confidently, certainly more confidently than he felt, and cracked his neck as his muscles tensed, preparing to launch him into action. Or a tree, depending on how well he concentrated. I'll have you know that my hair is silver, not gray, Kakashi retorted as he reached behind him into the canvas pouch hanging from his belt and pulled out an orange book with a picture on the cover of a young man chasing after a woman with a larger chest than her shirt was meant to carry. Come whenever you like, it's been a while since I've taught taijutsu, but from what I've heard of you, you could probably use the lesson. Naruto smiled even wider at the sight of Ika Ika Paradise, and the memories that suddenly flashed through his mind of his time with Jiraiya. He reached down into his kunai holster and placed his middle finger through the rings of 3 of the throwing knives. With a flick of his wrist, all 3 kunai shot straight in the general direction of Kakashi. The first 2 that left his finger fell short of their target, landing in the grass a good meter before Kakashi would even have had to think about moving. The last came off with a little more velocity, but left his hand too late and landed in the bushes way to the left of the jounin. Actually, the only person Naruto came close to hitting was Sakura, who was left staring wide-eyed at the blade buried in the dirt right in front of her nose. Sorry, Sakura-chan, Naruto called out as the bush shook with not quite suppressed rage. Are you sure you want to be a ninja? Kakashi asked, never looking up from his book. You seem to be more dangerous to your teammates than you are to your enemies. Naruto scowled, his hands clenching into tight fists. Shut up, Kakashi-sensei, that was just an accident. Give me a few days of practice and I won't ever miss again, he shot back. I don't think even a few years of practice will help your aim. Are you sure you're going to be the Rokudame? Perhaps you should be aiming to become the Hakudame. Though even that might not give you enough time to become competent. Naruto's scowl deepened and his annoyance grew despite his knowledge that he was being suckered into attacking. Being underestimated and looked down upon was one of those things that he just couldn't abide, no matter who it was coming from or how much of it was made to provoke a response from him. With a burst of chakra to his legs, he raced towards his teacher, bringing his hands together as he called out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 Narutos leaped into the air and descended upon Kakashi, who merely giggled lecherously and turned the page. A single Naruto held back, watching as the others attempted to land a blow on their future teacher and friend. An attempt was about as far as they really got. 2 of the clones collided as they came down on him, one having misjudged his leg strength and the other having just chosen a bad angle, and vanished in a poof of smoke as the other 3 managed to at least hit the ground properly. The next 2 disappeared as they punched from either side of Kakashi, only to have the jounin kneel down and tighten the strap on one of his sandals. And the 5th met his end when he sent a beautiful kick at Kakashi's face, but misjudged the distance and hit nothing but air. The momentum of the kick threw him off balance, and he slipped on the grass, falling back and cracking his head against a stone on the ground. Kakashi didn't even bother commenting on Naruto's ineptitude this time around, he merely continued to read in silence. The final Naruto rolled his eyes and dashed at the gray-haired jounin, vowing to at least land one blow before the fight was over. He started out with a punch at Kakashi's head, which was easily blocked with a single hand. The momentum of the block dictated a kick out of Naruto, and he gladly obliged, spinning in the air and sending his foot straight for Kakashi's neck. Kakashi ducked casually and Naruto's spin carried him down to the ground. Damn it! The boy growled as a kunai fell from his holster. His feet hit the grass for only a split second before he once again shot towards his now crouching teacher, one fist raised. It was as his fist started forward that he saw Kakashi's leg muscles flex as chakra was pushed into them. The blonde ninja's bright blue eyes watched in horror as the jounin sidestepped the attack and moved behind him, still crouching, his fingers coming together as if he were forming a tiger seal. Kakashi had led him by the nose through the whole fight. His every stance, every block, every movement had pushed Naruto into the spot he now found himself in, off balance, with his but just asking for the pain it was about to receive. Naruto! Sakura yelled from the bushes, her voice terrified. Get out of there! You're going to get killed! Naruto instinctively turned towards the bushes, feeling as though he were moving in slow motion. It's already too late, Kakashi whispered from behind him as he brought his arms back and prepared to strike. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Supreme Technique, 8,000 Years of Death. His arms shot up and into Naruto's but, lifting the boy off the ground for just a second, and then the blonde vanished into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi's eye widened. What the? The kunai that had fallen from Naruto's holster before his final attack disappeared just as the blonde in the air did, revealing a safe and unviolated Naruto. The blonde lifted a kunai and held it to the jounin's back as he reached out to snatch a bell from his belt. Sorry, sensei, but I'm not as dumb as you think I am, he grinned. No, a voice replied from behind him as the bell in his hand and the Kakashi in front of him disappeared, but you're close. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Supreme Technique, 8,000 Years of Death. Redux. Naruto had only a split second to look shocked before pain ripped through his butt and he was sent flying into the stream. as he sank into its depths, clutching his butt and yelling unintelligible curses that appeared as nothing more than bubbles. He could only wonder why he had fallen prey to the move again, even knowing more or less what was going to happen. He had never been one to believe in fate, but for the briefest of moments, he couldn't help but wonder if such a thing actually existed. Kakashi watched the bubbles on the surface of the water until they slowed and then vanished. He didn't look away until a moment later when he saw an oddly colored object begin to swim downstream and towards the shore. "Well, I hope he knows how to swim," he commented just loud enough to be overheard by the two genin hiding in the bush and tree. "If not, then I might not get to fail anyone today." Sasuke watched until it became apparent that Naruto wasn't going to resurface, and then quietly made his way into the surrounding area to set up his trap. Kakashi was clearly too fast and too strong to be taken down by normal means. There would have to be some brains behind any attack against him. As he silently tied back branches and slipped a few kunai into them, he thought back on Naruto's fight with Kakashi. Naruto had been shockingly good, at least compared to what Sasuke had expected out of him. The fact that he could produce a solid clone at all was pretty impressive. To create 6 and transform himself to avoid an attack was nothing short of amazing. And yet, Kakashi hadn't been fooled even for a second. He'd toyed with Naruto, let him think that he had succeeded, and then humiliated him. Naruto had been stupid to leave himself open to any sort of attack, just assuming that his simple little plan would be enough to win him a bell. He knew a powerful jutsu, but he was too dumb to think through his strategy far enough to actually use his jutsu effectively. Sasuke's lips pulled back into a smile as he tied off another branch. This little test was perfect. Sakura and Naruto stood no shot of getting a bell, which meant that they would both have to go back to the academy. All he had to do was get a bell and he'd be free of them. The last of his traps secured, he quietly moved back to his hiding spot to watch Kakashi for an opening. The means of achieving his ambition was so close he could taste it. It only took a moment for him to see what he was looking for. Kakashi yawned and tilted his head to the side, rubbing the stiffness out of his neck, and then stretched as he let out another yawn. Sasuke drew his weapons so fast they almost seemed to have appeared in his hands by magic. With perfect accuracy, he let them fly and watched with satisfaction as they hit their target in the back, only to have Kakashi vanish in a puff of smoke as a kunai-riddled log fell to the ground. "Damn it! He knows where I am," the Uchiha thought as he scurried away from his hiding spot. Kakashi's flippant treatment of Naruto's possible demise drove a stake of fear through Sakura's heart. Was it possible that their jounin was allowed to kill them during this test? It hadn't said anything about that in any of the books she'd read, nor had anyone told her about the dangers of trying to become a ninja. They'd warned her about the dangers after she was a ninja, but not before. This test was barbaric. How could the village allow such a thing to take place? She hoped that Naruto was still alive. Swimming was part of basic training, after all, but at the moment that wasn't really her concern. She needed to find Sasuke. After his failed attack on Kakashi, which had also scared her for a moment, when she thought it might have succeeded in killing the jounin, she had hurried out of her hiding place to look for him. Kakashi would have figured out where he was at from the path of the kunai, and would be attacking him next, no doubt. If she could help him, or even save him, it was sure to do wonders for their relationship. She tried to remain hidden, dashing from bush to bush and tree to tree. But it was difficult to look for someone when you were hiding, and finally she gave it up for lost and simply hurried as quietly as possible through the woods, wishing she had shorter hair so it wouldn't keep getting snagged on low-hanging branches. "Sasuke-kun," she thought as she ran, "where could you be?" And then a sickening thought struck her. What if Kakashi-sensei has already gotten Sasuke-kun? No, she wouldn't believe that. She couldn't believe that. Sasuke was the best. That sort of thing couldn't possibly have happened to him. Sakura glanced around a tree as she raced past it and stopped in her tracks before diving back behind the trunk for cover. Kakashi was standing just a little ways away, calmly turning a page in the orange book he'd been reading while he fought Naruto. She chanced another peek at him and sighed with relief. He was still standing there, apparently not aware that she was so close by. "Sakura, behind you," Kakashi's voice whispered in her ear. She glanced over her shoulder just in time to see the jounin form a seal with his hands, and then the world seemed to vanish in a swirl of leaves. Naruto pulled himself up onto the rocky ledge of the river and sighed. His clothes were completely soaked again. He'd forgotten how much it sucked getting wet when you only had a few pairs of clothes, and what was worse, the water seemed to intensify the stench that still clung to them from the day before. On top of all that, his ass hurt like nothing else. Kakashi had long, bony fingers, and even though they thankfully hadn't ripped through his pants and actually impaled his butt, those hard fingers still left him feeling really sore. Naruto once again tried to think back to the first time he'd gone through this day and remember how things were supposed to go, but the memory was foggy after years of important and tragic memories being built up. He remembered passing, after seeming to fail, and he remembered why they passed, but the specifics were vague now. It had only been important that they'd passed, not what he'd said and how he'd acted during each and every event. He was certain that he'd gotten tied to the post for some reason, but the memory of what that reason was had been lost or repressed over the years. Fortunately for him, and for the hope of a better future, he was an expert at winging it. It didn't matter how he did it really, he just had to end up tied to the post that was key. If he was tied to the post, then presumably everything else would work out the way it was supposed to. Kakashi would berate them for their stupidity, Sasuke and Sakura would give him some food, and then Kakashi would pass them. How hard could it be? With a strange feeling of impending doom, Naruto pulled his jacket off, twisted it to wring out the water, and then laid it out on the grass to dry as he sat down next to it. He rested his elbow on his knee and propped his chin up on his hand as he thought. He needed to do something to get himself in trouble, and while he could think of plenty of ideas for troublemaking having spent so many years as a prankster, he couldn't think of anything that was sure to leave him tied to the post. Before he had a chance to figure it out, he heard Sakura's voice cry out in alarm from somewhere in the woods. In an instant he was on his feet and running towards the sound, leaving his jacket lying in the grass. Sakura. Sakura spun on her heels at the sound of Sasuke's voice. Sakura. It was coming from the other side of a large bush next to a tree. Sasuke-kun! She yelled happily as she hurried towards it. She pushed through the leaves and then stopped dead in her tracks. Sasuke was on his knees before her, one hand resting on the tree to hold himself up. His left leg was twisted backwards at the knee, his left arm was severed at the elbow, and dozens of shuriken and kunai were piercing his once perfect body. Blood poured from his stump of an arm, the weapon wounds, and from his mouth, staining his clothing red and pooling on the forest floor beneath him. Sakura. He gasped, somehow speaking despite the kunai that had pierced his cheek. Help me. Sakura stared at his broken form, frozen, as tears welled up in her eyes. Despite his pleas for help, she knew that his injuries were fatal. Would it fall to her to tell him that? Would she have to hold him and watch his life drain out of him? She felt bile heave in her stomach and then did what came natural. She let out a loud piercing cry of terror and fainted. From a tree branch above her, Kakashi glanced up from his book and observed his handiwork. I might have gone a little too far, he admitted to no one in particular. His one eye scanned the area around him and located the last member of his potential team. He leaped silently from his tree branch, prepared to end everything once and for all. Sasuke heard the scream as he finished putting the final touches on his trap and rose to his feet. That scream, he whispered, his brows knit. That was Sakura. Ninja fighting, lesson 2, Genjutsu, Kakashi said from just behind the Uchiha genius. Sakura fell for it easily. A disgusted smirk pulled at Sasuke's cheek as he shook his head. Yeah, she'd fall for that, but I'm not the same as her. Say that after you get a bell, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi replied with a condescending chuckle. Sasuke turned to face the Jounin, his body relaxed, his eyes focused, and his arms hanging loosely at his sides. Kakashi casually pushed off of the tree and meandered towards the boy, still reading the book. The strength of the most elite clan in the village, the Uchiha clan, he remarked, not bothering to look up from his book as he spoke. I suppose this could be interesting. If you live up to all the hype, that is. Sasuke stared at Kakashi for just a second longer and then attacked, his hands dipping into both the kunai holster on his right thigh and the one on his hip pouch. In the blink of an eye he'd sent 3 kunai spinning towards the lanky Jounin. Kakashi's Ika paradise slipped back into his pouch as he easily jumped out of the way. Such an obvious attack is pointless, he chided with a hint of disappointment. Sasuke's smirk became more confident as one of the kunai vanished into a large bush, slicing through a rope that was holding back a branch. The branch sprang forward, launching its payload right at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise at the trap as he once again leaped into the air to avoid it, barely managing to dodge the numerous knives that thudded into the trunk of a tree behind him. As he landed, he looked over his shoulder to see Sasuke already spinning towards him. This time there would be no dodging and Kakashi was forced to bring up his arm to block the kick aimed at his head. Kakashi brought up his free hand to grab the boy's leg and toss him, but Sasuke was already twisting in the air, his fist preparing to come down on the Jounin's head. Kakashi blocking arm shot up and caught Sasuke's fist, only to have the Uchiha continue twisting and bring his other leg up for a kick. Thinking quickly, Kakashi raised Sasuke up by his trapped hand and foot, using his forearms to block the kick. The move brought Sasuke's face just a few centimeters from his own and allowed him to see the boy's triumphant smile as the only free limb between the two of them. Sasuke's left hand shot towards the bells dangling from Kakashi's belt. This kid is just a genin. Kakashi marveled as Sasuke's full trap was finally revealed. To have thought so far ahead would be impressive in a chunin. In a genin fresh out of the academy it was incredible. Plus Sasuke's taijutsu was not that of a genin at all. Even still, he wasn't good enough yet. Kakashi pushed his arms forward and shifted his hips back, moving the young ninja away from him. Sasuke's fingertip grazed one of the bells, causing it to ring softly, but he wasn't close enough to get a hold of it. With the danger averted, Kakashi tossed Sasuke away from him. "I'm impressed," the Jounin commented offhandedly. "I didn't even have time to read my book. I'll acknowledge that you are different from Sakura and you got much closer than Naruto." Even as he offered the compliment, there was something in his voice that said he wasn't really any more impressed with Sasuke than he was with Naruto or Sakura, and Sasuke didn't miss it. With a snarl, his fingers flew through several seals, ending on tiger as he took a deep breath and said, "Katan, Kukaku no Jutsu." Kakashi gasped. There was no way a genin should have enough chakra to use that jutsu. The enormous fireball that erupted from Sasuke's mouth a second later, however, proved that at least one genin was fully capable of using it. As the flames died down, all that was left of the spot Kakashi had been standing was a smoking crater lined with hardened, black stone and burnt grass. "He's gone!" Sasuke realized as he began looking around frantically for his adversary. "Where is he? To the side? No, above, below you." Kakashi's voice answered his silent question as the ground beneath Sasuke shifted and a hand shot out of it. "Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu." Sasuke managed one small cry of alarm before he was sucked into the ground up to his neck. "Ninja fighting, lesson number 3, ninjutsu," Kakashi said with a smile as he knelt next to the trapped genin. "Well, you're already heads above the others in this area." He gave the boy's head a condescending little pat, mussed his dark hair, and then wandered off, fetching his book from his pouch as he walked away. "You know," he added over his shoe just before he vanished from sight, "they say an exposed nail should be hammered in. I'd be careful if I were you, damn you." Sasuke grumbled, struggling to pull himself free. Naruto fell into 2 bushes, tripped over an exposed tree root, and while attempting to lean against the tree after one of those incidents misjudged the length of his arm and slammed the side of his head into the tree before he finally found Sakura. He was more beat up after a short jog through the forest than he was after his beatings from both Kakashi and Sakura. He'd wanted to get to her quickly and was still trying to remember either what he had done to get himself tied to the tree the first time he'd lived through this day or come up with something that he could do that would end with the same results, and had not been paying attention to his movements. Once again his mind proved that on the subconscious level, it couldn't remember that he was a short 12-year-old boy and not the tall man he'd eventually become. As he picked himself up from the ground for the 5th time and wiped his scratched hands against his pants to clear the blood, he found himself wishing that Sakura was her future self, if for no other reason than the fact that she could heal the scrapes and bruises that now covered his body quicker than even the Kyuubi's rejuvenating powers would. Sadly, she was not that person yet, but one day she would be. Hopefully. For the time being, however, she was unconscious and seemed to be foaming at the mouth, her body twitching every couple of seconds. Naruto was pretty certain he hadn't seen this the first time around, as Sakura was decidedly unattractive at the moment, and she'd just about always been the ideal by which he judged all other women. If he'd seen this side of her then, he might have rethought his measuring stick. "Sakura-chan," he whispered, giving her a little shake. "Sakura-chan, are you all right?" Sakura mumbled something and then her eyes snapped open and she sat up, driving her forehead into Naruto's nose. "Ow!" she exclaimed. "Damn it, Naruto! What the hell were you doing?" "Sasuke-kun!" She began to look around frantically. "Sasuke-kun, don't die and leave me behind." "Where are you? Why yo taling you?" Naruto asked while massaging her nose. Sakura's oversized forehead packed quite the punch. Sakura grabbed him by the shoulders and, apparently forgetting that it was his nose she injured and not his ears, yelled, "Have you seen Sasuke-kun? He was right over there." He was. A shudder ran through her body at the memory, and she turned and once again called out, "Sasuke-kun." Naruto looked from her wild eyes to the spot she'd pointed to and then back to her face once again. He wasn't sure what she was going on about, but Kakashi was most likely involved. "Sakura-chan, Sasuke will be fine wherever he is." "Kakashi. Our sensei is just testing us, he won't hurt us." "No!" Sakura yelled, working herself into hysterics. He was. Oh god. Sasuke-kun is going to die unless we. This time it was Naruto's turn to grab her by the shoulders and shake her. "He's fine, Sakura-chan, believe me." She didn't bother to answer as she continued to turn her head and look around frantically. Sakura-chan," Naruto started, realizing that with them alone he could apologize for his earlier words without making too much of a big deal about it. "About what I said yesterday. And this morning." "Well, Sakura wasn't listening. Instead, she pushed him roughly aside, sending him tumbling headlong into a thorny bush, and then ran off into the woods as she called out for Sasuke again. Naruto gingerly pulled himself from the bush and started to go after her, but in his haste he forgot to be conscious of his changed height, and once again found himself face first on the ground. "This sucks," he grumbled as he sat up and ran his fingers through his too short hair. It only took Sakura a moment of running headlong through the forest to find Sasuke, still stuck up to his neck in the ground. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then Sakura let out an ear-piercing scream as she cried, his severed head. All Sasuke could do was roll his eyes as she collapsed to the ground in a dead faint, and then went back to wiggling free of his dirt prison. 2 or 3 minutes later he'd created enough space to pull out one of his arms, and after that it was only another minute before his whole body was once again above ground, dirty and covered in scratches, but otherwise just fine. As he brushed the dirt from his clothes he eyed Sakura's prone form. With a sigh, he decided he couldn't just leave her laying there, and walked over and gave her a small nudge. "Hey, wake up." Sakura's green eyes fluttered open a second later. "Sasuke-kun?" she asked in a dazed voice as her eyes slowly focused on him. "Sasuke-kun!" In an instant she was up and her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck as her face buried itself in his chest. "You're all right," she cried as her body shook with emotion. Sasuke's shock was enough to hold him in place for a moment before he began quickly trying to push her away. "What are you doing? Stop it! Don't hug me." It took some time, but eventually she released him and stepped back, clearly embarrassed by her outburst and the spontaneous hug. "Sorry," she whispered as she blushed and looked down at the ground, her fingers nervously pulling at a small twig that had become tangled in her hair during one of her fainting sessions. "Whatever," Sasuke sighed dismissively. He glanced up at the sky and scowled at the sun hanging almost directly above them. "It's almost noon," he noted as he started to walk away. "I'm going." "You're still going to try to get the bell?" Sakura asked in bewilderment. "I already touched it. Next time I'll get it." Sakura's already immense awe at the Uchiha's abilities went up a couple of notches. "Wow, you're incredible, Sasuke-kun." And then somewhere in her mind a voice reminded her that if she didn't get one of those bells, and she was sure there was no way she would and Sasuke did, she would be sent back to the academy while he would become a full-fledged ninja. "You know," she said in an offhand voice, "there isn't all that much time left. We, don't really have to push ourselves too hard. I mean, there's always, next time, right?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed and his gaze filled with loathing before he turned and walked away from her. For the second time in as many days, Sakura wished the ground would open up and swallow her. It seemed that every conversation she'd ever had with him, which admittedly was only those she'd had with him yesterday and today, ended with him finding her annoying. After taking a few steps, Sasuke stopped and looked down. "There's a man I have to kill," he said quietly. Sakura wasn't sure what he meant, but her heart leapt just from the fact that he was still willing to talk to her. "Do you mean Kakashi-sensei?" If Sasuke heard her, he didn't show it. "That time he left me crying." "Crying? My." His voice trailed off again, and this time he didn't seem to want to say anything more. "What do you mean, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked cautiously. For that one brief moment, even though she couldn't see his face, Sasuke actually looked vulnerable. It was something she'd never seen before, and she couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had either. "I'm an Avenger," he replied, turning back towards her, his eyes suddenly burning with emotions that had risen to the surface. "I have to become stronger than that man. I can't just stay around here," and whatever he was going to say was cut off by the sound of a bell ringing in the distance. "Damn!" the dark-haired boy swore as he looked towards the sound. "I wasted too much time with you." Without another word, he turned and walked towards the spot where the 3 posts and Kakashi were waiting for them, leaving Sakura to stare after him in confusion. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke were sitting on the ground between the posts. Sakura was tied to the middle post, and Kakashi was standing in front of them. Just behind him there was a circle of bricks that had been set in the ground surrounding the stone monument they had seen earlier. "You guys look hungry," the Jounin remarked casually, his one eye lazily shifting from face to face. "Why'd Sakura-chan get tied up?" Naruto asked, leaving his next question, "Why her and not me?" to himself. "Well, I suppose technically all of you should be tied to these posts, since none of you managed to get a bell, but 2 of you at least tried and weren't completely inept. Plus, I'm feeling generous today, so I'm rewarding your efforts. Sakura-chan, on the other hand, barely even saw me, so she doesn't get a reward." Sakura's face burned with humiliation and she wanted to cry. It was bad enough that Sasuke had to see her fail like this, but to be outdone by Naruto too? It was almost too much shame for her to handle. Her nightmares from the previous night suddenly looked less like bad dreams and more like premonitions. "Now then, about the training," Kakashi continued, oblivious to her discomfort, "there's clearly no need for you 3 to go back to the academy." The Jounin eyed each of his potential pupils, watching them go through the usual emotions. Sasuke scowled, but seemed to have expected as much. no doubt aware of just how good he was. Sakura was surprised and delighted, which wasn't surprising since she didn't do anything. And Naruto? Naruto just sat there, looking neither surprised nor pleased. It was almost as if he was waiting for the hammer to fall. Kakashi shook this idea away just as quickly as he had the thought that the blonde had known about the reason for the no-eating suggestion. Naruto would have no way of knowing how this test was supposed to go, nor could he have possibly guessed what was coming next. He was probably just tired and hungry and more interested in food or the cute girl tied to the post next to him than in what his instructor was telling him. That was, after all, the way the academy instructors had described him. So then, Sakura said excitedly, all 3 of us. Kakashi smiled through his mask. Yup. All 3 of you. Should quit as ninja. Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Kakashi wouldn't have been surprised if the boy jumped to his feet and attacked him. Sakura's mouth hung open and her eyes were wide with alarm. And Naruto? Naruto sighed and picked at some grass, looking very confused, but not terribly alarmed. For a long moment, no one said anything, and Kakashi wondered if they were going to be so pathetically complacent as to give up their dreams just because their leader told them to. Finally, Naruto, who still was showing the least reaction to the news, looked up from the grass his fingers were still tugging at and asked, "Why?" Sakura seemed to awaken at Naruto's words and added, "Yeah. We couldn't get the bells, but why should we have to quit because of that?" Kakashi looked down his nose at them and sneered, though it was probably hard to read his expression completely through his mask. "Because all of you are just punks who don't deserve to be ninja," he replied matter-of-factly. Sasuke's jaw flexed and the killer intent rolling off of him nearly doubled. Kakashi let his eye fall on the dark-haired boy and raised a questioning eyebrow. That was all that was needed for Sasuke to spring to his feet and charge at the Jounin. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura cried out, struggling against the rope that bound her. The words were scarcely out of her mouth before it was all over. Sasuke's arm was pinned behind his back by an iron-tight grip and his face was driven into the ground by Kakashi's foot, while the Jounin calmly sat on him. "This is why you're a punk," Kakashi informed the futilely struggling boy, shifting his foot so that it pressed a little more painfully down on his captive. "Don't step on Sasuke-kun!" Sakura yelled as she struggled against her bindings. Kakashi glanced up at her, and then turned towards Naruto, who seemed to finally be paying attention. Action was obviously more interesting to him than words. It was too bad he seemed so disinterested in what Kakashi was telling them. Unless he and his teammates looked beneath what was being said, chances were they would fail. Naruto seemed to have good instincts, given the apparently lack of training he'd received if his kunai aim was anything to go on. But if all he was going to put those good instincts towards was following orders blindly, he was simply a waste of decent potential. "Are you guys underestimating what it means to be a ninja?" Kakashi asked at last. "Why do you think you were divided into teams? Why do you think we're doing this training?" "Huh, what do you mean?" Sakura asked in confusion, while Naruto stared at her. Kakashi shook his head resignedly. "You 3 still don't understand the answer to this test. So, are you going to tell us the answer?" Sakura asked hopefully. "Geez," Kakashi groaned, "are you all really this dumb? Just tell us the answer already." "Sensei," Naruto sighed, sounding equally annoyed, "it's teamwork." Sakura and Sasuke's heads snapped up at the announcement, while Naruto looked slightly nervous, but not as surprised as he should have been. Once again, Kakashi considered the possibility that the blonde might have already guessed the answer, but then dismissed it. He realized that he'd been doing that far too often for comfort lately, but again, if Naruto had figured it out, he would have done something about it. Besides, acting as a team wasn't really enough, nor was it the complete answer to the test. "The 3 of you working together might have been able to get the bells from me, but on your own you stood no chance," he explained. "What do you mean by teamwork?" Sakura yelled in frustration. "There were only 2 bells. Even if we worked together and managed to get both of them, one of us would still have failed. What kind of teamwork is that? This just makes us fight each other." Kakashi waited for a moment to see if she would work her way to the next logical step, but she seemed to run out of steam, so he said, "Of course this test was designed to make you fight amongst yourselves." At her confused expression and Naruto's apparent lack of understanding and or caring, Kakashi added, "The whole purpose was to see if you could forget about your own interests and work together under controlled circumstances. We wouldn't want to find out you were only going to look out for yourselves while on a real mission, after all." He looked off to the side and rubbed his one visible eye with his thumb. "Sakura, instead of Naruto, who was right next to you, you were only thinking of Sasuke, who was far away." He turned towards the blonde who had gone back to pulling at the grass. "Naruto, you spent half your time running around by yourself or looking for Sakura." He pushed his foot a little harder down on Sasuke's head to make sure he had his full attention and said, "Sasuke, you just assumed the others would get in your way and tried to do everything yourself. Ninja duties are preformed by the team. Of course, superior individual abilities are important, but what's even more important is teamwork. If you're acting on your own out there, your teammates are at risk and you could even get yourself killed. For instance, he reached into his hip pouch, pulled out a kunai, and wrenched Sasuke's arm to the side as he leaned over him threateningly. Sakura. Decide right now. Do I kill Sasuke or Naruto? Sakura gaped at him, while Naruto watched her curiously. His lack of reaction was beginning to bother Kakashi. The boy simply wasn't who all of the reports as well as Hokage-sama's personal opinion had led him to believe that he was. Naruto was quiet to the point of passivity. He just watched everything happening around him, sometimes with an almost detached disinterest. It was unnerving. I can't decide something like that. Sakura yelled in distress, bringing Kakashi back to the here and now. Kakashi pulled the kunai away from Sasuke's neck and stood up. The day might come when one or even all of you are taken hostage, and you're forced to make that sort of a decision. When you're on a mission, your lives will always be on the line. He walked a few paces to the east and looked down at the large cut stone with several marble markers that looked like tombstones around it. The simple, elegant memorial seemed out of place in the wooded area of a training ground, but that was the reason it was there, so that those who used the training ground would never forget why they trained and who had come before them. Look at this marker, he said in a quiet voice, his eye automatically going to a specific name carved upon it. All of the names carved into this stone belonged to heroes of this village. His friend's carefree smiling face flashed before his mind, followed quickly by the blood-covered version that was the last memory he had of Obito. But the ones listed here aren't just any heroes. They're the names of those who have died in the line of duty. Naruto stared intently at the stone. It wasn't half as filled as the last time he visited it, when he carved Kohinamura's name into it himself. The blank spaces on that stone represented the hope he had for the future. If he had it his way, few, if any, names would be added to it during this lifetime. His precious people would be protected above all else, no matter what. He wasn't going to see another name get carved on that blasted stone ever again. This is a memorial, Kakashi explained. The names of my best friends are carved on it, along with the names of people's mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. Whole families have been carved into this stone, and more will be added to it in the future. He bowed his head for a moment, and then looked over his shoulder at his subdued students. I'm going to give you one last chance, he said coldly, as if their failure to work together was an insult to the names on the stone, and truthfully he thought it was. This one will be far more difficult than our little game with the bells. If you're prepared to continue, you may eat one of the bento boxes. His eye bore into them as he added, but no sharing with Sakura-chan. Of the three of you, she did the least. Naruto and Sasuke at least came close to getting a bell, but all she did was pass out. If either of you feed her, you failed the test right there, and I will make sure that any other Jounin you ever manage to convince to give you a shot at being on a team will know that you don't follow direct orders. On this training field, my word is law. Do you understand? Sasuke gave a small nod, but Naruto continued staring at the stone, transfixed. Kakashi waited for a few more seconds and then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the three by themselves. It's okay guys, I don't need lunch anyway, Sakura lied as her stomach grumbled in protest. Naruto reached out, took one of the boxes and slipped his chopsticks out of their sleeve, but did not start eating. His eyes darted from the food to Sasuke and then up to Sakura. Sasuke thoughtfully placed a piece of takoyaki in his mouth and glanced up at Sakura, who was doing her best to keep quiet and not call any attention to herself, despite the fact that both boys kept looking at her. After another growl from her stomach, Naruto looked pleadingly at Sasuke. He still hadn't touched his food, and wanted desperately to share it with his future friend, but Sasuke was the one who had initiated the sharing the first time. That much, at least, he remembered, and Naruto didn't want to change anything that had worked out properly the first time around. Again Sasuke glanced up at her. Aside from the takoyaki, he still hadn't touched much of his lunch either, but once again he looked away. Naruto watched him for a moment, and then shook his head in frustration. Why was Sasuke acting like it would be harder to offer food to Sakura when he'd done it fairly easily for him the first time? She was a girl, for crying out loud, it was natural to want to help them. He waited just a little longer, and then gave it up for lost. He reached into the kunai holster on his right thigh, pulled one of the knives out, and cut the rope binding her, careful to remember that his arms were shorter than his brain wanted to think they were. What are you doing, Naruto? She demanded as her bindings fell away. You're going to get us in trouble. Do you want to split my lunch with me or not? Naruto asked with a roll of his eyes. Cack. I mean, Sensei is probably a long ways off, and you won't be much help to us if you're so hungry you can't stand. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded quickly and passed his lunch to her as well. There are some umebashi in here, you can have them if you like. Sakura's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the Uchiha. Umebashi are my favorite, she whispered. He merely shrugged, picked out another takoyaki, and ate it without looking at her or Naruto. The three ate together for several minutes, enjoying the food after having gone so long without. There wasn't much in the way of conversation, but the atmosphere was relaxed. Naruto continued to stare at the monument thoughtfully, Sakura continued to stare at Sasuke happily, and Sasuke did his best to look anywhere but at his teammates. Suddenly, the ground in front of them erupted with an enormous explosion. Sasuke immediately leaped to his feet, his hand reaching for a kunai as he positioned himself slightly in front of Sakura. Naruto also was on his feet, but had reacted much slower and was less prepared to defend himself than Sasuke. You! Kakashi's voice boomed out of the clearing smoke as his head appeared in front of them, his face a mask of rage. Then suddenly he smiled and his face relaxed. Pass, he finished in a happy, nearly ecstatic, voice as he winked at them. We pass? Sakura asked in astonishment, her heart still beating hard in her chest from the Jounin's sudden and rather frightening appearance. But why? Not only do you pass, Kakashi replied, practically beaming, but you're the first to pass. Everyone else just ran around doing every stupid I said, no matter how dumb the orders. They were all morons. He glanced down at the mostly eaten meals and sighed contentedly. A ninja has to be able to see underneath the underneath. Those who don't follow the rules or don't obey orders in the ninja world are called trash, but those who do not care for or support their comrades, even if that means violating orders once in a while, are lower than trash. Kakashi watched the information sink into all of his students. His first students. And smiled. Even Naruto was reacting the way he expected him to, whooping it up with Sakura, while Sasuke looked on with a reserved grin on his face. That officially ends the training, Kakashi said after watching their celebration for a moment. All of you pass. So starting tomorrow we'll begin our duties as Team 7. Come on, we'll head back to the village and I'll show you where we're supposed to meet in the mornings. The four headed towards the Hokage Tower, three very happy that they had managed to pass their final exam and one slightly disappointed that one of his students had cut the rope so he couldn't leave anyone tied to the post for a while as his best friend had once been, long ago. Even with that minor disappointment, it was a happy day for Hatake Kakashi. He had a genin team to lead, 3 students who had passed the test where the all previous teams he tested had failed miserably. On top of that, one already showed excellent potential, another wasn't as bad as advertised and was proving to at least be interesting, and the third was incredibly intelligent according to the reports her academy teachers had written. Yes, this was a team he could expect big things out of. There were not many dairy farms in Konoha, so when one of the farmers requested aid with his chores because of injury or sickness or even because he just felt like it, he generally got a decently skilled and experienced team of genin at a discounted price. If the village needed to ship milk in from other towns, dairy prices would skyrocket, and the villagers who enjoyed it would complain long and hard to a Hokage who, much as he loved his people, had better things to do with his time. Naruto had been forced to deal with a milk shortage, along with a clean water shortage, a food shortage, and just about every other shortage that one could think up. So he knew the importance of taking care of such a resource. What he couldn't figure out was why his team had to be the ones sent to deal with the problem. The work was, to put it nicely, boring beyond all reason. It was the sort of work that a genin would do. And while he was, technically, a genin, he was also a Hokage. Stupid village counselors who had long outlived their usefulness aside, the part of him that insisted on wearing orange clothing and had used buckets of paint to make irritating additions to the faces of past Hokages wanted a fun mission. It wanted a mission that would be at least a little dangerous, and therefore exciting, where he could show everyone just how awesome he was. Fighting off bandits, perhaps, or tackling a camp of missing nin, maybe rescuing the kidnapped daughter of a daimyo. The sorts of missions that he used to long for back when he was innocent and stupid, back before he started assigning those missions to other people and then had to attend the funeral for the ones who came home in body bags. He wasn't that innocent anymore, unfortunately, which was why another part of him understood why genin teams, especially ones as inexperienced as the one he was currently on, were not assigned missions like that in times of peace. It was this part of him that recognized how nice this sort of mission was to someone in his unique predicament. Watching Sakura being tied to the post and then having to stare at Sasuke while the Uchiha refused to get over himself and help her had been frighteningly alarming. He was from the future and knew at least roughly how events were supposed to play out, but something had changed and some things hadn't followed their proper course. It wasn't a huge big deal because he'd been able to nudge events back on course, but if he hadn't, there was a very good chance that his team would have failed Kakashi's test and been sent back to the academy. That was the catalyst that had led him to his current plan: change as little as possible. It wasn't that Naruto wasn't going to change anything. He just didn't want to run into a situation where something he changed caused other things, especially good or important things, to spiral out of control and go badly for the people he cared about. For 2 straight nights he'd had nightmares of showing Sasuke up and having his future friend despise him for it enough to go running into Orochimaru's waiting arms. He wasn't sure how realistic such thoughts were, but they were plausible enough to scare him into inactivity. At least for the time being. Besides being scared of changing what should remain the same, there was the problem of not being able to properly control his body on a consistent basis. As worried as he might have been about bruising Sasuke's pride at the wrong time, the facts were that he couldn't have done so even if he tried. Over the course of the weeks since he'd woken up in the past, he had been taking regular tumbles into the dirt whenever he stopped reminding himself about his shortened stature, weakened muscles, and diminished body weight. It was getting better. But now he was being far more cautious when he moved to make sure that he didn't look too stupid in front of his friends. It was so bad during their first mission that Kakashi had actually offered to drop him off at the hospital to have his eyes checked after their first day together as a team. Naruto had been able to talk his way out of it, claiming that he was only tired and would be better after some sleep. But it had been a close call. Thankfully, though he wasn't much better the following day, the issue wasn't brought up again. His lack of coordination meant that even if he was sure he should change something and actually had the opportunity to do so, he was impotent to take advantage of it for the most part. Actually, with his clumsiness, it seemed that besides getting a few missions that he didn't remember from before, though he might have simply repressed the memories of such extreme boredom, everything was progressing more or less how it had before. He was still the chronic screw-up on the team and Sasuke was still the one who always had to bail them out. In his mind, the similarities between the original timeline and this one were both good and bad. Good that he hadn't messed up things that had led to he and his teammates becoming friends. Bad that the things that had led Sasuke to leave for Orochimaru were still there as well. In today's case, however, even though he knew and understood the reason for it, the mission was just too boring for words. Sensei, Naruto whined pitifully as he watched the elderly farmer show them how to milk the cow. Please, this is so boring. Can't we have another mission? Isn't there some cat that's stuck in a tree or a runaway dog we can chase all over the village again? It was easy to slip into the character of the person he'd been as a child. He felt the same impatience now as he had before, and this time around he actually was as amazing as he'd once thought himself. Or would be once he had complete control over his new body. Kakashi smiled down at Naruto through his mask and ruffled the blonde's hair affectionately. Or at least that was how it looked. Actually, Naruto found it to be not only a bit demeaning but also quite painful. This is a very important mission, Naruto, the Jounin explained. If the cows aren't milked, what do you suppose would happen? Naruto knew the answer, of course. He also knew that he would have merely scratched his head and looked stupid the first time around. While he didn't want Kakashi thinking him too dense, he didn't want to seem like he was suddenly someone who completely understood what would happen to an unmilked cow or the possible psychological and economical impact it could have on the village as a whole. He couldn't afford to appear to be too different from who he was supposed, not yet at least. In the end, he compromised by looking thoughtful and not answering until Sakura explained it, as she always did. Dummy, the pink-haired Kunoichi sighed with a shake of her head. If the cows aren't milked, their udders will stop producing milk and there would be a dairy shortage in the village. Exactly, Kakashi said. I know that, Naruto shot back, receiving 2 disbelieving looks which he supposed was a good thing even if he didn't like them. I meant, why are we doing this? There's got to be another team that could handle this mission while we did something more interesting. Kakashi shrugged. We just take the missions we're given. There weren't any other D-rank missions left by the time we got there, so this was our only choice. Maybe if you showed up on time we wouldn't have gotten stuck with a lousy mission, Naruto grumbled, crossing his arms and scowling at the cow as though it had somehow had a hand in saddling him with another boring and somewhat smelly mission. As the explanation and demonstration came to an end, having been heard and observed only by Sasuke and to a slightly lesser extent Sakura, the elderly man led them out into the small pasture and pointed out the different areas of the farm and explained what would need to be done to each. A few minor repairs and a new coat of paint for the fence surrounding the bull, feeding the 4 pigs occupying the sty located next to the barn, bringing some hay in for the cows to eat, and a couple of other random, boring chores that Naruto had once assumed he was long past having to deal with. Before they could get to those little gems, however, his team would have to milk the 50 cows located in the barn. Each genin was handed a bucket, a stool, and told to have fun by Kakashi and were sent into the barn to complete the cow milking portion of their mission. Since this mission was about completing the tasks given to them and not necessarily a job that required much teamwork, Kakashi told them he would not be working with them, but would observe their efforts from afar. Sakura grumbled that he only wanted to go read his dirty book, but was ignored by the lanky Jounin. Naruto didn't trip at all as they walked back to the barn, a vast improvement over what he'd been capable of just a few days before. Finally, it seemed, his mind and body had adjusted to each other, or at least were getting close. He wasn't totally there yet, since he still had to watch himself to make sure he didn't mess up, but complete assimilation into his old body couldn't be that far off. He hoped. As he entered the barn, his accomplishment giving him more confidence than he'd felt in several days, he promised himself that as soon as he could move his body properly on a consistent basis, he would begin to change things the right things. Until then he would have to keep working on the one goal that he had been actively trying to change, getting Sakura and Sasuke to be his friends earlier than they had been originally. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to be in as much of a hurry as he was. As far as Naruto could remember, he and Sasuke had generally hated each other, or at least pretended to, until the Wave Country mission when they had competed against each other in their training. Sasuke had been his rival before then, of course, but to Sasuke he was nothing more than a pest who had no hopes of competing with the great Uchiha. Sasuke seemed to feel about the same for him this time around as well. Perhaps it was because Naruto hadn't proven his potential as he would during their tree climbing training on that mission, or maybe theirs was a camaraderie that needed to be forged in battle. Whatever the case, Sasuke didn't seem too interested in Naruto yet, and Naruto found that extremely irksome. He and Sakura had also become friends. Sort of friends, at least. Around the same time, or maybe even a little later, when they were taking the Chunin exam, and just as with Sasuke, those circumstances seemed to be needed again. For the time being, she routinely called him an idiot, told him to shut up, or simply seemed exasperated at his presence on her team. If anything, she was even colder to him this time around than she had been before. It was difficult to say whether she was still mad because of his jumping Sasuke's bones comment to her on that first day, or was just irritated that he was paying less attention to her, and spending more time trying to get Sasuke to be his friend and less time trying to ask her out. Without meaning to, he had definitely not been pursuing her the way he had the first time around, so it was possible that she was missing the attention he'd once paid her. Even if it had always seemed to annoy her, the idea that Sakura might actually be missing something that irritated her was a perplexing one. But then she'd often told him in the future that he just didn't understand girls and he'd generally been forced to agree with her. This, apparently, was just one more thing he didn't understand about the fairer sex. Naruto sat down wearily on his stool and eyed the first cow as it slowly chewed its cud, looking almost as bored as he felt. The cow didn't make any attempt to get away or attack him, but for a minute it shuffled and stomped its feet agitatedly. Naruto had had plenty of experience with this reaction. A lot of animals acted like that when he first approached them, but they eventually calmed down or attacked him, and the cow was no different. As its agitation abated and it gradually stopped squirming, Naruto looked down at its swollen udder and bit his lip. How had that old man done this? Slowly he reached out and touched one of the 4 long nipples, watching his hand the whole way to make sure he didn't accidentally punch the poor animal, or miss his target in some other unpleasant way. As his hand closed around the soft, squishy skin, once again proving to himself just how far he'd come in the past week, the cow turned its head and looked at him, methodically chewing its cud, and then returned to ignoring him. Apparently once it was used to him, it no longer cared what he did back there. So far, so good. Naruto stole a peek at Sakura to see if he could discern how she was doing it. It was hard to see from his angle, but she seemed to be pulling down to make milk squirt into the bucket. He gently squeezed the very bottom of the nipple and slowly pulled down. Nothing happened. He tried squeezing just a little harder, but again was left with nothing. He gave the udder a long, intense stare, pondering how he could unlock the mystery of operating it, and then tried giving the nipple a hard, sharp pull. The cow's reaction was instantaneous. It mooed loudly, turned so that its butt was in Naruto's face, and then gave the blonde a quick kick to the chest, sending him crashing through the wall of the barn and tumbling into the dirt outside. The commotion got Sakura and Sasuke's attention just in time for them to see the enraged cow charging after Naruto, who was trying to scramble to his feet and run while struggling to get oxygen back in his lungs. "What did you do to her?" Sakura demanded loudly. Naruto didn't bother responding as he turned and fled from the revenge-minded cow, only to trip after about a half-dozen steps and start to fall. The cow didn't even let him hit the ground before applying its head to his back end, sending him somersaulting through the grass and dirt and finally smashing through the fence surrounding the bull's pen. The bull watched Naruto with visible trepidation, unnerved by the intruder's cursing, strange movements, and sudden, loud entrance. Several times he stomped his feet and lowered his head to show the boy his horns as a warning. Naruto hardly noticed the bull. "Stupid cow," he grumbled as he stood up and began dusting the dirt and probably animal droppings from his pants and jacket. Crashing through the fence had torn his pants slightly. He'd have to sew them up again that evening, and his back and chest ached from the jarring blows he'd received from his attacker. With a groan he pulled off his jacket and looked at it critically to see if it had been ripped as well. Fortunately, because he found jackets harder to sew than pants, it seemed to have survived with only superficial damage. "I hate these stupid missions," He sighed one last time as he gave the jacket a couple of shakes to clean off the dust and grass that clung to it. Naruto! Look out! Sakura screamed as Naruto felt the vibrations of the ground from the charging bull. Ah shit, Naruto sighed as he dove out of the way. The bull ran a few paces farther, and then turned back towards the young ninja who had rolled smoothly to his feet. Nice bull, Naruto said soothingly, or so he hoped, no need to get all riled up. The bull didn't seem to appreciate the tone of his voice, as he immediately lowered his head and prepared to charge once more. Naruto managed a quick glance over his shoulder and frowned. He was practically in the middle of the bull's pin. With his short legs and reduced speed, it would be tough to escape over the fence before the bull reached him, and he wasn't totally sure he had the coordination to continue to dodge. As the bull bore down on him, he didn't have time to think, his body simply reacted. His hands came together, fingers intertwining and then moving through a quick series of 4 seals. Ox, rat, monkey, and dog, each seal forming almost perfectly despite his too small body. The second the seals were completed, he dropped to his knees and slammed his hands into the ground. Just in front of him, a square sheet of stone, only a couple of centimeters thick, leapt out of the dirt. The stone wasn't nearly as thick as the jutsu's originator, or at least the person Naruto had taken it from could make it, and wasn't quite as unforgiving, but that hardly seemed to matter in the end. The stone shield shattered under the impact of the bull's skull, showering Naruto with sharp tiny shards that bit into his skin. The bull took 2 unsteady backward steps and then collapsed to the ground. Had Neji, or at least future Neji, been the one to use the jutsu, the bull probably would have died. Naruto had learned, in other words, stolen the jutsu from the straight-faced Hyuga while he was helping him practice a new taijutsu style that would not only allow full use of the Byakugan, but also give the user more flexibility in performing ninjutsu, removing the handicap of only being able to attack from close range. Neji had been able to use the jutsu simply by forming the seals often within the large, loose sleeves of his shirt so that his hands were hidden and then tapping his foot on the ground. The effect was devastating. One moment an attacker would see an opening in the Hyuga's guard, the next his fist or foot would unexpectedly slam into a meter or more thick slab of stone. Naruto had broken his hand twice in the first week of sparring with his friend. Naruto had always had to place his hands on the ground to make the jutsu work. Whether that was because he didn't have the chakra manipulation abilities of the Hyuga clan or because he wasn't a natural earth chakra type as Neji was, he couldn't say. Fortunately, the bull didn't seem to notice the difference. It only took a few seconds for Sakura and Sasuke to hurry over to the bull pin. Sasuke stopped at the broken fence and looked from the bull to Naruto, his eyes narrowed. Sakura hurried not to Naruto, but to the bull, checking to see if it was still alive. "You idiot, what if you killed it?" she yelled, her voice panicked. "Better him than me," the blonde countered as he brushed away a few tiny shards of stone that had managed to pierce his skin. "We might fail our mission because of this." Naruto was unmoved. "Better him than me." Sakura shook her head and continued to check the bull as much as she dared, not wanting him to awaken and renew his aggression. Sasuke walked forward until he was standing over Naruto. He didn't offer a hand to help the blonde up, nor did he seem particularly concerned about his teammate's health though. In fairness, Naruto was clearly going to live, but there was a strange expression on his face. "What was that jutsu?" he asked in an even tone. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for asking." Naruto grumbled as he got to his feet. "I've never seen it before, where did you learn it?" Sasuke asked again, giving no sign that he'd even heard Naruto's sarcasm. "That wasn't a jutsu taught in the academy." Naruto refused to meet Sasuke's eyes, instead focusing on the bull that Sakura was now ignoring as she eavesdropped on the boys' conversation. "A friend taught me a while ago," he replied truthfully. "Who?" Naruto frowned and then his eyes widened slightly. "You want to know how to do it?" He realized in near disbelief as a smirk formed on his lips. Sasuke scowled, but didn't reply. "You do, don't you?" Naruto laughed, almost breaking into a little happy dance, but restraining himself. "You want me to teach you?" It was more than he could have hoped for. Sasuke had never shown an interest in working with anyone on anything outside of their missions. They were like brothers, but it was their missions that brought them together and kept them together. Once Sasuke felt that the missions were no longer of use to him, it was easy for him to push Naruto aside as well. If they trained together, if Naruto could show Sasuke that his friends could give him as much or more power than Orochimaru, then maybe the Uchiha wouldn't leave the village when the Snake Sanin's offer was made. And if Sasuke willingly came to Naruto for help, well, he couldn't get made when Naruto did what he asked for, could he? "Forget it," Sasuke growled, his pale cheeks coloring with embarrassment. "No!" Naruto practically yelled. In his joy at the potential fix for all his problems that had just been dropped in his lap, he hadn't realized that he was acting like, well, himself, actually, or at least his younger self. "I'll teach you, if you want me to. I don't need your charity," Sasuke hissed as he turned and walked away. Naruto cursed his own stupidity under his breath as he stared at the back of his retreating friend. Sasuke had handed him the perfect chance to start changing things for the better, and he'd screwed it up in less than 30 seconds. What was wrong with him? The chilling thought that perhaps it was impossible to change things struck him but was quickly squashed. Sure, some of the basic details had remained the same from the original timeline, becoming a ninja, being defeated by Kakashi, getting poked in the butt. But it wasn't like everything had turned out the same. Sakura had been tied to the tree, not him, and his first team meeting had been at least a little different from the first time it happened. He was changing things, even if none of it seemed to be significant. He would just have to work harder to make bigger, better changes. What did you do? Sakura's voice awoke him from his thoughts. What did you say to Sasuke-kun? Naruto felt his body sag. It was hard getting used to everyone treating him like they had before, but readjusting to the old Sakura was nearly impossible. She'd been his closest, most dear friend all the way up until her death. They had been so inseparable that rumors had begun to circulate that they were actually lovers, especially after she'd been seen leaving his apartment in the morning still dressed in the clothes she'd had on the day before. And, as with most rumors, there was a grain of truth behind all of the exaggerations. They did spend many nights together but not as lovers. Actually, the first time Sakura spent the night with him, Naruto had tried to sneak a peek but she had firmly informed him that she was not yet asleep and that he was mere centimeters away from losing the hand that was trying to lift the top of her shirt out of the way as well as the part that distinguished him as male. Once, and only once, when they were a bit drunk, and perhaps a bit depressed, and at least he was feeling a little horny, a simple goodnight kiss had become something more and soon clothes were on the floor and they were tangled in his sheets. That night had been amazing so far as he could tell from the alcohol-blurred memory, but the next morning had been awkward and it quickly became apparent that the lust from the night before had been more alcohol-induced than anything else. It was agreed upon a little reluctantly on his side that it should never happen again, nor even be brought up, and so they took to simply enjoying the nights spent in each other's arms, drawing strength from their bond of friendship and comforting each other after particularly difficult losses. Aside from that one time, either of them had really even had the time or the energy for sex after a long day of carrying out missions, leading the village, planning attacks, and dealing with the deaths of friends and family. Not that the idea of doing it again hadn't crossed Naruto's mind once in a while. He was a man after all and Jiraiya's student on top of that. Plus, Sakura was going to be a pretty hot kunoichi one day. I didn't do anything, Sakura-chan, Naruto sighed, still watching his friend's back. So far I haven't managed to do anything no matter how hard I've tried. Sakura muttered something that sounded suspiciously like no joke and then hurried after Sasuke, leaving Naruto wondering if he'd ever be able to fix anything or if he was doomed to watch the world crumble even faster the second time around. The rest of the mission was notable only for the thick cloud of irritation and gloom that seemed to hang over the farm. Sasuke and Sakura finished milking the cows by themselves much to Sakura's delight, though Sasuke didn't say 2 words to her the entire time while Naruto was told to do the other chores assigned to them. It only took a couple of hours for the squad of Naruto clones to finish their jobs, though there was some unpleasantness during the pig slopping which resulted in 3 less clones and some disturbing memories transmitted to Naruto, but eventually even that mess was cleaned up. When they were finished, Kakashi led them back to the Hokage Tower. Normally, he would have taken them to one of the training grounds and instructed them on some team tactics, shown them how to use different pieces of surveillance equipment properly, had them practice their taijutsu, or on very rare occasions that technically hadn't happened yet, but would in the not-so-distant future if Naruto's memories were correct even taught them a simple jutsu or 2. Because of their late start, and because he had to explain why a barn wall had to be patched and how a bull received a minor concussion on a cow milking and farm repair mission, he told them that he was giving them what little was left of the afternoon off. The words had scarcely left Kakashi's mouth before Sasuke had turned and started walking home. Naruto hurried to catch up with the dark-haired boy, wanting to take another shot at breaking through the wall between them. If Sasuke had been willing to sort of come to him wanting to know how he'd done that jutsu, maybe they weren't as far apart as he thought they were. Hey Sasuke, do you want me to show you that jutsu now? He asked with a cheerful smile. Sasuke stopped and looked at him with a bored expression. Not really. Naruto's heart sunk a little lower. This was how all of their conversations seemed to go. Well, do you want to just go hang out? No. Naruto was desperate now, and he knew that he only had a few seconds before Sakura would become annoyed with him for trying to cut in on her time with Sasuke as if they actually ever spent any time together. Do you want to do anything? Sasuke gave a little shake of his head. I wouldn't mind going to a place where loud-mouthed idiots didn't bother me all the time. Naruto sighed and let it go. He'd had this basic conversation with Sasuke a dozen times already it seemed and not once had it gone anywhere. For whatever reason, he just couldn't get Sasuke to think of him as more than a weak pest. Sasuke-kun, wait. Sakura called out before her crush could make his hasty exit. He did stop, though the look on his face made it clear that he had considered continuing on as though he hadn't heard her. Sakura elbowed past Naruto and smiled happily at him, despite the expression on his face, clasped her hands in front of her chest as though begging but trying to be cute about it, and said, "Since we have the afternoon off, I was thinking we could go get something to eat. On a date." She had started off strong, but as she came closer and closer to asking him out, she began digging her toe into the dirt, and her smile became far more nervous. Sasuke rolled his eyes and gave an annoyed shake of his head. "I've got better things to do," Sakura visibly deflated as his cold voice swept over her. Her shoulders slumped, her head drooped, and her hands fell to her sides. Sasuke didn't give her a chance to come up with something else to say. He quickly turned and walked away, hands still tucked casually in his pockets as though it didn't matter that he just crushed a girl's hopes, if only for a little while. Despite having just been elbowed out of the way by Sakura, Naruto felt old, protective instincts beginning to kick in, and it took every ounce of willpower to keep himself from running Sasuke down and beating him into the pavement until he apologized. He waited for a full minute before approaching Sakura, reaching out a hand to pat her shoulder, but bringing it back before it made contact. If she was his Sakura, the older Sakura, he would have known more or less what to say to her, or at least would have felt more comfortable trying to cheer her up. But this Sakura was something of a mystery. She was only a child and her emotions were so all over the place that it was hard to figure her out. Would she appreciate him trying to cheer her up? Would it just start a fight? Would she be mad if he didn't try to cheer her up? Sakura-chan? He started tentatively. "Are you okay?" Sakura took a deep breath and then turned, her eyes once again filled with life and annoyance at him. "Of course," she snapped. "Oh. Good," Naruto managed, thrown off guard by the near instantaneous change. "If you still want to eat, I could take you." Sakura's eyes narrowed and Naruto knew that he'd said the wrong thing. "I've got better things to do," she replied evenly, leaving him to wonder if she even realized she was quoting what Sasuke had just said to her. "It wouldn't be a date," he countered quickly. "I just thought. If you were hungry, I'd be happy to eat with you. As friends. Or something." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Right, I'm sure you'll tell everyone we're just eating together as friends." "I'm not an idiot, Naruto." Naruto opened his mouth to tell her that she was doing an excellent impression of one, but caught himself just in time. He took a deep breath and looked around. They were all alone for the moment. In all the time since he'd woken up in his bed after fighting with Orochimaru, and he suspected dying, he hadn't had a single moment alone with the girl who had been his best friend in the entire world. Just as Sasuke's almost request for help had been, this was a chance he couldn't pass up or screw up. He needed Sakura to be his friend, if for no other reason than because he hated the lonely feeling he remembered from his childhood, and was being forced to live through again. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry about what I said when you were talking about your dreams for the future during the team meeting." He scratched his head, not sure where to go with this. He'd been meaning to apologize ever since he'd realized that he wasn't trapped in some sort of genjutsu, but had never gotten the chance after she'd ignored him in the forest during Kakashi's test. "I wasn't really myself that day." Sakura's eyes didn't lose any of their suspicion, but her face seemed to soften ever so slightly. "Who were you then?" "A guy from the future trapped in his childhood. A guy thinking he was trapped in genjutsu because he was supposed to be a Kage-level ninja, not a genin." Both were accurate, but since neither was a thing he could actually say, he went with what he hoped she would like to hear instead. "An asshole?" Sakura looked surprised by his answer and then allowed a soft chuckle to slip through her lips. "I thought you said you weren't yourself." "Sakura-chan, that wasn't very nice." Naruto laughed happily. This was the Sakura he remembered. Sakura laughed with him, though not quite as happily, and then her eyes shifted in the direction Sasuke had gone and her laughter died down. Naruto watched her carefully for a moment, trying to guess what he could say to get her to want to be his friend. At this point in time, he quickly realized there was really only one thing, one person, who could unite them, just as there was the first time around, Sasuke. "I can help you if you want," he offered as a half-formed plan popped into his mind. It would be easier to try something like this with Sakura because she would probably just put any advice he gave her out of her head if she didn't like what he had to say. Plus, as he thought about it, he really did have a good idea, or at least he thought it was a good idea. "Help me with what?" "Getting Sasuke to like you." For the first time since he'd started talking to her, maybe for the first time in his younger self's life, and almost definitely for the first time since he'd arrived in the past, Naruto had Sakura's full attention. "What are you talking about?" she demanded, her cheeks coloring slightly. "This better not be one of your pranks, Naruto." Naruto quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't pull a prank on you, Sakura-chan." I'm just saying that I might know how to get Sasuke to like you if you're interested in hearing it. Sakura's eyes clearly showed that she doubted his comment about not pranking her, making Naruto wonder if he had done so while they were at the academy. He didn't remember it, but that was hardly proof of his innocence and probably also doubted the sincerity of his offer. Why? She asked suspiciously. Naruto shrugged. Why not? Sakura cringed. Well, because you. Her voice trailed off and then she tried again. I mean, you were always. It wasn't like you tried to hide it. Naruto gave her a blank look. Hide what? Sakura took a deep breath and then finally said. That you like me. For a long moment, Naruto stared at her dumbly, having no idea what she was talking about, and then it hit him like. Well, like one of her fists after a particularly perverted joke, prank, or jutsu. He hadn't really thought about it until that moment, but all of the girls that were technically his age and would eventually be his friends were people that he could, if he wanted to and could talk them into it, have a romantic relationship with. No one else would think anything of it as they were all about the same age. In his eyes, however, all of them were little more than children at the moment. The idea of having romantic feelings for one of them, or even worse, acting on romantic feelings for one of them, was disturbing on a number of levels. He felt a little like a pedophile just thinking about it. Oh, that? An embarrassed chuckle slipped out, and he rubbed the back of his neck. Right, well, I've had some time to come to grips with your feelings about me. Plus, no offense, but you really aren't my type anymore. Sakura raised an eyebrow at his last comment, but didn't press him any farther, not really wanting to know what he was talking about. How are you going to help me? She asked. I'll tell you while we eat. Getting kicked by cows and fighting bulls. Not to mention the whole pig thing. Really worked up my appetite. And you're paying? Sure, what are friends for? She considered for a moment, and then in a voice that still only sounded half-convinced said. Fine, but no ramen. Naruto was willing to compromise on some things for the sake of the friendship that he so desperately wanted to start building, but this was not one of them. Not unless he absolutely had to. Hey, I'm the one paying, he pointed out with a shake of his head. I get to pick the restaurant. You only get to pick if you're paying or we're on a date, Sakura sighed resignedly. Ramen it is. Naruto grinned from ear to ear and offered her his arm. Sakura pointedly ignored it as she walked past him. It took Sakura and Naruto nearly 15 minutes to make their way to the Ichiraku ramen bar, twice as long as Sakura thought it should have taken them. For whatever reason, Naruto was walking as slowly as possible, his eyes locked onto his feet as though he were measuring each step. She couldn't remember when he'd started doing it, but was certain that it had been going on since around the time they'd been assigned to Team 7. It was possible, of course, that he'd always done it, and she just hadn't ever noticed at the academy. She'd never bothered looking at him any more than she had to, but in her mind it seemed a rather new habit. Sakura's eyes darted back and forth, searching the crowd for anyone who might recognize her and think that she was on a date with her blonde teammate. The cynical part of her brain tried to convince her that Naruto was intentionally taking his time to increase the likelihood that they'd be seen together so he could tell any former classmates they happened upon that they were on a date. She didn't think that Naruto was bright enough to come up with such an underhanded plan, but that didn't stop her from increasing her pace so that she was at least 4 steps in front of him. Enough that it would appear as though Naruto was simply following her. Naruto didn't seem to notice her actions. He didn't pick up his own pace to stay next to her, nor did he even take his eyes off his feet. It wasn't until the restaurant came into sight that Naruto began to walk faster. Head still down, he pulled even with her and grinned like a little kid. I'll race you. Sakura rolled her eyes and refused to answer him as he took off running. About halfway there, he took an abnormally large step and stumbled, his feet getting tangled up. He started to fall, but managed to right his feet in time to save himself from a dirt appetizer. A half second later he was running again, and this time managed to get all the way to his goal without incident. Sakura shook her head. She was certain she'd never met anyone as awkward and clumsy as Uzumaki Naruto. By the time she arrived, Naruto was sitting at the bar, his feet barely grazing the floor as they swung under his stool. He had already ordered for the both of them, which sounded annoyingly like something someone would do for his date, but at least he hadn't ordered anything disgusting or spicy for her, simply getting her a bowl of miso. Their food arrived in short order, and Naruto gave the most heartfelt itadakimasu she'd ever heard before digging into his bowl with gusto. Sakura picked at her food slowly, eating little more than a noodle at a time, occasionally only sucking broth from the wood of her chopsticks. Ramen was high in calories and low in nutritional value, possibly the worst thing a girl on a diet could be forced to eat. While she thought up new and inventive ways of not eating and still appearing to enjoy the meal, she stole glances out of the corner of her eye at her teammate, wishing he would hurry up and start talking so she could leave before he did anything too weird. Naruto, however, just ignored her. His chopsticks were nearly a blur moving in and out of his bowl, keeping a steady stream of noodles moving into his mouth. At one point, he missed his mouth, hitting himself in the cheek. He frowned and cursed and muttered something about his arms still feeling short, and then went back to eating as though nothing had happened. Sakura had a lot of practice at being ignored. As a little girl, she'd done her best to blend in with the background for fear that the other girls would notice her enormous forehead and tease her. After their falling out, Ino and her friends would occasionally ignore her for several days at a time, and sadly, Sasuke often ignored her when she was trying to get his attention. The one person who had never ignored her, much as she might wish him to, was Naruto, who up until they were put on Team 7, at which point he had eased off considerably, constantly tried to talk to her or get her to laugh at his idiotic, immature antics. Now that they were eating together and after he'd promised to help her get her heart's desire, his eyes hadn't even flickered in her direction. It was annoying. When he finished his noodles, he lifted the bowl to his mouth, downed the broth, and then signaled for another bowl to Tucci. The gray-haired man who owned the shop was just about the first person Sakura had ever seen who actually seemed happy to see Naruto. It wasn't hard to guess why the man liked the troublemaker. Naruto probably ate enough ramen to keep the restaurant's finances in the black all by himself. After another few minutes, Sakura was growing very tired of being ignored and was beginning to suspect that Naruto had tricked her into going out with him. In fact, she wouldn't have been surprised if Naruto ran off as soon as he finished his meal and left her with a check. His very presence was beginning to annoy her, and the sight of him happily eating his meal, while her stomach ached for food it wasn't allowed to have, was shortening her already short fuse. He told her he knew how she could get Sasuke to like her, so why was he taking his sweet time telling her? Didn't he understand how important that sort of information was to her? Or did he really have no idea how she could get Sasuke's affections and was only stalling for time before he admitted as much and left her with the bill? Finally, Sakura gave up any pretense of eating and glared at Naruto until he looked at her. "I have a phone on why ace?" he asked through the noodles he just shoved into his mouth. "You told me you knew how I could get Sasuke-kun to like me, so tell me how to do it already," she demanded. Naruto swallowed and went back to staring straight ahead, his eyes seeming to gloss over as a strange change came over his face. Suddenly he almost looked mature, like he was an adult, or something. For almost a full minute he was totally silent, and then, without looking at her, he casually asked, "You worked hard on your mission today, so why aren't you eating your food?" Sakura was caught off guard by the question, and it took her a moment to answer. "I'm just not hungry right now." Not hungry or dieting? She felt her face flush, and it angered her that he would even call attention to something so personal. "That's none of your business," she snapped. Naruto simply shrugged, not bothered by the venom in her voice or her anger over his rudeness. "It won't work, you know. You'll never have a body like the one you think you want." Her fist shot out without warning, but a split second before it could connect and send him flying through the wall of the restaurant. Naruto leaned back off his stool, his knees slamming painfully into the countertop in an effort to keep him from falling. Had it not been for the loud crash of his knees and the flailing of his arms as he struggled to keep his precarious balance on the edge of the stool, he might have almost looked cool avoiding her attack in such a casual way. As it was, they both looked stupid and a few of the other patrons gave them curious or irritated glances. The surprise of missing was the only thing that kept Sakura from throwing another punch, and it lasted just long enough for Naruto to sit back properly on his seat. "Damn short legs," he grumbled as he massaged the spot that had hit the counter. Then he straightened up and turned towards her. "Sakura-chan, Sasuke doesn't care about how skinny you are. Or at least there isn't any point in starving yourself over it even if he does. If all Sasuke cares about is a girl's body, Ino's going to be the one he goes for." Sakura's knuckles popped as her hands curled into fists again. "And if he's that shallow, you can do better anyway," he finished quickly, and then his arms flew up to block the anticipated punch. Fortunately for him, she didn't try to hit him a second time, though she certainly had been ready to. "What do you mean? You're pretty, Sakura-chan, but Ino's going to have the better body. It's just the way she's built. It won't matter though, unless Sasuke is only interested in a girl's chest and waist size." "Sasuke-kun isn't like that," Sakura insisted quickly. "Well, then why are you so worried about your body?" Sakura thought for a moment, and then said, "Because Fuki-chan said that her sister heard a friend say that Sasuke-kun only liked thin girls." Naruto rolled his eyes and shook his head. And how would her sister's friend know? Sakura didn't have an answer for that. All she'd known was that the other girls were going on diets except for annoying Ino Pig, who was already perfectly slender, so she'd decided to go on one as well. Naruto took her lack of response for an answer and then asked, "What do you even know about Sasuke that you haven't heard from some friend of a friend whose mother's uncle's dog's playmate heard through the grapevine?" Sakura opened her mouth to offer a long, detailed list of Sasuke's habits, grades, and other tidbits she'd learned about the reclusive Uchiha over the years. But Naruto cut her off before she could regale him with her knowledge. "I mean about the sort of girl he likes." The pink-haired Kunoichi thought hard for a moment, and then had to admit that she didn't know anything that wasn't second-hand knowledge. It was annoying that Naruto was pointing out something so obvious, and even worse was that it hadn't even occurred to her before he pointed it out. And probably wouldn't have if he hadn't mentioned it. Naruto smiled and then asked, "And what do you and I know about his likes and dislikes that nobody but Kakashi-sensei knows?" The way he said it brought the answer immediately to mind, but also left her feeling as though something were off about their conversation. Naruto was leading her by the nose towards an answer, but was doing so through questions, so she might end up thinking that it was partly her idea rather than completely his. When she finally arrived at whatever conclusion he was trying to get her to see, he said, "There's plenty that he dislikes and almost nothing that he likes," she recited. Naruto's smile widened and Sakura's feelings about the conversation were confirmed. "So you're saying that there's nothing I could do to get him to like me since he doesn't like hardly anything?" "No, nothing like that," the blonde laughed, "though I think that your choice in the man of your dreams leaves something to be desired. I just thought you ought to realize that throwing yourself at him, and trying to do all those other things to get him to like you weren't going to work. And they aren't going to work for Ino or anyone else either. You said you could help me," she pointed out, growing tired of being led through all of these hoops by him. "How are you going to do that? I bet you could figure it out if you thought about the last part of what he said." "He said he wanted to restore his clan?" Naruto threw his head back and laughed so hard he actually fell out of his chair, landing with a thump on the ground. "I should have known you'd think of that first. That was part of the last thing he said," Sakura insisted as she glared down at him. "Yeah, the part that involves you and him in bed." Naruto held up a hand to the side of his face and whispered loudly, "Sakura-chan, I think you're a closet pervert." Sakura's eyes narrowed until they were slits as she slid off her stool and prepared to end his short life. Now Sakura-chan," Naruto giggled, scooting along the floor away from her, "if you kill me, you'll never know how to get Sasuke." His words stopped her from going on a murderous rampage, but didn't curb her desire to stomp him into the ground. "Tell me," she demanded in a voice that warned him to get there and get there quickly or suffer the consequences. "He wants to kill someone," Naruto answered calmly. "So you think I have to kill someone for him?" Sakura asked, her anger dying in a sea of confusion. "Geez, I hope not," Naruto chuckled. "If you did, I'd really tell you to give up on the bastard and go after someone else. I just meant that all Sasuke seems to care about is killing someone. So if you want him to like you or at least see you as being worthy of a little attention, I have to help him kill that person." "Exactly," Naruto said with a smile that Sakura was sure she'd seen her own father and several teachers give her when she managed to puzzle her way through a difficult problem and find the answer they wanted her to find. It was a very strange expression to see on Naruto's face. Sasuke said that the things he really wants are to kill his brother and restore his clan. Probably in that order. So if you want to be around for the restoring part, you probably should be able to help him do the killing. "So how do I do that?" Naruto stood and dusted off his pants, his stupid knowing smile bigger than ever. He reached into one of his pockets and retrieved a large green frog wallet from which he pulled some money and casually tossed it on the bar between his two empty bowls and her lone full one. "Show him you aren't just one of those girls who follows him around hoping he'll toss them a bone." His eyebrow twitched and Sakura could see the cogs in his head working. "Or maybe they're hoping he'll." "Don't say it," she yelled, stopping what was sure to be an inappropriate and embarrassing joke. Naruto frowned and shrugged, no doubt thinking she was missing out on something funny, and then turned and started to walk away. He only took about 4 shuffling steps before he stopped and looked back at her. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not he wanted to say what was on the tip of his tongue, but then took the plunge. "Do you mind if I tell you what I really think, Sakura-chan?" Sakura's eyes narrowed once more. "Not if you're going to say that I should give up on Sasuke-kun and go out with." Naruto shook his head. "No," he stopped and reconsidered. "Well, yes and no, really. I honestly think you should stop chasing Sasuke, but not so you'll go out with me. Or anyone else for that matter. Sasuke doesn't need a girlfriend right now, he just needs a friend. If you really care about him, you won't train with him so you can get in his pants. You'll do it to help him." Sakura's jaw flexed at the get in his pants comment, but she couldn't find it in her to get angry at Naruto, especially when he sounded sincere and so right. This new Naruto was something she had no idea how to react to. It felt like Iruka-sensei or her father had temporarily taken control of Naruto's brain. The change was jarring after years of dealing with the usual stupid, annoying, childish Naruto. Naruto watched her for a moment longer, and then turned to leave, casually waving his hand without looking back at her. "See you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. Next time you want advice, you're paying." Sakura stared after him, not sure if she should be annoyed or thankful. He hadn't done anything too embarrassing or tried to turn their friendly meal into a date, and to top it all off, his idea, much as she hated to admit it, wasn't a bad one. Actually, it was pretty good. Sasuke had said those things, after all, and he never seemed to care much for those girls who followed him around, even the ones with the perfect bodies and normal-sized foreheads like Ino. Maybe he really would only respect the sort of girl who could help him train to kill whoever it was that he hated so much. Even Naruto's advice about giving up on Sasuke wasn't as horrible an idea as it would have sounded to her in a different conversation. Basically, he wasn't telling her to give up on the love of her life, just to become Sasuke's friend first because that was what he really needed. It was the sort of advice she'd read once or twice in her magazines, but had never considered actually applying towards her own situation. The question was, how had Naruto of all people realized this potential answer when the rest of the female population in their class hadn't seen it? Naruto wasn't smart. He didn't watch Sasuke all that carefully. He tried talking to Sasuke quite a few times since they'd become Team 7, but hadn't really gotten all that much more out of the Uchiha than anyone else. And most of what he tried to talk to Sasuke about was about their missions or some taijutsu move that Kakashi had just taught them. Like he was trying to get Sasuke to be his friend. And during that first morning before Kakashi's test, he'd said something about seeing why all of the girls liked Sasuke-kun. And then he just told her that he didn't like her like that anymore because she wasn't his type. Sakura shook her head. No way. Naruto couldn't be. Could he? She looked back longingly at her cold bowl of ramen that Tsuchi was cleaning up and sighed. Has Naruto been acting weird lately? She asked the old man. Well, Tsuchi pushed back his white paper hat and scratched his head thoughtfully. He cried about a week ago when he stopped by, but that might have just been because he poked himself in the eye with his chopsticks. Other than that? No weirder than usual. Why do you ask? Sakura shrugged, putting the idea out of her head, and then turned to head home, vowing to eat everything her mother put in front of her until she was well and truly full. It was a bit strange that Naruto had figured something out before everyone else, assuming that his little plan actually worked, but at least he'd given her an excuse to satisfy her aching stomach. For that alone, she'd overlook the weirdness of the whole thing. Just this once. The horizon was just beginning to turn golden as the approaching dawn ushered in another beautiful day in Konoha. Some of the citizens had already been up for a few hours. The scent of fresh baked breads and other breakfast foods could be smelled all around the village, while others were only beginning to stir in their warm beds. The Hokage Tower was open, but not busy yet. That wouldn't begin until after the great gates opened and the rest of the village had risen from its slumber. But a few civilians dressed in clothing ranging from rags to tailored suits as well as ninja of various levels could be seen entering and exiting already, many yawning as they did so. Some were picking up missions, some were requesting them, and others were just milling about as they waited for a meeting they were early for. Naruto saw all of them from his perch on the roof of a nearby building. He wasn't sure how long he'd been crouching there, but his muscles ached and he longed to allow himself to stretch. Despite his discomfort, he didn't move from his spot or even look away from the activity below him for fear that he might be distracted and miss who he was looking for. It had been 3 days already since he decided upon this quest, and he had yet to find her. This was, however, the first morning that he had woken so early, and he was feeling confident that this time he wouldn't be disappointed. His conversation with Sakura the previous week and the changes it seemed to be making with her had given him new hope and confidence that he actually would be able to pull off this insane idea of fixing the future, and wouldn't just end up with a bigger mess than he already had on his hands. She no longer bothered Sasuke for dates the way she previously had, but rather asked him if he'd like to go practice their taijutsu further, and even asked him if he could help her become more accurate with her kunai throws. So far, Naruto hadn't seen him actually take her up on her offers, but he had given her a few pointers once or twice. He also seemed far less annoyed with her when she spoke to him, and that was the first good sign Naruto had seen since waking up in the past. Sakura apparently noticed as well and had redoubled her efforts to become useful to him in whatever way she could, even staying after Kakashi had dismissed them and training on her own. Naruto was glad that she was starting to become more like the woman he remembered her as, even if it was just a little, and hoped that Sasuke would start taking her up on her offer occasionally. He'd never gotten the chance to find out how Sasuke felt about her in the future, but maybe they could at least be good friends, and there was always a chance that he'd eventually return her feelings. You couldn't restore a clan without some Uchiha babies, after all, and that took a woman who was willing to bear those babies. Sakura was as good a candidate for the job as anyone else who might want it. Probably even a better candidate than most, since she actually stood a chance of getting to know him for more than his looks and money. The problem was, what was Naruto supposed to do now? All of his conversations with Sasuke were what Naruto had dubbed, "Sasuke can't be bothered with you conversations." They generally involved him asking Sasuke if he'd like to hang out or train or something, and Sasuke telling that he had better things to do. The only other type of conversation they had were the ones in which Sasuke dropped veiled insults about Naruto's abilities, even though Naruto was now only making the occasional intentional mistake on the missions. Clearly he would just have to wait for Old Man Tazuna and their mission to the Wave Country before he could start working on his future friend. After the disaster during their farming mission, It was clear that Sasuke wasn't going to come to him for any sort of training or help unless he was dragged kicking and screaming, and Naruto didn't want that. If he could just wait until they went to the Wave Country, everything would work out fine the way it had before. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't remember exactly when they were given that mission and was beginning to grow impatient. Now that he had his body under control, there were still a few slip-ups, but they were so few and far between that they were probably just legitimate clumsiness rather than issues caused by traveling backwards through time and space. It seemed that he should be making some large strides towards creating the utopia he envisioned for the second chance at the future. Instead, he was just sitting around doing boring missions, being taught taijutsu and team tactics by Kakashi that he either already knew or knew something that worked better, and watching Sakura making strides towards becoming Sasuke's friend while he was still seen as being the dead last on the team. It was because of this frustration that he now found himself on rooftop perch spying on those entering and exiting the Hokage Tower. He'd spent several nights thinking long and hard about what he could do at this early stage to change the future that he'd come from, and had only been able to think of one person who actually might need and accept his help: Hinata. She was, really, his only option at the moment. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino all had fairly normal, safe lives so far as he'd ever heard until Sasuke's defection. On top of that, Shikamaru wasn't the sort of person he wanted to be around too much if he could help it. It was bad enough that he had to deal with Kakashi and all of his genius on a daily basis. He doubted he could fool two of them for any extended length of time. Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino were probably struggling to complete their missions in part because of Hinata, though Naruto doubted it was all her fault, but that was about their only worry in life at the moment. Though Rock Lee was rapidly becoming a clone of Mado Guy, Naruto was certain that the process was already irreversible by this point. Even if he was allowed to live 5 lifetimes over again, he probably couldn't stop it. Neji had a stick up his ass, but he'd live, and Naruto knew that he would change that during the Chunin exam. Plus, he wasn't really sure how he could possibly help Neji without fighting him the way he had originally, and on a list of stupid things he could do to call unwanted attention to himself, beating down the Hyuga clan's greatest genius was probably pretty near the top. Tenten's only trouble was that she had to deal with Neji and all his depressing talk about fate, as well as Guy and Lee and their babbling about the power of youth. Naruto felt sorry for her, but she'd come out of it just fine the first time around. Sai was still a member of Root, and Naruto had no idea where he could find him, or what he would do and say if he did. Taking down that organization's leader, Danzo, was an even worse idea than beating up Neji, though Naruto really hated to admit it. Though Naruto wished he could do something for the future Kazekage, Gaara and his siblings lived too far away for him to do anything for them. They would just have to survive, as they had originally, until the Chunin exam before he could start working on them. Gaara had been trapped in loneliness and near insanity for years by this point. A few more months wouldn't hurt him too much, it hadn't the first time around anyway. The current Leaf Jounin were all capable of taking care of themselves for a few more years, at least, and Old Man Hokage wasn't in any immediate danger either. As near as Naruto could tell, that left Hinata, whose life was full of scorn and self-depreciation that she didn't deserve, and the traitor Kabuto as the only ones whose lives he could and should start messing with. Of those two, Hinata was the one he'd decided on. As much as he wanted to hunt down and kill Kabuto, there was no way Naruto could find him without looking extremely suspicious. A genin, particularly a 12-year-old genin who had only been a ninja for a few weeks, had no business asking about random, older genin. Asking about Kabuto's location would only raise questions that he didn't think he could answer, especially when the bastard turned up dead shortly thereafter. He was already beginning to think that Kakashi might suspect that he wasn't the Naruto he was supposed to be. Little comments he'd made, odd glances here and there. Kakashi was definitely too observant for Naruto's good, and would be much too clever to miss the fact that a fellow Leaf Nin had been killed not long after Naruto had been asking where to find him. If that happened, there'd be no telling what Kakashi's reaction would be. No, it had to be Hinata. Besides, he owed her more than he could make up with just the half-hearted apology he'd given her that first day when he still thought she was little more than a piece of an elaborate genjutsu. The young Hyuga had always been quiet and unsure of herself when they were kids. She'd even fainted a couple of times for some reason when he dropped in on her unexpectedly, and often spent more time looking at the ground and apologizing than she did talking to him. That had eventually changed, and she had become one of his close friends, especially after Sakura's death. Unfortunately, the timidity of her youth damaged to her reputation amongst her clan beyond repair. The elders refused to accept her as the head of the clan after her father's death, instead choosing a man that they did approve of and arranging for her to marry him so that the lines of succession would remain intact. The man chosen, Hyuga Hiroshi, was little more than a career politician. He'd served as a jounin for a while, endowed with the genius that all Hyuga seemed to possess, and then, after being injured on a mission, had become an advisor for someone that everyone felt was important, though he wasn't important enough for Naruto to remember his name. Hiroshi was also a member of the head family, naturally, and had many friends and allies amongst the elders of the Hyuga clan, which explained how he was able to jump to such an important position after such a boring career. As soon as the marriage was announced, Hiroshi began setting up appointments to meet with Naruto. The meetings were boring, long, full of a lot of butt kissing, and discussions of plans for the future of the village and the Hyuga that Naruto had no intention of implementing. Despite how dull the meetings were, the fact that Hiroshi worked so hard to get into Naruto's good graces would have been flattering had he not already hated the man for being party to forcing Hinata into a marriage that he was sure she didn't want, and had he not heard from Shino that Hiroshi was also telling members of the village council that a new leader with more experience and less baggage was needed to take over the position of Hokage. Even with all that, he might have learned to at least tolerate the man. But then he had stopped by the Hyuga manor to see Hinata and found a dark bruise on her face that he was certain didn't come from a sparring match, no matter how much she insisted that it had. After that, his loathing Hiroshi became a venomous hatred that was second only to his hatred of Orochimaru. Well, that was overstating it a bit, but he certainly had made it into the top 10. He wouldn't allow that bastard to become leader of the Hyuga, and he certainly wouldn't let him marry Hinata, not a second time. When Hinata had told him of her impending marriage, she had mentioned after some prodding on Naruto's part that there was a way out of it, but refused to tell him what it was. He'd thought about it for years even after her marriage, but never was able to guess what she could have been talking about. That meant that this time around, since he clearly wasn't smart enough to figure it out, he would have to make it so that the mysterious escape clause was never needed. He was going to make sure that Hinata was the best damn Hyuga the elders had ever seen. Or at least second best, just behind Neji. Now if only he could find her. Stinkin' Kurenai, he grumbled as a new group of not Hinata or her teammates appeared. I thought you were supposed to be the responsible one. He let his eyes travel from one side of the courtyard leading up to the tower to the other, even though he was certain that he'd already looked all of those people over, and shook his head. Obviously Asuma was a bad influence on her. Were it not for the fact that their offspring was going to be a cute baby and would be loaded with natural talent, he might have jokingly considered trying to get her to dump the lazy bearded jounin. But only jokingly. The two's relationship had become public while he was away training with Jiraiya, followed shortly thereafter by marriage and later by Kurenai's pregnancy. Because Asuma was killed just a short while after Naruto returned from his training, he never got the chance to see them officially together. He had, however, heard on several occasions that the two of them clearly belonged with one another. And who was he to argue with an expert like Ino? Another 10 minutes went by and the area surrounding the tower began to fill up with more and more ninja and other people with business there. Soon it would be impossible to keep track of who he'd already looked at and who was a new arrival. It wouldn't be long before Naruto would be unable to spot even someone as distinct as Kurenai, never mind Hinata, who was always trying to remain unseen. As it turned out, he had already missed them enter the tower, but fortunately spotted them as they came out, mostly because Kiba was practically dancing with excitement, while Akamaru, caught up in his friend's exuberance, barked loudly from his perch atop Kiba's head. Naruto himself almost felt like doing a little jig as he rose to his feet and watched them for a moment. It was strange to see Team 8 as children again. He'd already seen Hinata, of course, but that was when he thought that everything around him was nothing more than the powerful genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. To see them now, realizing that they really were children again, was almost as strange as the first time he looked at his own teammates. Shino was wearing a gray coat with a high collar and the dark sunglasses that everyone in his clan seemed to wear. Over the years, Naruto had actually forgotten what Shino's hair looked like, as he'd taken to wearing a hood that was almost never removed when he got older, but now his poofy, dark-haired clearly inherited it from his father, as Shino's mother had straight hair that actually obeyed gravity, could be easily spotted even from the distance. Looking at it now, Naruto wondered if Shino had started wearing his hood in an effort to hide his hair and make himself even less conspicuous than he already was. That sounded like something an eternal pragmatist like him would do. Kiba was wearing a similar coat with the hood pulled up. His hair was either already as long as he'd worn it as an adult, or the hood and jacket were lined with dark fur that looked just like his hair. Probably the latter, since it looked like he had a lot more arm hair than Naruto remembered him possessing as an adult. Akamaru sat on his head, happily wagging his white tail and giving no sign that he would eventually be the enormous dog that Kiba had been able to ride into battle. Hinata-chan! Naruto called out as he stepped off the rooftop and ran straight down the wall, seeming to bend gravity to his will, though it was little more than simple chakra manipulation. Team 8 looked over at him in surprise, as did everyone else who heard him. Most only looked at him long enough to see who he was and then quickly made it a point to ignore him, while those from outside the village continued to stare for a little while longer. He quickly pushed his way through the crowd, not bothering to respond to the angry muttering he heard every time he pushed someone a little more than was appreciated, until he reached his future friends. "Hey, Hinata-chan, how's it going?" he asked with a large, happy grin. For the first time that he could remember, Hinata didn't really smile at his greeting. She only stared down at the ground and pushed her fingers together. Her lack of any sort of real reply left him feeling flat-footed. Hinata-chan, are you okay? I'm sorry, Naruto, but my team has a mission," she whispered so quietly he almost didn't hear her. Naruto stared at her in confusion for a moment, feeling awkward and incredibly uncomfortable. Hinata had never called him just Naruto. When he was the Hokage, she almost always called him Naruto-sama even when he asked her not to, and when they were younger she'd always called him Naruto-kun. What was even weirder was the tone of her voice, even whispered as it was, made it sound like she was actually trying to be rude. As quietly and gently as possible. "Oh. Right? Yeah, The conversation had gone much smoother in his head when he planned it out a few days earlier. Of course, when he planned it out, he'd assumed Hinata would be at least mildly happy to see him instead of looking like she wished to see anyone but him. "I just wanted to ask if you'd like to hang out or train, sometime. Perhaps," she whispered, still refusing to look him in the eye. "When we return, maybe." Naruto nodded, his brain working furiously to figure out why she was acting that way. Every possibility from replaced by a disguised enemy to contracting a personality-altering virus ran through his mind, but were discarded until at last he hit on what he thought was the most logical, but least probable theory. Hinata was mad at him. Over the years he'd done many things that he thought Hinata would have had a good reason to be mad at him over. Sending her sister and cousin on the missions that had claimed their lives, not stopping her clan from forcing her to marry Hiroshi, being a moping baby every few weeks or even every other day who didn't want to be responsible for all the things that he was responsible for. Any of those would have been perfectly good reasons to become annoyed or angry with him, maybe even hate him, but Hinata had never shown him anything but kindness. How had he managed to do something in a few weeks that he'd never been able to do in nearly 30 years? How is it even possible that she would be mad at him in this timeline when she never had been in the previous? He'd barely even spoken to her. Hinata and her team started walking away, but Naruto's hand shot out and caught her by the wrist, pulling her gently back towards him. "Are you mad at me, Hinata-chan?" he asked. Hinata bit her lip and kept her eyes away from him. The fact that she didn't immediately begin stammering about him being mistaken while quickly apologizing and taking the blame for making him think such a thing was as sure a sign as Naruto had ever seen. He opened his mouth to say something, but wasn't sure what exactly should come out. He could apologize, but he didn't know what he'd be apologizing for, or he could ask her what he'd done to make her angry. But that might only make her madder at him, as was sometimes the case with Ino and Sakura. Kiba saved him from sitting there like an idiot with his mouth hanging open and his brain trying to decide which option involved less risk. "Come on, dumbass, leave Hinata alone. We've got a big, important mission to get to," the taller boy yelled. Akamaru barked in agreement. "A big mission?" Naruto asked dumbly, still staring at Hinata. "Yup, and the client's kind of a jerk. So leave her alone, you're making us late." Hinata finally managed to look up at Naruto, and he thought she almost appeared sorry to have to leave, but then without so much as a goodbye she dropped her head again and joined her team as they walked towards the gates. Naruto watched them disappear into the crowd and then cursed under his breath. If it was possible for him to make Hinata mad at him, who knew what other trouble he could get into? "Sasuke, report. I have the packages and am waiting in position. Sakura-chan? All set, I'll be at the drop-off point in less than a minute. Naruto? Naruto, what is your status? Hey dummy! Wake up! Where are you?" It was Sakura's voice that finally cut through the haze surrounding Naruto's brain. What? Have you picked up your portion of the list?" Kakashi asked through his headset. Naruto looked down at the list in his hand and then up at the marketplace spread out before him. No. Damn it, Naruto!" Sakura's voice yelled through the earphone. "We're supposed to be done in less than 10 minutes, right? Yeah, I'll get right on it." Naruto switched off his radio so he wouldn't have to listen to any more complaints, and looked down at the piece of paper in his hand. Eggs, milk, tuna, bread, apples, radishes, onions, flour, cheese, and sugar. It would take him more than 10 minutes just to collect all of those items, let alone make it back to wherever he was supposed to take them. "Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu," he called out as he brought his fingers together. A second later, 5 additional Narutos were standing with him. Each was given 2 items to collect, and then the small army of blondes rushed into the marketplace while Naruto picked a spot in the shade to sit down and think some more. All day he'd been unable to think anything but the meeting Hinata earlier that morning and what he could possibly have done to upset her in such a short period of time when he'd barely even seen her. Despite having devoted most of his time to the problem and his performance during the mission had shown how little attention he paid to it, he still wasn't able to think of a single thing he could have done. Unless she was still mad about him dislocating his finger. But she hadn't even been that mad about it at the time. It only took his clones a few minutes to return with the groceries they'd been sent for. Not nearly enough time for him to make any headway with the Hinata problem. "Okay, I've got the supplies," he reported into his headset after turning it back on. "I'm on my way." "Hurry up," Kakashi replied. "You only have about 3 minutes before the time they said we'd be done." "Yeah, no problem." Naruto easily leaped onto the roof of the nearest building, looked around, and then asked, where were we supposed to meet again?" 3 voices groaned, and then Sakura gave him directions. A pretty woman hurting for young, rambunctious children had just arrived at her front doorstep where Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were waiting for her when Naruto seemed to appear out of nowhere, red-faced and panting hard. The woman stared at Naruto for a moment, trying to place his face, before her eyes widened and she quickly shooed her children inside as she took a step away from him. Naruto ignored both her and her reaction, instead handing the bags of groceries to Kakashi and then walking to a nearby tree where he sat down and wiped sweat from his face, muttering about being out of shape. Kakashi gave his student only the briefest of glances before turning back to the woman and helping Sasuke and Sakura take the groceries inside. It took only a moment for the final chore of their mission to be completed, and then he led his team with Naruto trailing behind them back to the Hokage Tower to report on the success of the mission. Along the way, Sakura, who normally preferred to walk next to Sasuke and up until just recently trying to get him to talk to her, slowed her pace until Naruto caught up with her. "You were paying less attention than usual today," she pointed out without really looking at him. "It was like you were somewhere else." Naruto's head jerked up in surprise and then he smiled for the first time in hours. "It was nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night." Sakura frowned. "You're a bad liar." Naruto let out a loud gasp and then tripped, falling face first into the cement sidewalk. "You're a bad liar" was one of the last things Sakura had ever said to him as he knelt next to her in a dark cave and helplessly watched her blood drain out of her. He told her that her injuries weren't that bad, that he'd have her patched up in no time, that everything was going to be just fine. She'd smiled up at him, weakly reaching up a trembling hand to cup his face and wipe away his tears. And then she'd said the last words that he'd ever thought he'd hear from her, and they started with, "You're a bad liar." Sakura knelt next to him, all pretenses of not really walking next to him or talking to him vanishing. "Geez, are you okay?" she asked, actually sounding concerned, which surprised Naruto further. He got to his knees and looked at the scrapes on his hands, knowing there would probably be some on his face as well. Iruka would no doubt laugh at him for getting injured on a grocery collecting mission, but that was okay. It was always nice seeing Iruka smile, and the image of that smile helped push back thoughts of the dark cave that he would never let this Sakura enter. "Yeah, I'm fine." Naruto stood, and the two picked up their pace so they could keep up with Sasuke and Kakashi, who were now quite far ahead. After a few paces, he looked over at Sakura and then said, "Hey, Sakura-chan, you're a girl, right?" Sakura's eyebrow twitched and her hand curled into a fist. "Yeah, I'm a girl." Naruto missed the signs that would have warned him that he was already in danger and should proceed with extreme caution. He was already beginning to lose himself once more in thoughts of why Hinata would be mad at him. It was either think about that or think about the day Sakura died, and he had no desire to go through that again. So, do all girls just get mad over nothing? Or is it just yo? A loud crack echoed down the street as Sakura's fist connected solidly with Naruto's cheek, sending him crashing into the side of a nearby building. Sitting upside down with a swollen cheek and one eye that could barely open anymore, Naruto watched Sakura storm off towards Sasuke and Kakashi, who both gave her plenty of space as she continued past them. He should have seen that one coming. Sakura might have changed a little, but it was still far too early to be going to her for advice. He righted himself, rose unsteadily to his feet, and did his best to catch up. Naruto's first thought upon being dismissed for the afternoon, besides wanting to take a long soak to ease the pain from the beating he'd had to let Sasuke give him during their training session and the one Sakura had given him on the walk to tower after their mission, was to hunt down Hinata and try to fix things. But then he began to wonder if she didn't need some time to get over it the Sakura and Ino often had when he accidentally pissed them off. Going by the logic that Sakura and Ino were girls and they needed time to cool off before they were willing to forgive him, and that Hinata was also a girl, therefore Hinata would probably need some time to cool down. He decided to give her the time she needed before storming the Hyuga compound to apologize for whatever crime he'd inadvertently committed. So instead of looking for her that afternoon, he waited a full day, which seemed like more than enough time for someone to get over something before he even started to really keep an eye open for her. After 2 days of hoping to just run into her or spot her in the crowd, he began to actively search for her during his free time. He woke early and watched the crowds arrive at the tower. He wandered around near the Hyuga compound. He checked the training grounds whenever he had the chance, hoping to catch her team practicing. Nothing. He saw plenty of other people that he knew or would eventually know, but Team 8 was nowhere to be seen. After it had been nearly 5 full days since he'd last seen her, he finally decided that he'd have to ask someone. The next morning, after they had been given yet another D-rank mission, leaving him once again wondering how long he had to wait before Tazuna showed up, he walked over to his old teacher, Amuno Irika, and said, Irika-sensei, have you seen Team 8 recently? The Chunin looked surprised at the question, but after a moment's thought he smiled kindly. They're out on a mission, Naruto, and aren't expected back for another week at least. Naruto's eyes widened. D-rank missions were almost always conducted within the village, though a few took place in the surrounding area and generally took only a day or a few hours to complete. Some might run as long as 2 or even 3 days, but never for more than that. You gave them a C-rank mission? Irika grinned nervously, and the scar running across his cheeks and nose seeming to grin with him as he adjusted the spiky, black ponytail sticking out of the top of his head. Well, Kiba asked? Loudly for something more challenging, even though his team wasn't always doing that great on the D-rank missions they'd been given. I didn't think they were ready, but Kurenai-sensei felt that her team would be able to handle it, and so we found them a relatively easy one that we'd been waiting to assign to one of the more experienced genin teams. He shuffled some papers and then continued. There was a bridge builder who had come in a few days before, wanting some bodyguards to protect him from bandits, while he traveled back to his home in the Wave Country. Naruto didn't hear another word that was said. His stomach dropped into his feet, and his heart stopped beating while the blood drained from his face. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. His team was supposed to get that mission. They had to get that mission. That was where everything had started for them. It was where they learned to be a true team. It was where Sasuke had found out that he wasn't just a screw-up. It was where Sakura had learned to at least tolerate him. It was where an even more horrifying thought struck him. Team 8. They wouldn't be ready for something like that, not yet anyway. If it weren't for Sasuke and Kakashi, none of them would have made it through the first fight with Zabuza. They might not even have made it that far. Kurenai was a good ninja, but she was no Kakashi, and no one on her team was at Sasuke's level at this point. Naruto, are you okay? Someone asked him, and he thought he might have managed to nod dumbly as he turned to leave. He was dimly aware of Irika, or perhaps Old Man Hokage, calling to him as he walked away, but their voices sounded far away and his mind couldn't focus on them enough for him to understand or care what they were saying. It was possible that Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Akamaru, and Kurenai were already dead. It might even be likely. Somewhere along the way he'd made another mistake, and this was a far bigger one than simply getting Sakura tied to the training post, or making Hinata mad at him. He might have gotten 4 people and a dog killed. Naruto followed Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke all the way out of the Hokage Tower before his brain turned back on and he began coming up with a plan. He knew that what he ought to do was to go to Kakashi and tell him everything, but he also knew that he couldn't do that. There was no telling if Kakashi would believe him, even if Naruto showed him a jutsu or 2. Or 10. That he had no business knowing. The simpler explanation would be that Naruto was some sort of spy disguised as Naruto, or that Kyuubi was in control of his body, and by the time the full truth was realized, if it ever was, Kurenai's team would have already met their fate, assuming they weren't already dead. What Naruto needed to do first and foremost was to figure out if the members of Team 8 were even still alive. Fortunately, he was certain that he could at least get that much before he committed himself to anything too drastic. He waited until he walked past an alleyway and then quickly stepped inside. His fingers sped through the seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep, and then he slammed his hand down onto the ground. They were seals that his mind knew by heart after years of use, added to the fact that the summoning jutsu was the first thing Jiraiya had ever really taught him. For the first time since he was a kid, nothing happened. No seals spread out from his palm, no toads appeared with a puff of smoke. Nothing. He ran through the seals again, more carefully this time, put his hand down, and again was disappointed. It took a moment, but when the reason for his failure dawned on him, and then he felt dumb for having not realized the problem earlier. Of course he couldn't summon a toad. He hadn't signed the contract yet. Cursing his own stupidity, he stepped back onto the street and continued following his teammates. There were only 2 options left now. Tell someone that Kurenai and her team were in trouble and face the questions that would come from that, or go and help them on his own. Naruto sighed as he made up his mind. He'd spent years wishing that he could go back to being a kid again when life was simple and easy. But now that he was a kid, things were more complicated than ever. Their mission that day was the longest of any he'd ever been on, and he had never been such a horrible screw-up, not even on the first one they ever did during his original trip through life. By the time it was all said and done, Sasuke and Sakura were mad at him for holding them back through pure inattention, and he couldn't care less. Kakashi asked him at least twice if he was okay, noting that he looked a bit distracted and more than a little ill, but Naruto barely managed to mumble an answer. All he could think about was Team 8. He promised himself that none of his precious people would end up on the hero's monument, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, he'd somehow made a mistake that might have condemned 4 of them to that fate even earlier than in his original lifetime. Later that night, Naruto stood on his small balcony and peered out into the darkness. He had wanted to get going as soon as possible, but after thinking about it, had decided that he would have to wait until evening to make it easier to avoid detection. The last thing he needed was to get caught before he even made it over the wall. "You understand what you have to do?" he asked, looking back into the apartment. Of course, his own bored voice answered. "You. Do you think it will work?" "I don't know, we've never tried anything like this before, but it'll probably only last until you fall asleep anyway." Another copy of his voice replied from the other side of the room where he was helping himself to some instant ramen. Naruto sighed and rubbed his eyes. He hated going without sleep. He had pumped as much chakra as possible into the clones, trying to make them last longer even when he moved a long distance away from them. Some types of clones could only move a certain distance from the original before the jutsu came undone, and they vanished. He never had that problem with his clones, even when they traveled a mile or more away from him, but he'd never taken it as far as he was going to this time. He stepped back inside and walked to the kitchen. "I guess it's a good thing I didn't throw this out," he said as he opened up the refrigerator and took out a small carton of milk. "I don't need that," the clone by the bed quickly told him as he pulled on a nightshirt and adjusted his black sleeping cap that was designed to look like a monster eating its wearer. "I'll just pretend. It'll be better this way and you know it," Naruto retorted. "Then you stay and drink it and I'll go." "You know that won't work. Come on, we're a good actor." "I can do it without the milk," the clone whined pitifully. "Stop complaining," the other clone chuckled. The first clone looked from the original Naruto to the second clone and then, seeing no sympathy for his fate, sighed and shook his head resignedly. "You're both cold-hearted. It's not like it can kill you," Naruto reminded him. Fine, the clone muttered darkly, turning and wandering into the bedroom. "Just hurry up and go. Maybe I'll get lucky and this won't work anyway." Naruto nodded and headed back out onto the balcony, hefting a backpack onto his shoulder and tightening the straps until it was snug. "Wish me luck. I wish you were unconscious so I wouldn't have to drink the milk," the clone shot back with a scowl. The second clone waved merrily and continued eating. Naruto had chosen helping Hinata over Gaara because of how far away his fellow Jinchuriki lived and how difficult it would be to vanish for the time it would take to get there and back. As it turned out, he was going to be forced to go on almost as long of a trip anyway. If there really were gods watching him, he was sure they were getting a good laugh at his expense. He took a deep breath, gave his clones a small smile, and then disappeared into the night, hurriedly making his way towards the outer wall of the village, leaping from one rooftop to the next and then over the wall and into the trees. Hyuga Hinata quietly entered the semi-darkened room and knelt next to the futon lying at the far side. Her eyes silently searched the sweat-drenched face of the woman lying before her as her fingers brushed a strand of wet hair away from the woman's face. If she hadn't had a specific purpose for entering the room, she might have allowed herself to cry, even if her father would have frowned upon such shameful weakness. Her sensei had always been so beautiful, so strong, and so confident, everything Hinata was not, and now all she could do was lie there, too weak and full of sedating pain medicine to even remain awake for more than a few minutes at a time. Hinata carefully lifted the thick blanket covering the dark-haired jounin and examined the Kurenai's bandages. She hadn't quite bled through them this time, thankfully, which meant that the wound was healing. Hinata slowly peeled away the bandages and then began to lightly dab a warm damp cloth against the edges of the long gash in Kurenai's side, trying not to disturb the stitches or the clotted blood any more than was necessary to make sure everything was clean and free of infection. Even in the dim light the wound was horrifying to see. A nasty red, swollen line that cut its way about 6 centimeters into Kurenai's side, passing between her 10th and 11th ribs, and going all the way through to her back. It looked almost as though someone had tried to cut her in half. Which was exactly what had happened. Crisscrossing the wound were poorly done black stitches that Hinata had been forced to hastily sew into her mentor's side to save her life. Hinata was not a skilled medic nin, in fact, she was little more than a novice. A more skilled medic nin might have been able to heal the jounin, and leave only a faint scar if any behind. Because Kurenai had only Hinata to heal her, she would likely be left with a very large and very ugly scar marring her once perfect skin. The thought that she was once again failing Kurenai made Hinata want to throw up. She had always known that she was not a good ninja, but she never thought that she would hold her teammates back this badly. Kurenai was hurt, their mission was in jeopardy, and all Hinata could do was sit in the darkened room and go over the events that had led them to this point in her mind, picking out each and every point where she had failed. 3 days ago, as Team 8 cautiously made their way into the small fishing village of Ginoza, Hinata couldn't help but be amazed at the changes a few days had made. They'd started off their mission under blue skies with sparrows and robins singing happily as they soared overhead, while Akamaru yipped and barked playfully. It had been such a nice day that Hinata had almost been able to put her encounter with Naruto behind her and simply enjoy the peacefulness of the journey. So nice was it, in fact, that she'd eventually decided that when she returned to Kanehigakure she would find Naruto and apologize for her rudeness to him, even if it was his rudeness that had made her angry in the first place. He wasn't, after all, very socially astute, and probably hadn't even realized that he'd hurt her when he laughed about her mother's death. Though it seemed that even he should have known how unkind that was. Maybe, if she was feeling particularly brave after completing the mission, she would even tell him what he had done to anger her, but probably not. The fact that he had come looking for her meant that he most likely didn't know he'd hurt her, and that was enough for her to forgive him. She'd never been good at staying mad at anyone, and he was still too important to her not to eventually forgive him. Then, on their second day of travel, things had changed. They'd been ambushed by 2 ninja wearing strange, clawed gloves with a large chain connecting them. The ninja had immediately gone after Kurenai, who easily avoided their attack and called for her team to protect Tazuna. In the struggle, most of Team 8 handled themselves exceptionally. Kiba and Akamaru successfully knocked one of the 2 ninja away, and then Akamaru had urinated on the ninja while he was down. Shino's bug surrounded and confused the other ninja, while several of them began to drain the man's chakra. All Hinata managed to do was move in front of Tazuna, but she was too frightened at that point to be much more than a shield for their client. Before it came to that, Kurenai took care of the 2 enemy ninja. She simply stepped in front of them, her fingers forming seals faster than Hinata could see, and then the enemies were on the ground and the fight was over. Hinata knew what genjutsu was. She'd even had it cast on her a few times by both Kurenai and other instructors at the academy, but it was still impressive to see 2 full-grown ninja taken out so easily. After their attackers were tied up, Kurenai had confronted Tazuna about the true nature of their mission, and he had eventually confessed that he was more worried about ninja attacks than random robbers. He explained that his country was poor and controlled by a man named Gato who ran a shipping company known throughout the world as Gato Company. Gato controlled them through intimidation, violence, and because the only way to and from the wave country was by boat, and Gato owned all of the large boats. Tazuna was a bridge builder and had been working for several years on a bridge that would connect the wave country to the mainland. Kurenai had originally felt that they should return to Konoha and get reinforcements, but was convinced by Kiba and, to a much smaller extent, Hinata, that they should continue on. Shino chiming in that they would technically be going back on the contract, which was to escort Tazuna back to his home, seemed to settle the matter. They had continued on, but Hinata and the rest of the group had immediately felt the change in the mission. What had once felt like a nice walk along a road that was so infrequently used that most bandits didn't bother with it, was suddenly far more serious and frightening, at least to Hinata. Now that they were in Ginoza, things seemed to be getting even worse. Perhaps it was the fog that had rolled in from the sea, or maybe it was the fact that there seemed to be almost no citizens in the village, or that those few villagers that they saw moved as quietly as possible and didn't look up at the newcomers, but they could all feel a sense of foreboding hanging over them. Tazuna quickly led them to a small dock where a friend of his was working on a net next to a long, thin, fishing boat. The bridge builder and his friend had a hushed conversation that seemed to be filled with a lot of pleading and arguing, but eventually they all climbed into the boat and headed out to sea. Kurenai had never been a big fan of boats, so she was almost thankful for the danger hanging over them that gave her something else to worry about. It wasn't that she was scared exactly, she could swim just fine and could walk on water even better. She just preferred to have her feet on solid ground rather than thinking about the fact that there was only a thin layer of wood separating her from the inky darkness of the watery depths. She was almost thankful for the danger, but not quite. Had she been alone or with a more experienced team, she wouldn't have been concerned, but her team was far too young to be thrown into the mess they now found themselves in. She wished for the 100th time since the 2 masked ninjas' attack that she had been born with less of a heart. She'd given in to Kiba's complaining and pleading back in Konoha and let her team take a mission it probably wasn't totally ready for, and then had let the boy talk her into continuing with the mission once it proved even more dangerous than she'd originally thought. Though Hinata's quiet voicing of her opinion that they could not abandon Tazuna-san had probably been the deciding factor that time. It was just so hard to say no to any of her genin, but to say it to Hinata was nearly impossible. When Shino had also spoken up in favor of continuing in his calm, logical voice, there was almost no way to deny their request. If only it were possible for them to get through the rest of the mission without running into any more trouble, or at least without running into any more powerful trouble. Her team had actually handled themselves surprisingly well in their first real combat, But if they faced anything more than a couple of overconfident Chunin, they wouldn't come out of the encounter unscathed again. There were a few other genin teams that might be up for the challenge, but not any of the current crop of rookies. Meito Gai's team had Hyuga Niji, who was rumored to be a genius of nearly unrivaled potential. Even among the Hyuga and with their added experience, they could probably have handled the mission, but even Gai with all of his eccentricities would have thought twice about allowing his team to attempt a B rank mission. If it turned into an A rank mission, he would no doubt refuse outright. She was also certain Asuma wouldn't have allowed his team to attempt such a mission. So why was she? Kurenai knew the answer, or at least part of the answer, and it worried her. She was letting them do it so that her team, particularly Hinata, would have something to be really proud of, a way of setting them apart from the other teams. Kakashi's team had. Well, Kakashi, a near-living legend, as well as Sasuke from that clan. Asuma's group was the second incarnation of the great Ino Shikacho team on top of having the son of the third Hokage as the team leader. What did her team have? Hinata, the heir the Hyugas didn't want, Kiba, a good ninja from a fairly notable clan, but not one of the elites, Shino, another member of a small, though proud, clan who had as much skill and potential as anyone, but wouldn't be noticed because he was so quiet, and herself a woman who had only just recently become a jounin and given her own team. They had nothing to be ashamed of course, but they didn't really stand out as being a team filled with talent. The only way her team could stand out any less, at least in terms of potential, would be if Uzumaki Naruto were on it, and at least he was someone of note in the village, though not necessarily in a good way. She hoped her actual reasoning had been more due to the fact that her team still wanted to complete the mission and because Tazuna and his village were poor and needed help. But she couldn't deny that a part of her wanted her team to show what they were made of and get a moment to shine in the spotlight. Ugh, this mist is annoying. Kiba groaned from the front of the boat where he was squinting in a futile attempt to see where they were going. We should see the bridge soon, Kaji, the boat operator informed them as he patiently worked his single, or to keep them on a path that only he could see. He was a thin, malnourished-looking man with the weather-beaten skin of a lifelong fisherman. The worry and fear etched in his long face showed that he was regretting ever agreeing to help them, and probably had been from the moment he nodded his head. The wave country is at the base of the bridge. The whole team turned and looked forward, straining their eyes in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the bridge. Byakugan, Kurenai heard Hinata whisper, and then the small girl gasped in shock. A second later the bridge appeared from within the mist, so close they could almost have reached out and touched it. Holy shit! It's huge! Kiba yelled with a laugh. You're amazing, old. Shut up! Kaji hissed in alarm. Why the hell do you think we're hiding in the mist and not using the motor? We'll be in deep trouble if Gato finds us. Kiba slapped his hands over his mouth, the noise of the action echoing off the pillars of the bridge and sounding far louder than it should have, and nodded quickly. Shino raised an eyebrow at the man's obvious panic, but didn't comment, while Hinata continued to stare up at the immense bridge. Gato was one of the few extremely rich men in the world who wasn't a daimyo. Kurenai had heard of him before, but only in reference to Gato Company, which upon becoming its president and renaming it he had turned into the continent's leading shipping company in the span of just a few short years. According to Tazuna, that company was only a front to a much larger business which specialized in drug and black market trafficking as well as in terrorizing smaller towns and countries to bring them under his power. Tazuna claimed that Gato came to the wave country about a year ago and through bribery, buyouts, and violence took over the country's shipping industry, giving him a stranglehold on all commerce coming in and out of the small island. With the completion of the bridge, however, all of that would change, which was why Tazuna's life was in danger. A few minutes later, the boat slipped silently out of the mist and Kurenai and her team got their first view of the small dilapidated-looking village situated at the edge of the island. Even from the distance Kurenai could see why Tazuna had been unable to afford a B-ranked mission. Unless they were investing their money into other areas, the villagers probably didn't have 2 coins to rub together, let alone enough to purchase the services of high-ranking ninja. We'll be there soon, but Tazuna. I'm going to take the route that has the most vegetation, Kaji whispered. It doesn't look like we've been detected yet, but I don't want to take any chances. That's a super good idea, Tazuna smiled, the sight of his bridge warming his heart and leaving him feeling as though the hard part of the trip was already over. Kaji steered the boat through a narrow tunnel and then into an area of water that was surrounded by trees. A few minutes later, they pulled up to a rickety dock and disembarked. This is it for me, Kaji told them as he pulled his oar from the water, daring to bring his voice to just above a whisper, but only just. Goodbye and good luck. Yeah, Tazuna replied, super thanks. Kaji did not respond. He quickly stored the oar, gave the pull crank a quick tug to start the engine, and then sped away from the village as fast as possible. Kurenai's team and Tazuna watched him go for a moment, and then the old man turned to the teens and their leader and grinned cheerfully. Okay. Get me home safely, he ordered as though it would be as simple as walking down the path. Kurenai could only hope that things ended up going that smoothly, but if a man with Gato's resources wanted Tazuna dead, he wouldn't stop with just sending a few chunin after him. Kiba, you and Akamaru are up front, Hinata, take the back, Shino, you and I are in the middle with Tazuna. Her red eyes glanced around quickly, and she could feel her pulse quickening. She had a bad feeling about all of this. Let's hurry. They only made it a short ways before Akamaru gave a bark and dove into the bushes. What happened? Kurenai asked as Kiba stared in surprise at the spot his companion had vanished into. I don't know, Kiba replied. He just said he smelled something and took off. The young ninja carefully stepped over to the bushes and pulled them apart to reveal the white puppy pinning a white snow rabbit to the ground with his mouth around its neck. The rabbit did not dare to struggle, hoping that the puppy would find a stationary object less appetizing than one that wiggled in his mouth. Every second or two, Akamaru would give a muffled little growl and shake his head back and forth, trying to elicit a reaction from his prey. Akamaru, let it go, Kiba moaned. I'll feed you when we get to the old man's house. Besides, that thing looks way too skinny to be any good anyway. Akamaru whined mournfully as he opened his mouth and released the white rabbit, which instantly bolted for a small bush and vanished. I don't care what you thought you smelled, it was just a rabbit, Kiba sighed, but despite his words, he gave a long, thoughtful look at the spot the rabbit had disappeared. Hey, Tazuna-san, he asked as he and Akamaru once again took point and the group began to walk again. Does it snow here often? In the winter it gets super cold and snows, but we're a long ways away from that time of year, the bridge builder replied with a shrug. Do people keep rabbits for pets or something? Kid, if someone is lucky enough to catch a rabbit, they eat it. There's not enough money for all the people to eat, they aren't going to waste any on feeding a rabbit. Then why was that rabbit still white? Kiba asked as they rounded a corner, and a large lake came into view. Should it be a different color? Tazuna asked in confusion. I'm interested in bridges, not rodents. It's late spring, a snow rabbit should have turned brown by now, Kiba replied. Kurenai had only been loosely paying attention to the conversation up until the point, but something about Kiba's words got her attention and had her on guard. Hinata, she said in a calm voice that belied her inner concern, activate your Byakugan and take a look around for me. Hinata started to do as she was asked, but before she could activate her Kekkai Genkai, Kurenai heard something moving through the air and leaped at the Hyuga, tackling her to the ground as she called out, everyone get down. Shino reacted instantly, grabbing Tazuna by his backpack and jerking him to the ground as he also dropped. Kiba had been too caught up in the mystery of the rabbit, and reacted slowly, but was saved by Akamaru diving at his knees and knocking him to the ground as a large object passed overhead and thudded against a nearby tree trunk. When the danger was past, Kurenai looked up and saw a tall, thin man standing on the handle of the largest zanbato she had ever seen. The blade was at least 140 centimeters long and close to 60 centimeters wide and was buried over halfway into the tree trunk it had collided with. It must have taken an incredible amount of strength just to lift it, let alone throw it. The man wore gray-blue pinstriped pants and camouflage arm coverings, but no shirt so they could see the grayish-colored skin of his back. His hitayate sat haphazardly on the side of his head, and a dark blue-colored strap presumably for his sword came up from his pants and wrapped around his neck. His mouth, nose, and the lower half of his head were covered by white bandages and a shock of short, brown hair covered his head. He turned slightly and Kurenai caught a glimpse of a slash through the mist symbol of Kirigakure. You're the ones who defeated the demon brothers? The man asked incredulously. A couple of brats and a little woman? Kurenai rose to her feet, glancing around quickly to make sure that no one on her team was injured. Who are you? She asked the man. He smirked and turned fully to look at her, squatting down on his sword so that he could be ready to move in an instant. That's my line. Yuhi Kurenai of Konoha. Never heard of you. You're not in my bingo book. His eyes shifted away from her dismissively and locked onto Tazuna. I'm Momochi Zabuza. I'm here for the geezer. Kiba jumped to his feet and glared at Zabuza. Like hell you're laying one finger on old man Tazuna. He yelled defiantly as Akamaru barked in agreement. Is that a hitayate on your head, boy? Zabuza asked, his eyes never leaving Tazuna. You think that makes you a ninja? You don't know what a real ninja is. Protect Tazuna-san. Kurenai ordered as she placed herself between Zabuza and Tazuna. Her team quickly obeyed, forming a tight triangle around the bridge builder. Her heart was pounding in her ears and she could feel sweat trickling down the side of her face. She didn't know much about him, but she'd heard of Momochi Zabuza, and that was enough to scare her. Being a fairly new jounin, Kurenai had only recently received a bingo book of her own that listed and had information on all of the dangerous or noteworthy ninja from other villages so that a jounin or ANBU member would know what they were up against. She didn't remember reading about Momochi Zabuza, however, which meant that she had heard his name elsewhere, and that meant that he was either a very dangerous individual or had done something big enough to be discussed by other ninja not involved in whatever he'd done. Which basically came back to him being extremely dangerous. No matter what happens, she ordered, her red eyes trained on the tall ninja in the tree, protect Tazuna-san and stay out of this fight. But Kurenai-sensei. Hinata started to object. No! Kurenai yelled over her shoulder, her voice tight with fear that she wished she wasn't showing. Stay back. If you see a chance to make a run for it, you take Tazuna and get as far away from here as you can. This one is totally different than those other guys were. Zabuza grinned through his wrapping. You have no idea how right you are, little girl. With deliberate ease he placed one hand on the handle of the sword he was still standing on, and then gave the tree a small kick, pulling his sword free and propelling himself away from the tree and out over the lake. Team 8 turned their heads towards the water and quickly located him again. It was sort of hard to miss the tall man with the enormous sword strapped to his back standing on the water, as if it were stone. Zabuza brought one hand in front of his mouth, 2 fingers pointing at the sky, and then raised his other hand, once again extending 2 fingers. For a moment Kurenai thought that his form was fading, as if he were performing some sort of invisibility jutsu, but then she realized that it was worse than that. Zabuza's jutsu was forcing a large amount of chakra into the water, causing it to evaporate and form what was essentially a small cloud around him. Zabuza grinned at them one last time and then said, Kirigakyu no jutsu. He vanished into the mist that had surrounded him, and then it began to spread outward until they too were enveloped in it. What the hell is he? Kiba asked nervously, his eyes shifting back and forth in a futile effort to see through the mist that had surrounded them. A missing nin from Kirigakyu, Kurenai replied, stepping a little farther into the mist, her eyes traveling back and forth as she searched for signs of movement in the vapor. I don't know exactly who he is, but I think I've heard of him. And that's a very bad thing. The 3 genin exchanged glances and Tazuna took a small step backwards. He'll probably come after me first, Kurenai continued, trying to ignore their fear as well as her own. If I survive the first attack, you need to make a break for it while I keep him busy. If? Hinata asked, her breathing suddenly becoming short, quick gasps, as she struggled not to give in to her growing panic. Kurenai would have loved to have comforted the girl, but at the moment, she wasn't sure how and certainly couldn't spare a moment's attention. I don't know what sort of techniques he likes to use, and I don't know how strong he is. If he's as strong as I fear, then yes. If. She took another step forward and the mist seemed to swell up around them until she vanished from sight. Kurenai-sensei! Hinata called out in alarm. She's fine, Shino told her in a calm, but strange-sounding voice. His clan prided themselves on their emotional detachment and their steadfast adherence to logic, but that did not mean that they were immune to fear. This mist is getting thicker, Kiba groaned, his hand tightening on the handle of his kunai. The wave country is surrounded by the ocean, so fog isn't uncommon, Tazuna whispered as the mist continued to thicken, but I've never seen anything as super thick as this. It's hard to smell anything but dirty water, Kiba complained as he squinted his eyes, trying to force some sort of shape to emerge from the cloud in front of him. For a moment the 3 genin continued to look around, trying not to shake with fear, and then Shino whispered, Hinata, use your Byakugan. Hinata gave a sharp nod, but before she could do as she was told, a terrifying voice echoed from within the fog. 8 vital points. Kiba swallowed hard and Akamaru whimpered and stepped back between his friend's legs. The larynx, spine, lungs, heart, kidney, jugular vein, collarbone, and liver. Which one should I go after first? And then something even thicker and more frightening than fog descended upon the group, a bloodlust so powerful it made the 3 genin want to throw up. Kiba's head whipped back and forth nervously as his hands began to shake with fear. Shino didn't show much in terms of outward signs of fear, but it gripped him nonetheless, freezing him in his spot so that he couldn't have even lifted a finger if he dared. Hinata knew her teammates were afraid, but she was sure that it was hitting her the hardest. She'd felt the bile rise all the way to the top of her throat before managing to swallow it back down, and even though she managed to keep her stomach's contents where they belonged for the moment, her knees grew weak and she felt herself starting to fall to the ground. It was like something was squeezing her insides, threatening to kill her if she even moved a muscle, and yet sapping her strength and forcing her to her knees. She just wanted it to end, even if she died, even if she had to take her own life. So long as the terror, the squeezing, stopped, she didn't care how it ended. Hinata, Kurenai's reassuring voice suddenly called to her as the dark-haired jounin stepped out of the mist. Hinata, you're okay, I'll keep you safe, I promise. Use your Byakugan. Hinata nodded weakly, forming the seal and then blinking as the veins around her eyes stretched and the world changed. The mist faded considerably for her, though the chakra in the air allowed some of it to remain, and the world became much clearer. She could see Tazuna behind and to her left, with Kiba just beyond him and Akamaru on the ground. She could see Kurenai in front of her and Shino to her immediate left, but most importantly, she could see a man patiently approaching them from straight ahead, just behind Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei! Hinata called out as the man's sword drew back for a fatal strike. Kurenai reacted instantly, spinning on her heel as her hand dipped into her kunai holster, and firing the weapon the second it was out. Hinata's white eyes widened as the man was struck in the chest, and then seemed to melt as though he were made of water. She reported this to Kurenai, who nodded and told her to keep looking as she made eye contact with Shino and gave him a small hand signal. Shino never gave any sign that he'd seen the movement, but he lowered one arm and opened his hand as something fell from his sleeve. "Remember what I said," Kurenai told them in a stern voice. "The moment the fight really starts, you're getting out of here." Hinata didn't reply, not trusting her voice, but she gave a small nod as she turned her head to make sure she was watching behind them as well. All Hyuga had a blind spot in their Byakugan's field of vision. They could see about 355 degrees around them, but not the full 360. Her father was said to have nearly 359 degrees and her sister was estimated at a little more than 357. Hinata had overheard someone say that Niji could see even more than her father, but no one knew if that was true or simply a rumor started by branch members wanting something to hold over the main house. Hinata wasn't sure what her field of vision was, but from the way the examiners shook their heads, it must not have been very good, and on top of that she was certain that she couldn't see nearly as far as many other Hyuga could. It was yet another thing for her father to be disappointed in, but for the moment it didn't matter. So long as she kept turning her head, she could see just as far around as anyone else, and no enemy was going to attack from farther away than she could see. At least not today. Above, she called out suddenly as she finally managed to catch sight of their attacker. Kiba, Shino, and Kurenai sent kunai up at the man as he dropped on them. Kurenai's hit his chest and face, while Kiba and Shino only managed to strike his arms and stomach, but it was more than enough. The man turned to water once again, raining down upon the startled group. "This is super annoying," Tazuna complained, wiping water from his face. "Shut up," Kiba growled, "or would you rather we just let him kill you?" Tazuna promptly closed his mouth. "Can you see him now, Hinata?" Kurenai asked, ignoring the two. "And no, I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei. Keep looking, he's here somewhere." Hinata caught sight of some chakra coils moving to her right and turned to get a better look at them, but as she did she saw another set moving in from behind, and then another to the left of the first. "There's 3 of him," she whispered urgently, pointing in their direction. "Damn water clones," Kurenai muttered and then said, "Don't stop looking. Water clones take a lot of chakra. He can't keep making them forever." It was becoming obvious to Kurenai that they were being toyed with. Zabuza was probably stronger than she was. Certainly he had all of the advantage in the mist, and on top of it all, he was fast. She couldn't say for certain, but if she had to guess, she would have figured him to be a former ANBU or whatever the hidden mist equivalent was. The only things her team had going for them was his overconfidence, Hinata's Byakugan, and the fact that he or at least his clones couldn't always see kunai coming at them through the mist. Without even one of those 3, they would already be dead. How fortunate was it that her team had been given this mission? Of all the genin teams out there, only 2 currently had Hyuga on them. Any other team would have been killed off already. Even a Chunin team might not have stood much chance. Sadly, Kurenai wasn't sure how much of a chance they stood, even with Hinata to warn them of attacks. Zabuza was beginning to use more water clones, which would both confuse Hinata and force them to use up their kunai that much faster. "How's it going, Shino?" she asked tensely. "They are struggling to locate their target," he replied. "The water limits their tracking capabilities. But they will eventually succeed. Tell them to hurry the hell up," Kiba growled. "They already understand the need for haste." Left. 3 kunai shot through the mist to the north, and the sound of sloshing water greeted their ears a second later. "Ha ha ha," Zabuza's voice called out to them. "Are you ready for this to be over? Or would you like to play ninja a little longer? Come on out and fight like a man." Kiba yelled back. "Quit messing around in this sissy mist. You don't like it?" Zabuza replied. "It's my home village's signature jutsu. But perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is time to stop playing around and show you why my village is also called the Blood Mist Village." Hinata's eyes had been trying to keep track of the 2 Zabuzas that were currently circling them when suddenly she lost track of one. "Kurenai-san," was all she managed to get out before Zabuza appeared right in the middle of their cluster. Kurenai was already moving when Hinata began her warning, a desperate plan forming in her mind. She knew she had to put it into motion before she could think of how foolish it was. In one fluid move, she grabbed Hinata by her jacket and pulled, simultaneously pushing Tazuna and kicking at Shino and Kiba, sending all 4 of them flying away from the danger, but leaving herself in a bad position. Zabuza sneered through his mask as he brought his sword around, passing clean through her, and then his eyes widened in surprise as she faded like the mist, not even leaving a drop of blood behind. The ground shifted at his feet, and he looked down in time to see a small plant push through and then grow larger, as its vines entangled him. "The only blood we're going to see is yours," Kurenai whispered as a leaf of the plant opened and the upper half her body appeared, a kunai already drawn. "Genjutsu?" Zabuza gasped as Kurenai's weapon streaked towards his heart. The weapon pierced his body and his mouth fell open in surprise. Kurenai's victorious grin lasted only for a second as Zabuza turned to water and splashed down on the ground. She spun quickly, bringing her kunai up to a blocking position, but it was already too late. "It's over," Zabuza hissed in her ear as his blade dug into her side. Kurenai's eyes bulged as the wave of pain washed over her, but she didn't fall. Her left hand held a kunai that was partially blocking the missing nin's attack, just enough to keep herself from suffering a mortal wound, but only just. Now that she was feeling the fruits of her labor, she decided that it had been a stupid plan, after all, but there was still a chance that would work and save the lives of her genin. She would gladly accept any amount of pain for such a reward. She opened her mouth to reply, but all that came out was a small stream of blood and an unpleasant cough. Zabuza's eyes lit up as the blood from her wound and from her mouth landed on his pants and chest. "I'm disappointed," he whispered to her as he pushed harder on his sword, driving the blade deeper into her side as well as beginning to cut through the edge of her kunai. "I thought Leaf Nin were better than this." Kurenai's right hand came across her body and latched onto the handle of his sword, trying to keep him from slicing her in half. "Shino?" she managed to croak. "A moment longer and it will be done," came the reply from the mist where the Aburaim boy had been kicked to. "I don't have a moment," Kurenai groaned as Zabuza pressed harder, proving that both her hand and her kunai would not be able to hold him off for long. Suddenly, from the opposite direction as Shino's voice, a growl was heard as a large shape charged at Zabuza from within the mist. The ninja saw Kiba coming, however, and with a contemptuous snort he kicked him away savagely. "Idiot, did you think I'd forgotten where you were?" he asked as Kiba vanished once again into the mist, landing with a loud thud. He turned his attention back to Kurenai and smiled. "Goodbye, little girl." A second Kiba had appeared, this one holding a kunai in either hand which he drove into Zabuza's shoulder, and sighed as he landed on the man's back. H growled savagely as he twisted the two knives hard. "Who's the idiot now?" Kiba taunted with a fanged grin. "This is for kicking my dog." Zabuza seemed momentarily stunned, but then he took one hand off the handle of his sword, reached back, pulled Kiba off of his back and threw him towards the lake. "You're dying next," he promised as he turned back to Kurenai, "and you're dying right now." He once again went to push the blade into her, this time not planning on stopping until he was watching her innards slop onto the muddy ground, but suddenly found himself feeling dizzy and weak. "Wah!" Kurenai looked up at him and smiled as she began to push the sword out of her side. "You look like you're running low on chakra," she whispered through the pain. "In the next life, make sure your enemy doesn't let you hit her to bring you out of hiding." He gave her a confused look, staring right into her eyes, and then she faded away as a nearby tree reached out with its branches and grabbed hold of him. Its trunk opened up and the branches began to pull him inside. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't find the strength to break free from its grasp, and soon the trunk was closing in around him. His sword was ripped from his hand and then the darkness swallowed him up. Kurenai pushed until at last the sword was removed from her side and then she collapsed to the ground, hitting just a moment after Zabuza. Every breath she took was agony and her vision swam before her eyes as warm blood pooled beneath her. The mist around them quickly vanished with Zabuza out of commission, but Kurenai couldn't see any better than she had when completely surrounded by it. "Hinata. Kiba. Shino," she called out weakly. "Kurenai-sensei." Hinata yelled as she and her teammates ran towards their fallen teacher. To Kurenai it sounded as if the Hyuga was speaking from very far away through a tunnel. Hinata stripped out of her jacket and quickly cut the sleeves off of it before rolling it and placing it under Kurenai's head. One sleeve was folded once and then pressed against the gaping wound in the woman's side as Hinata began to stutter out nervous instructions to Kiba to hold the makeshift bandage in place with as much pressure as possible until she could get something more permanent. "Sure. Shino," Kurenai whispered weakly as the world began to fade to black. "Save your breath, sensei," Shino replied. "You were victorious, just concentrate on surviving now." She gave a tiny shake of her head. "No," she whispered, if I lose consciousness or..." She took a deep, painful breath, and Kiba gasped as blood began to soak all the way through the thick, folded sleeve. "The genjutsu won't hold him. You have to finish him." Shino nodded and picked up the kunai Kurenai had used to block the sword as he rose to his feet and walked to the fallen mist ninja. His Kakacha bugs, which were still draining Zabuza's chakra, received his command to leave the man and quickly made their way up his sleeves and into his body to rest and digest their meal. His glasses reflected in the sunlight as he raised the blade over his head and began to bring it down towards the man's throat. Just before he got there, however, two Simban whistled through the air and pierced Zabuza's throat. Instantly on guard, Shino spun to face the potential enemy and found himself looking at a rather small person the gender was impossible to guess standing in a tree, wearing a peculiar mask and a loose-fitting outfit that seemed out of place on a ninja. "Thank you," the masked ninja said in a soft voice. "We've been looking for him for a long time." "Who are you?" Shino asked. "I am a hunter nin from Kirigakure, Zabuza-san's home village. I've been after him for many months now, but have never gotten the chance to kill him until today." The small ninja vanished in a swirl of leaves and appeared next to Shino, to whom he or she bowed. Shino nodded in reply and knelt next to Zabuza, feeling for a pulse but finding none. "He is dead," Shino reported loudly enough for Kiba, Hinata, and Tazuna to hear. The hunter nin turned and looked at the spot where Kurenai was lying. "Your companion is hurt. Do you need assistance?" "I am not very good at healing, but I will help if I can. After all, it is thanks to you that I am able to return to my home again." "Hinata?" Shino asked. Hinata's Byakugan eyes scanned her teacher for a moment before she replied. "I think I'll have Kurenai-sensei's stable in a moment. But we need to get her someplace warm and dry. Quickly." The hunter nin bowed once again. "Very well, again you have my thanks. Now if you will excuse me, this body carries many secrets. I must dispose of it." The ninja threw Zabuza's limp arm over his shoulder and then said, "Farewell," and vanished in another swirl of leaves. "This day just gets weirder and weirder," Kiba muttered from Kurenai's side. Shino looked thoughtfully at the spot where the hunter nin and Zabuza's body had vanished and then said, "Kiba, help me build Kurenai-sensei a stretcher. We need to make haste to Tazuna-san's home." A short while later, Team 8 limped into the village and apparent safety. When they arrived at Tazuna's house, they were greeted by his daughter, who immediately helped them get Kurenai inside and set up a futon for her to lay on while she recovered. Medicine was brought to help fight infection, bandages were set out, and food was prepared for those who were able to eat. Hinata had ignored her hunger while she quickly worked to save her teacher's life, stitching the wound together as neatly as her trembling hands would allow. Later, when it was apparent that all they could do was wait and see if Kurenai would make it, she still could not bring herself to eat. The rest of that day and through the night she waited by Kurenai's side, changing bandages, dabbing away sweat and apologizing quietly for not seeing the attack sooner and for being so useless. If Kurenai heard her or even cared, she gave no sign of it. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.